In the rotting orchards of White Orchard, a golden-eyed witcher stands alone. His name, Kiliman German, a man born from perfect witcher genes, built for battle, sharpened by blood, and powered by souls. Under the pale moon, 5 ghouls rush from the shadows. But to Kiliman, they're just warm-up targets. Steel flashes, black blood sprays, and within moments, silence returns. Then comes the voice in his head. Soul absorbed. Power +1. See, Kiliman isn't like other witchers. He's a man with a system, deep blue, a cheat that lets him harvest souls to evolve beyond mortal limits. Each kill fuels his strength, his speed, his spirit, and his ambition to rise above gods themselves. But survival in this broken world isn't just about monsters. When a desperate widow hires him to cleanse her orchard, Kiliman discovers a darker truth. The real monsters are human. Buried corpses, jealousy, lust, betrayal, all waiting to be uncovered. And Kiliman? He's no hero. He's a professional killer with his own code. Work, get paid, survive, and grow stronger. But when 3 murderous hunters step out of the forest with bloodlust in their eyes, he shows them what happens when men challenge a true predator. Crossbow bolts pierce throats. Swords sing. And in the end, their souls are his. This is not Geralt's story. It's Kiliman's path. A witcher reborn with the power to consume souls and climb toward immortality. Every battle, every corpse, every whisper in the dark brings him closer to the next evolution. Welcome to Witcher, Master Kiliman's grand ambitions, where the line between monster and man no longer exists, and power is the only truth that matters.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
In an orchard on the outskirts of White Orchard, the damp air was thick with the scent of decay and earth. Kiliman's golden cat-like eyes gleamed faintly as he stared ahead, his keen witcher senses having long detected the enemy's location. Growls suddenly came from all directions. A pack of ghouls was closing in. He took a deep breath, gripping the silver witcher sword tightly in both hands. The blade shimmered coldly in the moonlight, with several faintly glowing runes visible. He knew these monsters wouldn't give him much time. The first ghoul lunged from the left with astonishing speed. Kiliman sidestepped, his blade drawing a perfect arc that cleanly severed its throat. Black blood sprayed as the ghoul let out a shrill shriek before collapsing, twitching for several seconds before going still. Before he could catch his breath, the second and third ghouls attacked simultaneously from front and back, their foul stench assaulting his nostrils. Kiliman quickly retreated, sword tip pointing downward as he crouched slightly. Sensing the wind pressure behind him, he spun abruptly, his sword slicing horizontally to bisect one ghoul midair. Amid the spray of blood and rotten flesh, he used the momentum to pivot, bringing the blade down on another ghoul's skull with such force that its eyeballs burst from the impact. In that split second, the fourth ghoul emerged from the shadows, claws aiming for his throat. Unable to retract his sword in time, Kiliman smashed the pommel into its face, knocking it back. Then with both hands on the hilt, he executed an upward slash that split the ghoul open from groin to chest, spilling entrails and black blood across the ground. The final ghoul seemed to sense danger and hesitated, but Kiliman gave it no chance to flee. He advanced swiftly, thrusting his blade precisely between ribs to pierce its heart. The ghoul uttered a low whimper before collapsing lifeless. Standing amidst the carnage, Kiliman's handsome face was streaked with sweat, his silver sword coated in dark crimson filth yet remaining as sharp as ever. Finally done. At least I didn't screw up, he muttered. Shaking the blood from his blade, he sheathed it while surveying the 5 ghoul corpses. With his right hand, he formed a sign resembling Igni, but different, the soul absorption sign. Instantly, 5 faint multicolored lights emerged from the corpses and vanished into his forehead. Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Absorbed 1 weak soul. Soul power +1. Newest update provided by novelfire.net. Absorbed 1 weak soul. Soul power +1. Total of 5 soul power obtained. Only 5? Ghouls are on the same level as drowners. How stingy, Kiliman spat disdainfully. Low-level monsters are truly trash. To get rich, I'll need to hunt more powerful creatures. He mentally commanded. Deep blue, display my status panel. With a ding, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Kiliman German. Race, perfect witcher. Strength, 2.82, max 4.00. Agility, 2.54, max 4.00. Spirit, 1.85, max 4.00. Magic, 2.45, max 4.00. Toxin resistance, 15.52. Normal adult human attributes range between 0.8 to 1.2. Swordsmanship, Temerian military swordsmanship, expert level, plus 0.2 strength, plus 0.2 agility. Requires 200 soul power to advance to master level. Signs, none. Auxiliary skills, Witcher Alchemy LV1, Monster Harvesting LV1, Soul Sequence LV1. Mortal, although you possess the most perfect Witcher genes, your soul strength determines you're still just cannon fodder. Advancing Soul Sequence effectively increases physical limits, magic capacity, spiritual power, and skill ceilings. Each advancement grants a new soul ability and upgrades existing ones. Soul Ascension Progress, 5 out of 100. Soul Ability, Dimensional Storage LV1, 1 cubic meter space. Soul Power, 90 points. Having spent over half a month in this Witcher world, Kiliman was gradually adapting to this lawless medieval environment filled with brutish peasants, shameless nobles, and bloodthirsty monsters. If anything, his unrestrained, borderline anarchic personality thrived in this might-makes-right world. The cheat system he named Deep Blue gave him the capital to dominate this foreign world. A perfectly crafted body with optimal Witcher genes, the ability to strengthen himself by consuming soul power, and rapid mastery of combat skills. By continuously hunting monsters, absorbing their soul energy, tempering his spirit, and advancing his soul sequence, he could grow endlessly stronger, ascending the divine ladder to obtain everything he desired. This thought flashed briefly through his mind before he focused on the task at hand. Drawing a harvesting knife from his belt, he approached the remaining ghoul corpses in the orchard to collect materials. While ghoul oil was practically worthless, only useful for making oils against necrophages, any monster had a chance of containing mutagens. The stronger the creature, the higher the probability. Mutagens were valuable commodities, essential for crafting superior decoctions, alchemical items, magical artifacts, and experimental materials. Even selling them raw fetched better prices than stinking monster parts. He couldn't afford to overlook any potential resources. The beginning is always hardest, he mused. Having arrived in this world with nothing, lacking even basic Witcher knowledge and skills he had to learn independently, every resource mattered. If he hadn't learned Temerian military swordsmanship from a Temerian deserter-turned-bandit, he might not even be able to handle a common drowner right now. Currently, Kiliman's immediate goal was encountering another Witcher to acquire their specialized skills and knowledge, his top priority. Other matters would have to wait until he possessed sufficient self-defense capabilities. After half an hour of harvesting monster parts, Kiliman hauled the ghoul remains farther away for burning, preventing them from attracting more necrophages. Unfortunately, his luck remained mediocre. Despite slaying nearly 100 low-level monsters these past weeks, he'd yet to find a single mutagen. All his money had gone into Witcher gear, forcing him to rely on contracts for survival. Today's job was typical, helping a young widow eliminate monsters that suddenly appeared in her orchard. The reward was a meager 20 orens, barely enough for a week's travel expenses, or maybe 2 if stretched thin. Times are tough, Kiliman reflected. With tensions high between the northern kingdoms and the Nilfgaardian Empire to the south after 2 wars, northern peasants were dirt poor. Even when monsters appeared nearby, they couldn't afford witchers' fees. When a paying client appeared, one had to treat them well. Even in his previous life, Kiliman had strong professional ethics, take pride in one's work, and honor commitments unless absolutely prevented. After burning the ghouls, he returned to the orchard and suddenly sniffed the air, his expression turning intrigued. His enhanced senses detected several spots where rotting corpses were buried, likely why ghouls appeared here. But these creatures didn't bury their prey. They consumed them entirely, converting flesh to waste. This was clearly man-made, no simple monster contract. Ghouls didn't randomly infest orchards. Understanding dawned. Kiliman marked the burial sites with his sword before sheathing it and heading toward the widow's home. Seems I need to have a proper chat with that young widow, he mused. Might not get more pay, but perhaps something more pleasurable could happen. He chuckled darkly. At dusk, in a nameless small village on the outskirts of White Orchard, Kiliman leisurely arrived at his employer's doorstep. Maintaining his composure, he ignored the malicious and contemptuous glances from certain troublemakers lurking in the shadows, focusing his gaze directly on the young woman before him as he stated bluntly, "Your Witcher contract has been completed. It's time to pay the reward, Lady Judith." Judith was a beautiful widow whose husband had been a brave, low-ranking officer in Temeria's army. Last year, that unfortunate man had answered King Foltest's call and perished alongside tens of thousands of ordinary northern soldiers in the brutal meat grinder that was the Battle of Brenna, leaving behind only his widow and child to fend for themselves. Unlike most crude and ignorant village women, Judith managed both a large orchard and raising her child alone. Clear evidence of intellect and character surpassing ordinary folk. Yet when facing Kiliman, a nearly 2-meter-tall witcher with heroic features and a bear-like perfect physique, even she couldn't resist his striking appearance and imposing presence, behaving as vulnerably as any ordinary woman might. Judith pressed her lips together, not immediately producing the payment, but instead lifting her head stubbornly to gaze at the witcher before her. "Of course I want to believe you, Master Kiliman. But those monsters in the orchard were terrifying, every night filled with chewing sounds and low growls, while they prowled the village outskirts by day. None of our men dared approach them after dark. This contract concerns my child's and my livelihood for the coming year. Could you wait until tomorrow morning when I've verified the results before receiving payment?" A reasonable request that Kiliman had no grounds to refuse. His eyes flickered toward the small boy peeking from inside the house before returning to Lady Judith. Chestnut brown hair, fair skin, regular features. Not beautiful by any standard, but certainly above average. Yet for a northern woman prone to weight gain, likely due to her physical labor, she maintained remarkably balanced and voluptuous proportions. 2 rounded mounds strained against her linen apron. Her waist, not overly slender, flowed into generous hips. Her straight legs were long yet pleasantly fleshy, the very picture of childbearing physique. Despite manual labor, her youthful body still glowed with health and smooth vitality. In a word, luscious, probably the village beauty. Kiliman's gaze wandered for several seconds before he adopted a serious expression. "Don't call me master, Lady Judith. Just an ordinary witcher. Payment can wait until morning. But I have some rather bad news to share. You might want to brace yourself." Perhaps anticipating bad news or reacting to Kiliman's impolite staring, Lady Judith nervously bit her lower lip before responding. "I've heard plenty of bad news these past years, Mr. Kiliman. Father died in the wars, husband fell on the battlefield, compensation was embezzled, child's illness drained our savings. But please, tell me directly. However difficult life becomes, I'll face it." Feeling slight sympathy, Kiliman nodded and spoke concisely without embellishment. The orchard monsters were ghouls, corpse-eating pack creatures that attack the living. Though I've slain them all, my investigation shows they gathered there because someone buried rotting animal carcasses in your orchard. Simply put, You were deliberately sabotaged. Judith froze momentarily before dawning anger twisted her features. So that's it. No wonder they appeared so suddenly. No wonder only my orchard was affected. Someone was behind this all along. That damned criminal. I won't let this stand. After several seconds, she controlled her rage and turned hopeful eyes toward the Witcher. Could you help find the culprit, Mr. Kiliman? I'll report them to the village elder. If the elder can't handle it, I'll write to Constable Thompson in White Orchard. I won't let this go. Kiliman regarded the widow with calm detachment before shaking his head mercilessly. Difficult, Lady Judith. First, our agreed payment covered only orchard clearing, not this matter. 20 orens is already cheap, barely covers equipment repairs. Without additional payment, I don't do extras. Newest update provided by Anne, velfire.net. Second, having arrived at noon today, I know nothing about your village. Orchard clues alone won't identify the culprit. Proper investigation could take days with no guarantee of results. Even if I found them, obtaining solid evidence will be challenging. Would your elder and constable believe a local or some newly arrived witcher? Most importantly, witchers maintain neutrality. Without official authorization and likely to stir local conflicts, we typically decline such contracts. Here, Kiliman's gaze lingered on the woman's voluptuous form before meeting her eyes with a faint smile. Though, I wouldn't mind bending witcher rules to solve your problem. But my principle is troublesome matters require proper compensation. Without adequate payment, I'm afraid I can't help. Indeed, witchers bore poor reputations across northern kingdoms, often actively shunned. Even with evidence, the elder and constable might distrust him. In these brutal times, expecting officials to diligently assist a widow based on conjecture, spending significant effort to punish some villain, bordered on fantasy. Yet Judith refused to tolerate such threats near her child. Neither was stupid. As adults, she understood the man's implication and recognized her own advantages. Medieval women weren't paragons of chastity. Survival often demanded sacrifices. Gazing at the Witcher's handsome face, Judith hesitated only briefly before pressing her ample body against him without much reluctance. Taking Kiliman's hand, she undid her linen blouse buttons, exposing pale skin while blushing slightly. Mr. Kiliman, I've no more money. If you'll deal with that villain, I'll do anything. Anything, Feeling that soft, warm sensation in his palm, Kiliman couldn't suppress a smile. He liked this world. It was a pleasant evening. Kiliman not only took out his specially made soap for Madame Judith to cleanse her body, enhancing the fragrance of the meal. He even specially brought out his treasured game meat and alcohol to entertain this beautiful woman and replenish her stamina. After all, this was quite physically demanding work. Judith tried her best to satisfy every request, making it impossible not to become addicted. Several hours passed until the night outside the window faded, revealing the fish belly white of dawn, marking the end of this special cultivation session. Through continuous tempering, Kiliman's soul had become more refined, and even his spiritual energy had improved somewhat. Looking at the petite widow who had fallen unconscious, Kiliman let out a long sigh and mischievously kneaded her body a few more times. When she only moaned slightly without any signs of waking, he finally dressed and went outside to breathe the fresh air. By now, his advancement progress had reached 8%. Unfortunately, there was still a long way to go before reaching 100%. He pushed open the door and stepped into Judith's courtyard. The rightful source is novelfire.net. Before Kiliman could even take a proper breath to disperse the various bodily fluid smells, his keen witcher vision detected several sneaky figures hiding behind a large tree not far from the courtyard, observing with clearly malicious intent. Noticing his gaze and realizing they couldn't hide anymore, 3 men dressed in fur clothing soon emerged from behind the tree. The leader was a vicious-looking middle-aged man around 30 or 40 years old, with messy facial hair, bronze skin, and a scar from some beast claw across his face that made him appear quite intimidating. Behind this vicious man stood two burly fellows who somewhat resembled him, one holding a hand axe, the other carrying a wooden bow, both staring at Kiliman in the courtyard with ill intent. Facing these hostile gazes, Kiliman showed no fear. Though he wore no armor and carried no weapon, he calmly observed the approaching trio with the detached look one might give to ants, silently speculating about their identities and purpose. Three similarly featured men, likely related by blood, physically strong, armed with archery skills. These obvious characteristics immediately reminded Kiliman of the list of potential suspects Judith had provided last night before their passionate battle, with the most suspicious being the 300 brothers who lived by the woods. These village bachelors and longtime troublemakers were notorious for their low character and barbaric manners. Rumor had it they had all once had wives who either ran away or died under mysterious circumstances. Ever since Judith came to this village, the Hunter brothers had lusted after her. Especially after her husband's death, the eldest brother had once attempted to force himself on her, only to be stopped by other village men. However, since the brothers made their living as hunters, knew how to use weapons, and were physically stronger than ordinary villagers, few dared to confront them even when they were clearly in the wrong. Considering the animal carcasses buried in the orchard, something ordinary villagers would neither spare nor easily obtain, Kiliman was almost certain these Hunter brothers were the likely culprits. They had motive, capability, and were now lurking near the crime scene during the investigation. Wasn't the conclusion obvious? As these thoughts ran through his mind, the eldest Hunter brother stopped just a few meters away from Kiliman. His ugly face twisted with jealousy and hatred as he stared at the handsome witcher who wore only a thin shirt, clearly having just risen from a widow's bed, and spoke venomously. I always said that slut Judith was a shameless whore, but I never imagined her taste would be this low. To actually sleep with a filthy blooded mutant witcher she barely met. Adulterous scum like you two should be tied up and burned to ashes in eternal fire's flames. Disgusting mutant, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, before burning you, I'll make sure to put a few good holes in you with my knife. No wonder they were northern troublemakers. The moment they opened their mouths, it was filthy language that made one want to kill. However, out of professional ethics, Kiliman still restrained his anger and did not immediately draw his sword to eliminate the three men in front of him. He looked expressionless at the 300 brothers and said with a firm voice, "It really is you. Detection magic has already revealed the truth to me. You were the ones who buried rotting animal carcasses in Lady Judith's orchard. Hunters who frequently roam the forest naturally know what kind of behavior attracts ghouls. As for your motives, it's nothing more than greed for this lady's beauty and the orchard she manages. Such crimes would surely prompt the sheriff of White Orchard to extort a hefty sum from you before locking you up for a thorough punishment." Being so resolutely exposed face to face, the expressions of the 300 brothers changed slightly. They exchanged glances, all filled with murderous intent. If these accusations came from others, they could easily argue, since words alone hold no proof. Even if they twisted the truth, others couldn't do anything about it without solid evidence. But this opponent was a witcher, wielding mysterious and powerful magic. For more chapters, visit novelfire.net. The unknown is what truly terrifies people. No one knows what unexpected things magic can conjure. This mix of rejection and awe is the common attitude of most civilians towards magic. After whispering for a few seconds, the eldest of the three hunters, the scar-faced man with a vicious expression, turned back and looked at Kiliman with the eyes of a predator. He said grimly, "Shut up, bastard. No one believes a mutant. It's you evil bastards who brought the Black Plague that caused heavy losses to the people of Temeria. Now, you must have used disgusting dark sorcery to seduce that bitch Judith and crawl under her bed. We will kill you and tear out your mutated heart and brain. You won't get to meet the sheriff." After speaking, the scar-faced man glanced at his brothers behind him and shouted lowly, "Stop standing there. Take him down together." Shouted at by the eldest brother, the younger hunter holding a bow grumbled, "I've said it before, We should have killed this mutant earlier. If we had ambushed him with arrows just now, none of this would have happened." After saying this, he pulled out an arrow and was about to shoot, while the other two hunters also raised their weapons, attempting to surround the Witcher from different directions. Seeing this situation, more words were useless. The murderers were basically confirmed. Taking out these troublemakers was exactly what Kiliman wanted to do right now. Kiliman's eyes flicked briefly as he quickly formulated a battle plan. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, facing the three encircling men without dodging or evading. At that moment, while the enemies were slightly confused, a huge wooden shield large enough to cover half his body appeared out of thin air on Kiliman's left hand, protecting his body. This sudden conjuring of an object startled the three Hunter brothers, causing them to hesitate in their attack for a moment. They seemed afraid this was some kind of evil sorcery. However, Kiliman had no hesitation. He slightly moved the wooden shield aside, revealing a crossbow already cocked behind it. With a flash and a click, the crossbow shot an arrow that accurately flew past the two hunters wielding melee weapons and instantly struck the young hunter, holding the bow in the neck. Puffed. The sound of the sharp arrow piercing flesh. The bow hunter's eyes widened in shock, unable to react in time. He clutched his bleeding neck and collapsed to the ground, sobbing and twitching continuously. The eldest and second eldest Hunter brothers were stunned. They had dared to openly attack Kiliman only because they saw him unarmed and without armor, never expecting the situation to change so quickly and lose one brother in an instant. However, being distracted during battle is a death wish. Just in that brief moment of hesitation, the shield and crossbow in Kiliman's hands vanished, replaced by a steel sword gleaming with a cold light. Although Temerian military swordsmanship looked plain and unremarkable, with broad and sweeping moves that were difficult for true sword experts to handle, it was very suitable for dealing with civilians. Kiliman tightly gripped the steel sword and stepped forward with an upward strike. The sharp blade cut from below upward, slashing open the eldest hunter's belly, spilling his intestines all over the ground. Then, with another step, he spun and slashed horizontally. The immense force struck the last hunter directly in the neck under his terrified gaze, severing his head, which rolled onto the ground. Compared to battle-hardened veterans and frequently murderous bandits, ordinary troublemakers were like docile sheep, easily slaughtered. The difference in combat experience caused them to be a step slower at critical moments, resulting in fatal mistakes. And it was exactly this hesitation and delay that allowed their lives to be harvested like straw, effortlessly. After easily slaying the three troublemakers, Kiliman expressionlessly took a cloth from his storage space, wiped the blood off his sword blade, and then put it away. The fight had been far too simple. For a Witcher with the ability to summon items at any time, dealing with a small number of ordinary people was like a dimensionality reduction strike. He had 3 crossbows fully cocked stored in his storage space, all waiting to be used at any moment. Even experienced Witchers rarely managed to dodge a powerful crossbow bolt during a close-range sneak attack. And once he learned more alchemy skills, what he stored in his space wouldn't just be crossbows, but countless alchemical bombs ready to explode at any time. Over 10 minutes later, Kiliman returned to the house and lay back on the bed, without even a trace of sweat on his body. He closed his eyes and gently stroked that warm, soft flesh, a faint smile appearing on his face. The traces of battle in the courtyard had been cleaned up, and the 300 corpses were all stored in his storage space, unnoticed by anyone. At this time, the sun had just risen. Unless the 3 hunters had informed others before committing their misdeeds, no one would know the reason for their disappearance if even their corpses couldn't be found. No one would notice their deaths for days. After all, even in modern society with advanced reconnaissance technology, it is difficult to solve cases and convict suspects without corpses, let alone in the ignorant medieval era. However, Kiliman was a man with professional ethics. He planned to stay at Lady Judith's house for a few days to investigate whether there might be other murderers and to carry out his subsequent plans. This place was not far from White Orchard. He could also raid the Hunter brothers' homes, scavenge some scraps, and gather news about the kingdom of Temeria. Coming to White Orchard this time was a decision he made after careful consideration. Before the arrival of the future Geralt, this area had plenty of valuable things waiting for him to uncover. Life was tough now. Careful planning was essential. After returning to the room, Kiliman did not indulge in any more pleasures, nor did he cuddle the young widow for some morning exercise or anything like that. He sat alone in the living room, legs crossed, eyes closed, assuming the Witcher's meditation posture. His right hand formed the soul capture seal as he entered a meditative state. At this pace, it would probably take a whole day to completely eliminate those 3 troublesome pests. This was the difference between intelligent beings and low-level monsters. Low-level monsters mostly only possessed basic instincts and aggressive desires. They lacked memory capacity and complex thoughts or emotions. Their intelligence was not much different from ordinary livestock. To digest their souls, one only needed to absorb them directly without extra preparation. At most, it might make his mood irritable for a short while, which was no big deal. Most of the over 100 soul points he previously had were collected this way. But intelligent beings were different. Their souls contained memories spanning years or even decades, tangled with chaotic desires and thoughts. A massive amount of information was mixed together like a ticking time bomb, extremely dangerous. If he absorbed their souls directly like low-level monsters, the vast information hidden inside would explode like a bomb, directly impacting Kiliman's soul. This would not only cause him mental confusion, emotional disorders, and soul fractures, but could even lead to multiple personalities, soul damage, memory loss, or brain death in severe cases. His first progress in soul ascension was due to his inexperience. He absorbed the soul of a Temerian deserter directly. The intense soul shock caused him to lose consciousness for several hours and suffer mental weakness for days afterward. That was because the other party was just an ordinary human soul, and their soul power was not very strong. Of course, this approach wasn't without benefits. Risk and opportunity often coexist. His reckless action back then not only allowed him to acquire some of the deserter's memories, helping him understand much about this world's customs and history, but also granted him his initial self-defense technique, Temerian military swordsmanship. From then on, Kiliman decided that unless the target's memories contained extremely important information or abilities, and unless his own strength was sufficient, he would no longer forcibly absorb the souls of other intelligent beings. He had to grind their souls into dust first before absorbing them to ensure safety. However, doing so meant that aside from the soul power contained within, other memories and abilities could not be obtained. Morning soon arrived. When the gentle morning sun streamed through the window into the room, Lady Judith, who had been tossed and turned all night, finally woke up. The diligent young widow felt a bit ashamed for rarely waking up late, but she soon found herself surprisingly energized. The gloomy emotions accumulated from past sadness and anger seemed to have been swept away, and she was glowing with vitality. Thinking about the Witcher in the living room who wielded mysterious magic and could conjure food out of thin air after their night together, she quickly suppressed her surprise and turned her gaze secretly toward the meditating man. "You're awake, Lady Judith." As if sensing the woman's spying gaze, Kiliman opened his eyes and smiled gently, continuing, "Just in time. I'm going to investigate clues about the killer. Please give me the address of the Hunter brothers' house. I'll still stay here tonight, and I'll bring some food back then. You don't need to prepare dinner tonight." Hearing that the Witcher would stay here tonight, Judith's mind flashed through the various embarrassing positions from the previous night, causing her face to flush slightly. Just as she was about to tell him the Hunter brothers' address and thank him, Kiliman said seriously, "By the way, Lady Judith, let's keep payment and everything separate. You can go check the orchard during the day to confirm whether I've cleared the monsters. The 20 orange reward. Every single coin counts." After leaving Judith's house, Kiliman's first stop was the Hunter brothers' home. No matter what game he played, his favorite part was always scavenging loot. although those loot items were not necessarily valuable. The feeling of constantly acquiring unknown items was like opening treasure chests or winning prizes, exciting and enjoyable, a rare pleasure. Unlike ordinary farmers, in this monster-infested, sparsely populated Witcher world, hunters often worked as butchers, herbalists, tanners, or even mercenaries, versatile multi-skilled talents. They frequently ate meat and had strong physiques. The money earned from selling goods was considerable. Although dangerous, their treatment was only slightly worse than high-status blacksmiths, living conditions much better than other poor people. Fortunately, to facilitate hunting, hunters usually lived near forests. Those with unpleasant personalities who often cause trouble, like the Hunter brothers, prefer to stay away from crowds. Thus, Kiliman's scavenging went quite smoothly. Using the Witcher's keen senses, he not only avoided possible witnesses nearby, but also discovered anti-theft traps set around the house. In the end, he collected more than 60 orens in coins, a large amount of dried, tanned animal hides, fangs, meat, and various other materials and hunting equipment. The total value exceeded at least 300 orens, nearly emptying the house of all valuable items. If not for the system's storage space, he wouldn't have been able to carry so much. Because of this, along with the 300 corpses collected that morning, his 1 cubic meter storage space was almost 90% full. The source of this content is N0V3L.Fire.net. As a hoarder player who liked to collect various items, Kiliman was now eager to accelerate his soul advancement and upgrade his storage space as soon as possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he faced the embarrassing situation of not being able to carry his loot. After settling this matter, Kiliman didn't waste more time. Taking advantage of the early hour, he headed toward White Orchard, as Judith had told him. After about 2 hours of travel, the village in the game, both familiar and strange, slowly appeared before his eyes. White Orchard was located in the central region of the Kingdom of Temeria, about 2 days' journey east of the capital Vizima. It was merely a baronetcy, not particularly famous. The area was named White Orchard because at its center stood White Orchard Village with a population of 300 to 400 people. With beautiful scenery, abundant fruits, and high-quality timber, coupled with its proximity to the royal capital Vizima, the village enjoyed thriving commerce. It was considered relatively peaceful and prosperous among the northern kingdoms. Even years later, when Nilfgaard invaded Temeria, this place remained remarkably tranquil. The reason Kiliman was familiar with this place was simple. It served as the starting village in the famous game The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt from his previous life. For millions of Witcher 3 players, White Orchard was one of the most familiar locations in the Witcher world, where they first died in-game, first killed troublesome villagers, first completed Witcher contracts, and earned their first pot of gold. The Witcher quests here were replayed countless times by players. However, the current timeline was early 1269, about 3 years before the events of Witcher 3. Even compared to Witcher 1, when the amnesiac Witcher, Geralt, descended from Kaer Morhen, it had been roughly a year. Considering the plot, Geralt should currently be held captive by the Wild Hunt as bait to capture Ciri, forced to travel between worlds pursuing the legendary Child of Destiny. Meanwhile, the sorceress Yennefer, suffering from the Wild Hunt's torture, was likely recovering from amnesia somewhere unknown. While pondering these matters, Kiliman had already traversed the narrow village paths, avoiding the crowds, and arrived at White Orchard Village. Maintaining his composure despite the villagers' mixed reactions, fear, curiosity, and disdain, he headed straight for the largest building in the village. This was, as Judith had told him, White Orchard's only inn, the nameless establishment familiar to countless players. novelfire.net. Pushing open the inn's door, the chatter inside momentarily ceased as several probing glances fell upon him before quickly withdrawing. Kiliman calmly surveyed the sparsely populated inn, fewer than 10 patrons, including the female proprietor behind the counter. Half were local farmers in patched clothing reeking of alcohol, while the other half presented a motley crew. A scholar, a mercenary, a wealthy merchant, and even a garishly dressed woman displaying ample cleavage. Clearly a working girl. After briefly scanning the drinkers, Kiliman's gaze didn't linger, but went straight to the proprietress. Though her appearance differed significantly from the game, he recognized her as the woman who nearly repaid Geralt and Vesemir's kindness with betrayal by kicking them out. However, being several years younger and untouched by war, she appeared much fresher now without the haggard look from the game. When she noticed the Witcher approaching, the innkeeper couldn't hide her surprise. "Madam, I like a bottle of sweet cherry mead, some smoked meat, white bread, and roast beef." Kiliman ordered expensive lunch items while maintaining his usual stoic expression despite growing weary of being treated as a freak. "Might I ask you some questions, madam?" Having run the inn for years, she was well-versed in information brokering, especially when the customer ordered pricey meals that promised good profit. After pursing her lips and studying Kiliman's battle-worn armor and distinctive amber cat-like eyes for several seconds, she asked quietly, "Are you a Witcher, sir? White Orchard is safe lately. No major incidents. If I know what you're asking about, I'll tell you truthfully." Kiliman nodded, neither confirming nor denying her question, and proceeded, "I heard a Witcher I know was recently captured by the local lord for trial. Do you know when this happened?" He was referring to the Witcher skeleton found in the noble's crypt in Witcher 3, killed by wraiths. As an experienced player, he remembered clearly. The unfortunate soul was a Viper School Witcher named Coverg from the south, sent by Grandmaster Ivar Evil Eye to find lost school weapon blueprints. Geralt's Viper Silver and Steel swords in Witcher 3 were forged using those blueprints. The exact time of this Witcher's death was unclear. When Geralt found his skeleton, it had long decomposed. But Kiliman estimated it happened around 1269, right now. With luck, he might have saved this Witcher from the villagers. Hence his question. Unfortunately, after hesitating and stealing a few glances at the handsome Witcher, the innkeeper replied, "There was similar news, sir. About a month ago, a Witcher allegedly kidnapped a beekeeper's son. When villagers tried capturing him for the Lord's judgment, he resisted violently, killed a villager, and was subsequently beaten to death by the mob, even beheaded. Later investigation showed the beekeeper's son was actually killed by drowners. The Witcher was innocent. As for where they buried him, I don't know." Kiliman sighed. He was too late to save the poor soul. The villager's version was just rumor-mongering. Still, since the dead Witcher carried the Viper Steel sword blueprint, Kiliman needed to visit the noble's crypt regardless, if only for that weapon design. After obtaining the information he wanted, Kiliman felt considerably more relaxed. He casually accepted the cherry honey wine handed over by the innkeeper's wife, took a sip while tilting his head back, and continued to ask, "Are there any Witcher contracts in this village? I'll be staying here for a few days. If there are any contracts, I can try to take them." The innkeeper's wife was not surprised by his words. She seemed to have already guessed his identity as a Witcher. She merely focused on preparing the food, her expression somewhat teasing, and replied with a hint of mockery. "Now the whole world is at war. The king's tax officials come here again and again, and the little money people have is already gone. For outsiders, if you're willing to work for free, then there are several contracts here that need help. But if you want to earn money, only the Lord of White Orchard can afford to pay you for work." Kiliman asked casually, without much expectation. No matter the era, poverty was the most terrifying thing. Unless a person's life or wealth was truly at stake, ordinary people preferred to face more dangers rather than spend money on risks. This was why, despite monsters roaming many places, Witchers had trouble finding work. Follow current S on velfire.net. Everyone was too poor. Their pockets were emptier than their faces, simply unable to afford to hire Witchers. Kiliman certainly did not want to work for free. He did not have Geralt's strong sense of justice. He picked up the food he had ordered, ready to leave, when suddenly the innkeeper's wife said again, "But you can go see the herbalist Tomira or the dwarf blacksmith Willis. I've heard some recent news. They seem to need help. You might get contracts from them." The herbalist and dwarf blacksmith? They seemed like two characters who had appeared in the main game storyline. Thinking about the pile of beast pelts and forest specialties in his storage space that he could sell, Kiliman felt it was necessary to visit them even if he didn't get contracts. He smiled and nodded at the innkeeper's wife, thanking her for the information, then found a table. He leisurely enjoyed his lunch while using his keen witcher hearing to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. Unfortunately, these drinkers were all ordinary people, and their topics were limited, either trivial matters or useless content. The only thing that caught his attention was when merchants and scholars talked about an outbreak of plague in the city of Azima. The scale was large, with many people already sick and urgently needing treatment. The Flaming Rose Knights had ordered restrictions on movement, so entering Vizima directly would be very difficult for a while. One would need a pass or the sponsorship of a reputable person. However, that was a problem for later. Next, Kiliman spent half the afternoon exploring White Orchard Village. He visited the herbalist Tomira and the dwarf blacksmith Willis in succession. The former was a beautiful female herbalist in her 20s, while the latter was a sturdy dwarf with a large beard. He sold all the spoils he had obtained from the Hunter brothers to them, keeping only some useful items. Then he bought some herbs from the herbalist and had his witcher silver sword replated with silver. His funds reached more than 250 orens, a modest fortune. Yes, that's right. The most valuable item on Kiliman was his silver sword, which was merely a high-quality Temeria longsword coated with a layer of silver. After every battle, he needed to take it to the blacksmith for repairs. Otherwise, it would lose its ability to exploit monsters' weaknesses. A real Witcher silver sword was not only expensive, but also required professional blueprints. At his current stage, he could not obtain such a fine weapon. That was why Kiliman prioritized White Orchard. His goal was the Viper School equipment blueprints on Coverg's body. At dusk, the sunset bathed the land in a golden afterglow. Kiliman arrived alone near the noble cemetery outside White Orchard Village, fully prepared for battle. The current lord of White Orchard was named Ignatius Verils, a lesser baron in the kingdom of Temeria, almost the lowest-ranking noble aside from the knight class. But even so, as a long-inherited noble family, the Verils family tomb was not small. Just the outer cemetery had over 100 tombstones standing tall, with an exquisite marble statue decorating the graveyard. The family's key members were buried deeper underground in crypts, well preserved. Kiliman had some understanding of this lord of White Orchard. In fact, he was quite an unlucky fellow. As a noble, his management ability was terrible, his territory was small, and his living conditions were not much better than many wealthy merchants. Only a rural noble. In the current war situation, a rural noble like him had no real ability to resist and could only go with the flow, being at others' mercy. So he was constantly depressed and under great pressure. What made it worse was his only son had issues with his sexual orientation. Not only did he like men, but he was also involved with the family's hunter, secretly meeting in the manor and engaging in unsavory dealings. When the lord discovered this, he was furious and immediately expelled the hunter, intending to properly educate his son. Unexpectedly, his son committed suicide by hanging. The death of the sole heir meant the Verils bloodline was broken and the family lost its legacy. This caused the 50-something lord to become completely dissolute, turning into a drunken, reckless fool. During the following period, he brought much torment to the people of White Orchard, causing many tragedies. Several quests in the game related to White Orchard involved this foolish noble lord. Perhaps one reason Coverg was sent into the tomb as a scapegoat was connected to this. Kiliman recalled the information he knew and turned his gaze toward the tomb, looking for signs of the enemy. Unfortunately, wraiths were a very special kind of monster. They could become invisible, undetectable to ordinary people, and were more intelligent than common monsters, making them among the more dangerous low-level demons. Without proper items to suppress wraiths, ordinary people would be slaughtered. Even a seasoned witcher like Coverg could suffer defeat if unprepared against a horde of wraiths. Kiliman was confident in himself, but knew he had to act cautiously. Otherwise, this tomb might end up with 2 dead witchers. After several minutes of observation yielded nothing, he stopped hesitating. Gripping his silver sword tightly, he coated the blade with the wraith oil he had painstakingly refined, then stepped into the graveyard. Barely a few meters inside, before he could even get used to the terrain, a cold, gloomy wind enveloped him. Uh, uh, Accompanied by chilling wailing, a terrifying ghost appeared before him, its body translucent, draped in tattered clothing. Evil spirits in the Witcher world are ugly. This was Kiliman's first impression. If one had to describe them, it would be like a corpse buried underground for months, rotting away, suddenly snapping its jaws and claws, with decayed flesh flying everywhere, its face twisted as it lunged at you. The moment the evil spirit appeared, Kiliman's body moved. Without the hesitation or fear ordinary people feel toward evil monsters, he took 2 rapid strides and charged right up to the ghost. Targeting its waist, he swung his sword in a horizontal slash. The silver-white blade moved with incredible speed, like slicing through tofu, cutting across the spirit's body and causing its semi-transparent, mist-like form to disperse significantly in an instant. However, evil spirits differ from ordinary flesh monsters. Their bodies are mainly composed of necromantic energy. They have no physical form and no so-called fatal wounds. They possess strong resistance to physical damage. As long as they scatter their bodies like mist, unless they manifest again, even silver swords and regular magic find it hard to strike them. After the sword hit, it seemed the combination of the evil spirit's essence and the silver sword took effect. The spirit let out a piercing wail, then its entire body exuded mist as if trying to escape. But just as it began to turn into mist and disperse, before it could spread around, Kiliman, who was already prepared, immediately stretched out his left hand and formed a soul-capturing hand seal. SSSZZZT. A faint glow emerged from his sealing palm, enveloping the area ahead. The misting evil spirit was immobilized, then like invisible smoke facing a powerful vortex, it howled and twisted, transforming into a tiny, struggling ball of light, which was finally absorbed into Kiliman's forehead. Only a pile of dust radiating a chilling aura was left behind. After a brief struggle, the tiny ball of light was quickly crushed, worn down, and absorbed by the invisible storm within Kiliman's soul space. Then a familiar mechanical sound rang out. Captured a faint soul power +3. Phew! Kiliman exhaled, his heart filled with joy. The soul-capturing hand seal was indeed powerful and, as he expected, especially effective against ghost-type creatures, truly a nemesis for spirits. This was the conclusion he reached after absorbing numerous monster souls recently. From memory, low-level monster spirits like ghouls and water ghosts had no resistance at all against the soul-capturing seal. The evil spirit soul was definitely a bit stronger than theirs, but still on the same tier overall. That was why he dared to hunt these evil spirits even without knowledge of other Witcher seals. Moreover, the escape behavior of the evil spirit just now, directly dispersing its body into smoke, was like actively dropping all defenses and charging headfirst into the enemy's blade, basically a death wish. However, precisely because he knew the evil spirit's behavioral logic, he timed his soul-capturing seal perfectly to finish the enemy in one strike. After easily dispatching the enemy, Kiliman didn't relax his guard. He continued to grip his long sword tightly, vigilantly watching his surroundings to prevent any sneak attacks from other evil spirits. He clearly remembered that there was more than one evil spirit in this graveyard, at least 3 or more. If there had been only one, then Koverg, who was killed by an evil spirit, must have been terribly weak. For some unknown reason, after waiting for several minutes, no other evil spirits appeared. It seemed, as in the game, they were bound within the underground crypt and unable to come outside. Seeing this, Kiliman no longer hesitated. He exhaled lightly and confidently walked toward the underground crypt's entrance. It was dusk. Looking through the narrow tomb door, the underground crypt was pitch black, without a single ray of light. Only chilling winds carrying the stench of rot blew through, like terrifying ghosts opening their mouths, waiting for prey to walk into the trap. Follow current novels on novifire.net. Even for a witcher without cat demon potion, it was impossible to fight in such an environment. Even with his killer move against evil spirits, Kiliman wasn't confident he could win against these elusive spirits in the dark. However, Kiliman's expression remained calm, obviously well prepared. He reached forward with both hands, and a burning fire striker and a torch suddenly appeared in them out of thin air. He then lit the torch, approached the door, and threw it into the darkness. The orange-yellow flames moved with the torch, quickly illuminating a large area, breaking the crypt's darkness and making it seem less terrifying. After throwing one torch, Kiliman didn't stop. Another torch appeared in his hand, lit by the fire striker, and was thrown into another corner. Then a third, fourth, fifth, until he had thrown a total of 10 burning torches, lighting up the entire underground crypt and dispelling all darkness. Kiliman finally stopped, tightened his grip on the silver sword, and stepped inside the tomb. Woo-woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Perhaps his earlier actions had already angered the evil spirits in the crypt. No sooner had he stepped into the underground tomb than sudden chilling winds rose around him, shaking the flames on all the torches. Accompanied by a chorus of wails from the evil spirits, 3 rotten bodies wielding dark long swords emerged from 3 directions, surrounding Kiliman in the center. No words were needed. Evil spirits inherently hate living beings. Any creature approaching them would be attacked until it fled or died. As soon as the 3 spirits appeared, they simultaneously raised their black swords and swung them toward Kiliman in the center. Kiliman was completely calm inside. He raised one hand overhead, and a sturdy wooden shield materialized, precisely blocking the attacks of 2 evil spirits. With his other hand holding the silver sword, he mercilessly chopped downward, slashing the evil spirit in front into a blurred figure, which let out a piercing, agonized scream. This evil spirit clearly had no idea what had happened outside, and, like the previous one, began to turn into mist and flee immediately after suffering heavy damage, trying to distance itself from the Witcher. Unfortunately, Kiliman was waiting for this moment. His sword vanished in an instant, and the wooden shield creaked under the blows of the other evil spirits. In less than a second, the soul-capturing hand seal was completed, bathed in a silver-white glow. Just as before, when the spirit was halfway through turning into mist, its soul form was immobilized. After resisting briefly, its soul transformed into a ball of light under the mysterious power's influence and was absorbed into Kiliman's forehead. The other 2 evil spirits, seeing this, seemed to sense a deadly threat. They vanished instantly, turning into mist without giving Kiliman any time to react. After all, these evil spirits were transformed from humans. Though their intelligence had significantly declined, when facing an irresistible enemy, even evil spirits knew to avoid the sharp edge temporarily. From the start of the battle, less than half a minute had passed. The underground crypt seemed to return to silence, only the crackling of burning torches sounding in his ears. After waiting a few more minutes and confirming that no evil spirits would appear again soon, Kiliman exhaled deeply. He took out a glass bottle from his storage space and carefully collected the evil spirit dust left after the spirit's death into the bottle. This was a valuable item, worth much more than ordinary monster materials. A small bottle filled with 3 portions of evil spirit dust could sell for more than 100 orens, enough to buy a cow. The battle had just ended, and Kiliman's mood had somewhat relaxed when he suddenly detected a strange, foul stench. Although it was normal for tombs to have a rotting smell, this fresh flesh stench was completely different from the odor of corpses buried for decades. It was impossible for a witcher's senses to overlook. He followed the scent and indeed saw a corpse whose body was severely decayed, face unrecognizable, dressed in gray, worn leather armor, with a witcher's badge hanging on the chest. It was slumped against the tomb wall, maggots gnawing at the surface of the corpse, resembling those zombies in some movies, dying in a miserable state. Judging by the style of the Witcher badge, there was no doubt that the corpse before him was the unlucky Viper School Witcher, Covert. Sure enough, the other party had died in this underground tomb, and the body was left exposed, unburied by anyone. Out of sympathy for a fellow Witcher, Kiliman stared at the corpse for a few seconds, holding back his nausea, preparing to go over and collect the other's belongings and bury the body properly to give this comrade some dignity. However, before he could move, a wave of necromantic energy suddenly enveloped the corpse. The two evil spirits that had just fled had not actually escaped. Instead, they appeared beside Covert's corpse, glaring at Kiliman with fierce, resentful eyes, seeming to plan something. Kiliman frowned, sensing something was wrong. He prepared to swing his sword to attack the two evil spirits. But what happened next was unexpected. He saw the corpse wrapped in necromantic energy suddenly shudder all over, slowly standing up. The half-decayed face opened its eyes, revealing a pair of pitch-black, empty sockets emitting black necromantic smoke. Its mouth opened and closed repeatedly, croaking in a hoarse, resentful voice. "Damn, Lord, I will have my revenge. Revenge." Huh? Revenge on the Lord? Could it be that because the death was recent, Covert's lingering necromantic energy had not fully dissipated and occupied this body? Kiliman thought so. But soon, an even trickier situation occurred. As Covert's corpse stood up, the remaining two evil spirits directly transformed into black mist and merged into the body. In an instant, the necromantic energy around the corpse surged dramatically. The originally rusty mechanical movements became smooth like a normal person's. The pitch-black eye sockets also emitted a cold, eerie glow full of necromantic energy, obviously receiving some kind of enhancement. Kiliman was stunned. This development was beyond what he had expected. However, he did not attack recklessly because he suspected this might be Covert's necromantic spirit and that communication might still be possible. He gripped his long sword firmly, took a defensive stance, and called out to the spirit in a probing tone. "Hey, Covert, is it you? Brother, can you understand me?" Yet the necromantic spirit in front of him seemed to have no rationality and did not answer his questions, still murmuring hoarsely and intermittently, "I want revenge," and similar phrases. Could it be a lingering soul? Or had Covert not become a complete evil spirit, only leaving behind resentment for revenge against the living? Kiliman guessed inwardly while tightening his grip on the longsword, preparing for battle. He didn't think that this necromantic spirit, having transformed, would spare a fellow Witcher without a badge like him. But without knowing the opponent's strength, it was unwise to attack rashly. Sure enough, after a few seconds of hesitation, the necromantic spirit of Covert suddenly seemed to recognize Kiliman as an enemy. It turned its half-decayed head sharply, staring at him. At the same time, it squatted down swiftly, picking up a weapon that looked unique to the Viper School, a dagger shaped like a venomous fang. Its mouth still murmured words like kill, revenge, and its cold, deep gaze fiercely locked on him, showing no intention of communication. Damn, it had become an elite necromantic monster. Looks like a fight was unavoidable. Kiliman cursed inwardly, no longer hesitating. With the hand not holding the sword stretched forward, a fishing net he had prepared earlier suddenly appeared in his hand. This was a weapon he had specifically prepared for dealing with agile enemies. He hadn't used it against the intangible evil spirits just now, but now that this one had a physical body, it was just right. Taking advantage of the spirit not having started moving yet, Kiliman gauged the distance and forcefully threw the fishing net, moving his feet to approach the spirit, ready for the next attack. Whoosh! Discover more novels at novelfire.net. The low-intelligence spirit clearly did not expect the sudden net attack and was caught squarely, its movements becoming chaotic. However, the venom fang dagger it wielded was quite sharp. With vigorous swings, it quickly cut several holes in the net, obviously unable to be restrained for long by the fishing net. Seizing this gap, Kiliman quickly closed in on Covergm's necromantic spirit, repeatedly stabbing its chest with his silver sword soaked in evil spirit oil. He thrust 7 or 8 times, continuously twisting to enlarge the wounds, causing the rotten internal organs and putrid fluids inside to spill out everywhere. Damn, it stank so badly. The smell of decay made Kiliman feel nauseous. If he hadn't fought those foul-smelling ghouls and water ghosts many times before, seen plenty of rotten corpses, he might have vomited right then. Come to think of it, being a witcher was really an unlucky profession, fighting these filthy monsters every day. Low pay, too much trouble, and damn dangerous. What was worse was the low social status and frequent discrimination. If it weren't for the wish to grow stronger and having a cheat-like advantage in witcher skills, he definitely wouldn't have chosen this damn witcher path. Wouldn't it be better to be a mage or a noble lord? Luxurious and decadent noble life. That's what a man really longs for. Kiliman cursed again. Fueled by his anger, his attacks became even more ferocious. However, with a body as a barrier, the silver sword suppression of the necromantic spirit seemed greatly weakened. Although it had been stabbed many times, the spirit of Covergm showed no obvious signs of weakening except for opening its mouth to wail. Seeing that the fishing net was about to be completely cut through, Kiliman suddenly kicked the spirit's body hard, knocking it to the ground. At the same time, he aimed the sword's blade at the exposed neck under the net, switching from stabbing to slashing, intending to cut off its neck and decapitate it. The process went smoothly. The spirit's neck was not very sturdy. Kiliman's sword flash gleamed, and his blade accurately severed the corpse's neck. However, with a soft ripping sound, the necromantic spirit of Covergm didn't care about its life or death, and had no intention of defending or blocking. Taking advantage of the moment Kiliman severed its neck, the venom fong dagger in its hand stabbed directly into Kiliman's calf, piercing through his leg. The moment the dagger pierced through, Kiliman only felt a numbness in his calf before excruciating pain surged through him, nearly making him lose his balance. The Viper Fong dagger truly lived up to its reputation as the Viper School's secret venomous weapon. Not only did it have blood grooves carved into the blade for rapid bloodletting, but its curved edge was perfect for poison application and wound enlargement. A single stab would be fatal to ordinary people. With the medical capabilities of this era, unless a mage or druid intervened, survival was nearly impossible. Seeing blood gushing from his calf like a fountain, streaming down the dagger, Kiliman knew he'd go into shock from blood loss within minutes without immediate treatment. Worse still, necrotic energy seemed to be invading his body through the wound. An icy, corrosive pain spread upward from his calf. It was hard to say whether he'd faint from blood loss first or die from necrotic corrosion. Yet Kiliman felt no fear. Disregarding potential wound aggravation, he decisively swung his sword downward, severing the wraith's wrist. He then grabbed the Viper Fong dagger, yanked it from his calf, and instead of discarding it, shrewdly stored it in his inventory space. This was his special disarmament technique. During future battles, simply touching an enemy's weapon would allow instant disarmament, serving as both a trump card and outright cheating. Even after losing its head and a wrist, the Covergm wraith showed no signs of weakening. Ordinary attacks seemed largely ineffective against this specter, and Kiliman hadn't yet learned magical assaults. He watched as necrotic energy within the wraith formed tendrils that reconnected its severed head and wrist, rapidly pulling them back for reattachment. Allowing this would prolong the battle, a terrible idea for a flesh-and-blood human fighting a death-transcending wraith. Resolving himself, Kiliman sheathed his silver sword into storage space, no longer conserving soul energy despite his injuries, and mentally shouted, "Deep Blue, heal me." Follow current novels on novelfire.net. He kneed the Covergm wraith's chest to immobilize it while grabbing its flying head with both hands, holding it before his eyes. Simultaneously channeling all his magic power, He formed the soul absorption sign with one hand and activated it against the wraith's forehead, enduring its relentless clawing attacks beneath him. Silver-white magical light erupted, enveloping the necrotic energy around Covergm's wraith. Like encountering its natural enemy, the dark energy was completely suppressed by this radiance. The Witcher's magic power rapidly depleted, transforming into formidable soul-sucking force that violently twisted and pulled from the wraith's pitch-black eye sockets. It attempted to forcibly extract 3 evil spirits from the wraith and devour them. Meanwhile, the Witcher King system Kiliman had named Deep Blue responded to its master's command. Silver soul energy enveloped his wounds, expelling invasive necrotic energy while instantly staunching his calves' bleeding. The injury visibly healed at remarkable speed. A mechanical system voice continuously echoed in Kiliman's ears. Treating wounds. Soul energy consumed. 1 point. Treating wounds. Soul energy consumed. 1 point. Treating wounds. Soul energy consumed. 1 point. Within 20 seconds, his calf wound completely healed, with all necrotic energy purged. The only pain came from realizing such healing consumed nearly 1 soul energy per second. 20 points vanished in moments. Relieved to be cleansed of necrotic corrosion, Kiliman understood why this healing ability gave him, a transmigrator, the courage to battle terrifying monsters. With sufficient soul energy, unless instantly killed, he was virtually immortal. The only trouble was soul energy accumulated slowly, but depleted rapidly. Whether for healing, skill upgrades, or physical enhancements, it required painstaking personal accumulation. Serious injuries became losing propositions, demanding careful resource management. As his magic power dwindled, soul absorption's effect intensified. After nearly a minute's stalemate, the Covergm wraith beneath Kiliman finally succumbed. Its soul core, stripped of necrotic protection, was violently extracted from the skull's black sockets. 2 faint soul orbs and 1 tainted with black energy were absorbed into Kiliman's body. Seconds later, emotionless mechanical voices announced, "Absorb faint soul. Soul energy plus 3. Absorb faint soul. Soul energy plus 3. Huh? Only 2 notifications? Exhausted from the intense battle, Kiliman frowned in confusion. 2 wraiths plus Covergm's remnant soul should have triggered 3 rewards. This battle might end at a loss. 4 wraiths total, each providing only 3 soul energy points, totaling 12. His healing alone cost 20 points. Even ignoring combat material losses, only if Covergm's wraith yielded over 8 points could he break even. An unlikely scenario, as ordinary souls typically provided 3 to 5 points regardless of quality. The 300 brothers he'd killed earlier had only yielded 3 points each, inferior quality. While Witchers generally had better souls, exceeding 8 points remained extremely difficult, especially for a remnant soul. Puzzled, Kiliman warily scanned the tomb before entering light meditation to inspect his soul space. Within the void-like soul space, his own soul orb slowly rotated amidst intangible soul storms that protected him. The 3 hunter souls and 4 wraith souls had already been crushed and absorbed by the storms. Only 1 black-tinged soul orb remained, stubbornly resisting dissolution as it slowly spun. This was unprecedented. Perplexed, Kiliman concentrated, directing his will to investigate the black soul orb's condition. After dozens of seconds, he opened his eyes with mixed emotions, both pleased and wistful. After the recent investigation, Kiliman discovered that Covergm's soul was extremely complicated. Simply put, most of his soul had already dissipated, leaving only a fragment of residual soul behind. The vast majority of this fragment was composed of the hatred and unwillingness from his tragic death, along with a strong will for revenge against the Lord of White Orchard. These stubborn negative spiritual forces wrapped around the fragments of his soul like rocks, twisting the inner spirit of the soul and turning it into a malevolent wraith. Although not impossible to eliminate, Once these negative wills were completely worn away, what remained would only be useless soul residue, with no value even for extracting soul power. Kiliman was unwilling to do this. This was not out of sympathy, but because Coverton was the first and possibly the only Witcher soul he had encountered in a short time. In his expectation to obtain the Witcher knowledge and skills contained within this soul, even at the cost of injuring his own spiritual power, would be worthwhile. As a system created perfect Witcher, once he completed these Witcher's swordsmanship, monster knowledge, and instant casting seals, he could quickly reach a strength comparable to a seasoned Witcher. This was exactly what he urgently needed now. Therefore, despite the difficulty, Kiliman still attempted to communicate with Coverton's soul on the spiritual level to see if there was another way to resolve this matter. Such soul communication was impossible in reality, but within his soul space, success was plausible. After several attempts, the result was surprisingly smooth. Although Coverton's residual soul could not communicate in words, after deep spiritual communication, Kiliman concluded that as long as the murderer who killed this Viper School Witcher, namely the current Lord of White Orchard, Ignatius Verils, died a tragic death, Coverton's grudges and hatred would naturally dissipate and no longer obstruct Kiliman from absorbing this soul fragment. He could then absorb the knowledge within this soul fragment at a relatively low cost. This might also explain why, years later, when the White Wolf Geralt entered the noble tomb, he did not see the vengeful Witcher wraith, because by that time, that foolish Lord of White Orchard had long been sent to the gallows and hanged by the harsh Nilfgaardian soldiers. Avenging Coverton, then inheriting his knowledge? Kiliman, after a short rest, nodded thoughtfully. This was an unexpected development. However, in his heart, he felt no hesitation or difficulty about killing for revenge. In Kiliman's eyes, nobles in this era, except for a very few with higher moral standards, were nothing more than parasites sucking the marrow from commoners. The so-called privileges and bloodlines were nothing in the face of power. Even if he killed them all, it would be a righteous act of ridding the world of pests and making it a better place. Since this former comrade had such a last wish, then fulfilling it, avenging him, and inheriting his legacy was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Nothing could be better. After making the decision, Kiliman stood up and looked disgustedly at the decayed flesh and corpse fluids covering his body. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, he took the Viper School Witcher badge hanging on Coverton's body and placed it into his storage space, planning to clean and use it himself. As a fake Witcher, he had to obtain both Academy equipment and Witcher badges by himself. It was rare to find a ready-made one, so how could he let it go? Then, he searched Coverton's pockets and found the blueprints of the Witcher's Viper steel sword, 2 bottles of Witcher potions, and some miscellaneous items. Unfortunately, Coverton was also a poor soul. He didn't have a single coin on him, and his leather armor and other equipment were worthless. Besides these, the Witcher's silver sword that should have been by his side was likely taken by someone else, which disappointed Kiliman greatly. He had originally hoped to pick up a silver sword by chance and gain a windfall. After tidying up Coverton's belongings, Kiliman's gaze turned to the noble coffins in the tomb, his face showing anticipation. Since he was here anyway. Moreover, he was going to eliminate the only surviving member of their family later. Since the grudge was already formed, these noble lords should not mind lending some support to this poor Witcher. In the following days, Kiliman's Witcher activities went unnoticed by anyone. It was unlikely that anyone would imagine a noble family's cemetery had been robbed in broad daylight by a super thief who had a storage space and could silently take large amounts of valuables, sparing nothing worth money. A rough estimate put the value of the burial goods of the Verils family's generations at about 1,200 orens, enough for Kiliman to buy a good horse and craft a set of fine equipment in Vizima City. Moreover, since the noble tomb was known to be haunted throughout the territory, no reckless commoner dared to explore it. As long as Kiliman did not expose himself, it was unlikely anyone would discover this matter soon. Follow current S on novel FireNet. With this concern removed, Kiliman was in a great mood. While completing other Witcher commissions in White Orchard, he covertly inquired about the whereabouts of the Lord of White Orchard, preparing for the revenge contract on Coverg's behalf. The herbalist Tomira was a pretty woman in her early 20s. She had once been a nun at the Melitel Temple, but was expelled after eloping with a man she fell in love with. Now, she was the herbalist of White Orchard. The commission she provided Kiliman was to clear out water wraiths by the riverbank to prevent their increasing numbers from disturbing the villagers' lives. This was a very ordinary Witcher commission, paying only a meager 30 orens, and most Witchers had done such work. Of course, this reward was not paid solely by Tomira, but was raised among the villagers through her reputation as the herbalist. This water wraith clearing task was a walk in the park for Kiliman. Upon arriving in this world, the creatures he had killed the most were water wraiths. In less than a morning, he had slain more than a dozen water wraiths by the riverbank, earning much praise from the villagers. Most of the time was wasted on finding the wraiths, and killing each one paid less than 2 orens. The dwarf blacksmith Velus's commission was to protect him to a mine to extract some very rare ore. The enemies encountered were fiends skilled at burrowing tunnels underground. This task was time-consuming and required Kiliman's full accompaniment to protect the dwarf blacksmith. But to earn money, Kiliman did not refuse. By the end of that day, through killing monsters, he gained more than 20 soul power points, bringing his total to 125 points, compensating for his previous deficit. Unfortunately, herbalist Tomira seemed uninterested in Kiliman, the handsome Witcher. Besides completing the tasks, nothing pleasant or romantic happened between them, and Kiliman's spiritual ascension remained far off. In his spare time, Kiliman successfully found the Viper School armor and the blueprints for the Viper silver sword hidden away, based on the information in a letter Coverg had written to the Viper School Grandmaster. These were relics hidden in the ruins of the Amarvit fortress before Coverg was captured by the Lord of White Orchard. Because they were hidden very secretly, they had survived until now. The Viper School's armor mainly consists of light armor, crafted from various monster leathers, with metal plating only on vital areas. Overall, it is very light but offers low defense. This is a special faction split from the Bear School, focusing on hunting down the Wild Hunt. The most well-known member among players is the bald, burly man who looks as strong as a bear, Resso, a true man willing to risk his life for his comrades. Since the Snake School Witchers primarily hunt monsters, metal armor is not sturdier than ordinary leather against those large, powerful beasts. Instead, the weight and structure of metal armor hinder the Witcher's agility. Therefore, the Viper School does not emphasize defensive equipment. It is designed to maximize burst power. After obtaining the blueprint, Kiliman did not rush to forge it. In the entire White Orchard, the only one likely capable of making this armor was the dwarf blacksmith, Willis. However, once he found an opportunity to kill the Lord of White Orchard, this matter could easily become a clue exposing his identity. Before his strength was sufficient, he definitely did not want his crime of murdering a noble to be made public. In this era, such a crime was feared by all noble rulers. If branded with this accusation, he would likely be publicly wanted in many cities, seriously impacting his future life. Time quickly passed to the 3rd day. On this day, he bid farewell to the young widow Judith, planning to lurk near the Lord's manor, waiting for a chance to assassinate. Although Lady Judith looked reluctant, she did not speak to stop him. After all, their relationship was only fleeting lust, both indulging in each other's bodies without real feelings. Kiliman merely saw her as a tool in his soul refinement process. However, whether by fate or fortune, something happened. At noon that day, Kiliman was enjoying a roast beef and bread lunch at the White Orchard Inn when he suddenly overheard 2 farmers at the next table discussing something. The red-bearded farmer whispered mysteriously, "Hey, have you heard? Today, Claire and Walker from Hoover Village are getting married." Official source is noelfire.net. His companion, a middle-aged balding farmer, looked puzzled. "So what? Men like sleeping with women, and getting married to them is normal. The red-bearded farmer grinned wickedly and said, "Did you forget? A few years ago, Claire and Walker openly defied the Lord's rule and led a group to establish Hoover Village in a remote place. They embarrassed the Lord badly. Because the matter caused such a stir, the Lord didn't punish them back then. Now that the heat has died down, and our Lord is going crazy over his son's affairs, do you think he would allow those two to hold a wedding? Ha! I've heard insider news. Tonight, the Lord will take people to cause trouble for them. Their wedding probably won't happen." The red-bearded farmer wanted to show off his insider knowledge, but after hearing this, the bald farmer stood up, slapped the red-bearded farmer hard, and angrily said, "Which side are you on, you noble lackey? I hate people like you who gloat over others' misfortune." Then, the two drunk farmers clumsily wrestled, drawing cheers from the surrounding patrons. At that moment, Kiliman's mind was elsewhere. Hearing the farmers' conversation, as a veteran player, he immediately realized this was an opportunity to assassinate the Lord. He also knew very well the Claire and Walker the farmers mentioned. The first Witcher contract in the game, The Demon by the Well, was based on this incident. On the night of Claire and Walker's wedding, the Lord of White Orchard led men to their village and deliberately provoked trouble. Under the pretext of exercising the right of the first night, he tried to forcibly take Claire away. Ridiculous as it was, this feudal custom of the first night had been abolished many years ago. The result was that the Lord's men slaughtered all the villagers of Hoover Village. After being defiled, Claire hanged herself in the well, transforming into a demon spirit who attacked anyone approaching the village. Thinking of this, Kiliman narrowed his eyes, feeling a hint of satisfaction. Speaking of which, this Lord of White Orchard was truly heartless, a beast. Being hanged by the Nilfgaardians a few years later was well-deserved. But this time, it would not be the Nilfgaardians' turn to act. Since the bastard lord was going to cause trouble at Hoover Village tonight, Kiliman would take advantage of the night's cover to kill those scoundrels and then head straight to Vizima, settling one matter once and for all. Without hesitation, he took large bites of his roast beef, paid the bill, and left the peaceful and quiet White Orchard Village. This departure would likely last a very long time. He only hoped that when he returned next time, White Orchard would still be as beautiful and peaceful. Nightfall. Ignatius Verrills, Lord of White Orchard, rode at the front, followed by 6 fully armed soldiers. They carried torches, faces calm, eyes cold as ice, heading toward the brightly lit Hoover Village in the distance. The leading Lord of White Orchard glared fiercely at the village, emitting a festive glow, his eyes burning with anger, grinding his teeth as immense rage simmered inside. Damn peasants. The Verrills family line was extinct, yet these peasants who once defied him lived happy lives. Such a stark contrast filled this lofty lord with shame and fury. Ignatius had decided that tonight he would thoroughly humiliate those peasants, hang a few reckless fools, and make them understand that noble dignity was sacred and inviolable. A wedding tonight? Generous Lord Ignatius decided to be the first groom himself, bringing along his soldiers as groomsmen. He wanted that rebellious woman who led the opposition to taste the noble bloodline's power, generosity, and mercy. While Ignatius was thinking this, he suddenly noticed a thick tree trunk lying across the muddy country road, blocking their way. If someone experienced saw this, they would immediately become alert, sensing trouble ahead. But this noble lord had never experienced a real battle nor set foot on a battlefield. He waved his hand, signaling his soldiers and himself to stop and investigate. In this lord's mind, no one dared to oppose the Verrills family. Even if some bold farmers wanted to act, these fully armed soldiers beside him were no pushovers. "What's going on here? You all, hurry up and move that damn tree. Don't waste time. I want to teach those filthy commoners a lesson." The Lord of White Orchard, Ignatius, sat tall on his high-headed horse, commanding his soldiers with an arrogant air, completely unaware of the looming danger. The soldiers exchanged glances, though they vaguely sensed something was wrong. As private mercenaries sponsored by the Verrills family, They dared not voice any objections to their increasingly unhinged old lord. If the noble lord wished to kill them, he needed no special reason. Disobeying orders alone could get them hanged under military law. Just as several soldiers cautiously approached the fallen tree, setting down their weapons and preparing to lift it together. Suddenly, a loud boom. It sounded like a hemp rope snapping, followed by a dozen or so clay jars filled with liquid falling from the treetops above them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Driven by gravity, some of the jars smashed onto the ground, splattering liquid everywhere, while others crashed onto the soldiers, drenching their armor with an unknown substance. Because it was dark, the soldiers couldn't see clearly what had soaked them, but noticed a sharp, pungent smell that made them uncomfortable. Though the broken jars caused no direct harm, they threw the formation into chaos. Thinking they were under attack, the soldiers immediately abandoned the tree, crouched down, and scrambled to retrieve their weapons in panic. Lord Ignatius's horse also grew restless at the noise of breaking jars, swaying from side to side and nearly throwing its rider off. A second or two later, amid Ignatius's cursing, a soldier with experience in city defense and siege weapons recognized the substance on his body and shouted in horror. "Bad news! That's burning oil! Get out of here now!" Unfortunately, though quick to react, the soldier didn't get the chance to escape. A figure hidden nearby suddenly emerged, and with a wave of his hand, several burning torches appeared out of thin air. No words were spoken. Under the soldier's terrified, hopeless gaze, the torches were hurled with brutal precision. Some struck the soldiers, others hit the ground. The pitch-black, acrid burning oil ignited instantly, flames rising rapidly and spreading into a sea of fire on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the burning oil on the 6 soldiers caught fire, flames crawling from their calves up to their torsos, igniting necks and hair alike. Even their sturdy metal armor could not withstand the blaze. Worse, burning metal armor was not easy to remove like ordinary clothing. It quickly conducted heat, scorching the flesh beneath. Within moments, they lost all ability to resist, becoming wailing, flaming corpses struggling in agony. Meanwhile, the attacker didn't rest. After throwing the torches, he dashed toward White Orchard's Lord Ignatius at incredible speed, instantly conjuring a sharp steel sword in his hands. Gripping the sword with both hands, he stepped forward and slashed mercilessly at the horse's belly and legs. With strength many times beyond that of a normal human, the blade transformed into a terrifying sword light, severing the horse's leg, ribs, and entire belly in one strike, carving a massive wound that even cut into its rider's thigh. After the slash, the horse and rider both emitted a piercing scream, blood and entrails gushing out. The horse, missing a leg, collapsed and dragged the lord down with it, pinning half of Ignatius's body beneath, rendering him immobile. Severely wounded, old Ignatius could no longer bear it. He howled in pain, called for help from his soldiers, and cursed the attacker. When he saw his soldiers burning like torches, wailing in agony, and realized he couldn't even push the horse off himself, he seemed to resign to fate, lifting his head to glare at the figure attacking him, shouting curses. "You damn bastard, despicable commoner, maggot in the cesspit. How dare you attack a noble? I am the lord here, a noble of the kingdom's esteemed bloodline. Anyone who attacks a noble will be sentenced to death. You'll be captured by soldiers, skinned alive, beheaded, and your corpse fed to wild beasts." As he ranted, aided by the flames burning on the soldiers' bodies, the old lord suddenly noticed the attacker's emblem hanging on his chest, the snake school witcher badge, and those dangerous amber, beastly vertical pupils still gleaming in the darkness. Realizing the attacker's identity, his fury grew even more intense. "A witcher! I knew it. You damned mutated monsters are humanity's enemies, traitorous scum corrupted by those filthy witches and demons. You, the squirrel faction, and the non-human races, all of you are bastards who should have been wiped out long ago." The wound on Ignatius's thigh gushed blood like a fountain, and his face rapidly turned pale. Perhaps sensing his impending death, the noble lord of White Orchard cursed wildly, oblivious to his own mistakes, instead blaming commoners, witchers, the squirrel faction, and non-human races for all his woes. Kiliman listened expressionlessly, coldly watching the noble suffer from blood loss, on the verge of unconsciousness. When the torture time was nearly up, he raised his steel sword and said in an icy voice, "Remember, my name is Kiliman German. I come to avenge Witcher Covert." After finishing, his sharp sword fell instantly, mercilessly severing Ignatius's neck and beheading him. To show his sincerity, Kiliman grabbed the ugly, aged head and stored it in his inventory space, planning to hang it at Covert's grave as a tribute once he left White Orchard. As he thought this, perhaps his thoughts transmitted to the soul space. The negative emotions enveloping Covert's remaining soul melted away like thawing ice and snow, revealing a small cluster of softly glowing soul fragments inside. Kiliman's heart lifted with joy. He glanced over the crime scene filled with charred corpses and headless bodies, then looked far toward the wedding celebration, still filled with singing and laughter, unaware someone had just saved their lives. Get full chapters from novelfire.net. Silently, he slipped into the forest. Soon enough, beasts and monsters drawn by the scent of flesh would help him dispose of the bodies. By the time anyone found the remains here, he would have long since fled, leaving this place far behind. After leaving the revenge scene, Kiliman did not rush to devour Covert's residual soul. This was a world filled with monsters and evil gods where witchers roamed. To be safe, he suppressed his eager anticipation, patiently traveled through the night, and only when he reached a prepared cave did he light a campfire, sit cross-legged, and enter a meditation state. The process of absorbing a monster's soul and devouring the soul of an intelligent being was fundamentally different. The former used the power of the soul storm to directly crush the monster's soul into its most primitive soul molecule state, destroying its will along with it, thus absorbing relatively pure soul power with less resistance. The latter, however, involved him lowering his own soul defenses, absorbing memories, and fusing souls, merging the other's soul with his own. It was like experiencing another person's life, an extremely risky method. If the opposing soul had an excessively strong will, it could not only be unhelpful, but might cause cognitive errors, mental fragmentation, or even outright madness. Still, to gain the Witcher's swordsmanship and knowledge, even knowing the danger, it was worth it. After preparing himself mentally, Kiliman no longer hesitated. He controlled his soul light orb to envelop Covert's residual soul and began devouring it. Though essentially both were just mortal souls without rank differences, Covert's residual soul had lost autonomous consciousness. Also, because Kiliman had avenged him, he willingly sacrificed himself with little resistance. With the system's power aiding him, the soul fragments quickly dissolved and merged completely into Kiliman's soul. For a moment, Kiliman, sitting by the campfire, trembled all over, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and fists tightly, his expression filled with pain, even his clothes soaked through by sweat. A massive influx of information pierced his mind, flickering rapidly like black and white film scenes extracted from memories. It was as if he was reliving Covert's life, from starving and freezing as an orphan to being adopted by members of the Viper School, barely able to eat enough. From childhood training as a Witcher, enduring the grass trial, to surviving the near-death Witcher mutation. From a rookie Witcher to a tragic death in the tombs of White Orchard. Kiliman watched all of this from a third-person perspective. However, since it was only Covert's residual soul, the memories were not sequential, with many missing parts and dull, fragmented content, making the overall picture chaotic and incomplete. What he saw probably accounted for only about 1/4 of this Witcher's life. Yet, even so, for a Witcher with a lifespan of over 60 years, 1/4 of a life was still about 15 years of memories, a richly colorful life. NW novel chapters are published on novelfire.net. The experiences, battles, insights, and life lessons taught him a lot. Time passed quickly. The campfire beside him had long since gone out, the moon in the sky replaced by dawn. Beams of morning light filtered through the cave cracks, shining on Kiliman's face. Only when that familiar, emotionless mechanical sound rang did he awaken from the dreamlike memories. Ding! Soul fusion complete. Soul power plus 5 gained. Acquired Witcher-exclusive skills. Viper School Swordsmanship, LV1. Alder Magic Sign, LV1. Igni Magic Sign, LV1. Ding! Large amount of exclusive skill experience gained from memory fusion. Viper School Swordsmanship upgraded to LV2. Witcher Alchemy upgraded to LV2. Kiliman German. Race, Perfect Witcher. Strength, 3.22, max 4.00. Agility, 2.94, max 4.00. Spirit, 2.05, max 4.00. Mana, 3.05, max 4.00. Poison resistance, 15.52. Swordsmanship, Temerian military swordsmanship. Mastery level, strength plus 0.2, agility plus 0.2, requires 200 soul power to advance to senior master. Viper School Swordsmanship, level, LV2, strength plus 0.4, agility plus 0.4, burst plus 2, special skill, adrenaline surge, current max level LV3, requires 500 soul power to advance to next level. Magic Signs, Alder Magic Sign, level, LV1, spirit plus 0.1, mana plus 0.3, special skill. None, current max level LV3, requires 200 soul power to advance. Igni Magic Sign, level, LV1, spirit plus 0.1, mana plus 0.3, special skill. None, current max level LV3, requires 200 soul power to advance. Subsidiary skills. Witcher Alchemy LV2, Monster Gathering LV2, Soul Sequence LV1, Mortal, Soul Ascension Progress, 10 out of 100. Soul Skill, Spatial Storage LV1, 1 cubic meter space. Soul Power, 130 points. The moment Kiliman opened his eyes, he felt everything around him had changed slightly. His body felt lighter, stronger, more agile, and more coordinated. His Witcher senses seemed enhanced. His eyes saw farther, ears heard more sharply, his sense of smell became keener, and his touch more sensitive. More importantly, his understanding of swordsmanship and countless instinctive Viper School sword moves, sword techniques, and experience had grown immensely. He even mastered 2 commonly used Witcher magic signs. Undoubtedly, his strength had greatly improved. Even without the system's aid, he could be considered a seasoned Witcher. Previously, his control over his body was only based on ordinary human instinct, able to exert only about 40 to 50% of his strength. Now, having absorbed decades of Coverg's Witcher experience, he seemed capable of unleashing 60 to 70% of this body's potential. Squinting, Kiliman recalled how to use the Igni magic sign from memory, and then snapped his fingers at the campfire on the ground. Snap! He vaguely felt a flow of mana release from his mutated organ to the outside. The campfire, which had already gone out, suddenly flared up with sparks flying, lighting up the somewhat dark cave again. Kiliman grinned, revealing a smile. This feeling was pretty good. Only those who could wield both magic signs and swordsmanship simultaneously were true Witchers. Before, he had been merely a swordsman with sword skills, but nothing else. Moreover, from Coverg's memories, he not only learned much about monsters' knowledge and weaknesses, but also the recipes for common Witcher potions like Swallow, Thunderbolt, and Blizzard, among others, 5 common potion formulas he had mastered. Unfortunately, though the Viper School was very adept at alchemy, Coverg's residual soul contained few memories about alchemical weapons. The only complete formula was for the Witcher's commonly used beehive bomb. But reality was not a game. Apart from some real events, he could not find precious items like pearls or gold in the impoverished homes lacking even pants. Nor could he find various Witcher recipes in some rarely visited caves or wilderness. To obtain these skills, besides asking professional witchers, he would probably have to seek help from sorceresses. And after dawn, Kiliman did not linger. Taking advantage of the early hour, he set off toward Vizima. There were several main reasons for heading to Vizima this time. First was to purchase alchemical items and craft equipment. Temeria was one of the few northern kingdoms that was less hostile toward non-human races. Their king, Cultist, was also considered the best of the bunch among the many northern kings, tall among the short, an elite among fools, relatively less useless. Fresh chapters posted on novelfire.net. As the capital of Temeria, Vizima was now thriving. Since a few years ago, when the old Vizima city was abandoned and a larger, sturdier new city was built, many high-quality talents flocked to this brand-new city, filling it to the brim. All kinds of advanced craftsmen, alchemists, and material merchants could be found. Even several female sorceresses familiar to players mostly lived in this city. As a witcher aspiring to become a legend, how could Kiliman not have a set of good equipment? He believed that once he reached Vizima, he would definitely be able to get a very exquisite set of gear. If luck favored him, he might even obtain the legendary lake woman's sword from the lake goddess living near Vizima, just like the protagonist Geralt. That would truly be a windfall. As for the second purpose, it was simple: to make money. For the same reason, as one of Temeria's most prosperous cities, Vizima had the most witcher commissions, the most opportunities to get rich, and the most luxurious entertainments. Having lived a comfortable modern life, Kiliman really disliked the shabby and boring quality of life in medieval rural areas. To live better, the big city was definitely more comfortable. Moreover, according to his investigation, Vizima had the largest number of brothels in the entire Temeria kingdom. Largest, most numerous, and highest quality. There was even a high-end vampire brothel run by a powerful vampire in the game. Going after each strong, beautiful woman one by one was really troublesome. Spending money was more cost-effective. Even if it was for the sake of elevating his soul, transcending the mundane, and quickly walking the path to godhood, he had to take a chance in Vizima. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. While rushing along the road, Kiliman studied the new Witcher-exclusive skills he had recently learned. After some research, he found that the Temerian military swordsmanship he learned first seemed to have only 3 levels: beginner, proficient, and master. It only required 150 soul power points to raise this skill to its limit, which was not even enough to upgrade an exclusive skill by 1 level. So it should be a rather ordinary mortal skill. However, Witcher-exclusive skills like Viper School Swordsmanship, Alder Magic Sign, and Witcher Alchemy had skill levels ranging from LV1 to LV. The skill cap rose according to the soul rank level, showing much greater potential and undoubtedly being more worthy of investment in soul power. For example, the level 2 Viper School Swordsmanship provided a +2 boost to burst power, which looked mediocre at first glance, but in actual combat, Kiliman deeply felt how this increase in burst power benefited battle. In many critical moments of combat, even a slight increase in strength, speed, or reaction time could greatly affect the outcome. The struggle between experts was decided in these split seconds. That evening, Kiliman was still rushing along, feeling somewhat hungry. Because of the long-term wars in the north and heavy taxes over the years, many people had been displaced, families broken, and the number of bandits and monsters had skyrocketed. The increasingly dangerous wilderness also caused fewer travelers on the roads. Besides merchant caravans formed for business, it was rare to see solo travelers. Most commoners rarely left their hometowns in their lifetimes, their activity limited to the Lord's Town and a few familiar villages. Kiliman originally thought he would have to sleep in the wild again tonight, sharing company with insects and beasts. Unexpectedly, as night approached, he saw from a distance a building that looked like an inn, brightly lit, standing by the roadside. He was delighted, thinking he could finally take a hot shower and sleep in a bed tonight. But before he got close, Kiliman's keen Witcher hearing picked up the clanging sound of weapons colliding. Besides that, there were teasing curses from some men and a rough voice shouting, "You damned bandits, despicable human bastards, daring to run an illegal inn by the roadside. Uncle Zoltan isn't afraid of you. If you want to steal our dwarves' money, you'll have to exchange it for your bones. When I swing my battle axe, your grandfathers were still nursing. Dwarf Zoltan, illegal inn, human bandits?" Hearing these words from afar, Kiliman's mind stirred. This dwarf's name sounded somewhat familiar. Yes, it seemed to be the dwarf friend of Geralt from the original story. So this one was an illegal one? That ruined his expectations. But it didn't matter. Big Kiliman loved bandits, monsters, and beautiful women. The former could provide him with soul power and wealth. The latter gave him soul power and monster materials, and the last brought him pleasure. Whenever he played the game, if he didn't clear the question marks on the map, he felt uncomfortable all over. If he didn't spend money on every girl in the brothel, he also felt some regret. Besides those law-abiding, ordinary people, whether bandits, robbers, troublemakers, or trashy nobles and soldiers, they were all just walking wallets in his eyes. Since he encountered such an opportunity to eliminate evil, he wouldn't let it go. Kiliman casually took out a sharp steel sword from his storage space and lightly approached the inn's main door. He carefully observed the situation inside through the cracks in the door and window. Only after confirming the risk did he fiercely kick open the inn's door. No need to waste time. With his left hand, he formed the Igni magic sign, and a blazing orange-red flame surged out, first striking and igniting a man in cloth on the left. The man instantly screamed in pain, falling to the ground while flailing in the flames, losing combat capability. At the same time, Kiliman's right hand gripping the steel sword did not stop. With a simple one-handed diagonal heavy slash, he tore open the belly of a skinny man on the right, spilling yellow, red, and white innards all over the ground. The man slumped weakly, sitting helplessly, waiting for death. In less than a few seconds, Kiliman seized the initiative, using the advantage of surprise to instantly take out two bandits. For a moment, everyone inside the inn was stunned, all staring in shock at the suddenly appearing Kiliman, even unsure what to do next. The dwarf hiding in the corner of the inn, using the terrain advantage to resist, was the first to react. He forced back two human bandits who were attacking him with one axe swing, then shouted toward Kiliman at the door. "Friend, come help me quickly. These guys are all bandits. Let's take them down together." There was no need for the dwarf Zoltan to talk much, and Kiliman had no intention of sparing this group of bandits either. After cleanly slicing with his sword, he did not retract his long sword as usual. Instead, he unexpectedly gripped the hilt and forcefully threw it behind him. The sharp Temerian steel sword cut through the air with a rushing sound, instantly piercing through the chest of another bandit, pinning him to a pillar. At this moment, the bandit set aflame by Igni was still alive, writhing and screaming on the ground. Whether it was him, the bandit holding his own intestines in disbelief after his belly was torn open, or the one nailed to the pillar struggling to pull himself free, the screams of these three bandits finally snapped the others back to reality. The bandits knew that if they did not fight desperately now, they would all be slaughtered. One bandit seized the moment when Kiliman was unarmed, roaring in either fear or rage, swinging his axe with full force to take down this terrifying enemy before him. However, his speed was insignificant before a witcher. Kiliman only retreated half a step to the right, perfectly dodging the attack, then punched hard with his left fist into the bandit's abdomen. His right hand drew the viper fang dagger left behind by covert from his belt. With a soft slicing sound, the dagger pierced straight into the bandit's temple without hesitation, bringing out a lot of yellowish-white brain matter. He kicked away the now completely dead bandit on the ground, disdainfully flicking the brain matter off the dagger, then skillfully twirled the dagger in his hand. In Coverg's memory, witchers of the Viper School were not only adept with long swords, but also skilled in using daggers for close combat. Now, this unique Viper Fang dagger in Kiliman's hands would become a deadly weapon for short-range fights and covert assassinations. Kiliman thought about these things, his face expressionless, but his cold gaze was like a blade staring mercilessly at the two remaining bandits. Perhaps frightened by his ruthless killing method, panic quickly spread among the bandits. The two finally could not hold on. One of them saw Kiliman's conspicuous beastly vertical pupils and immediately recognized his identity. Shouting monster, mutant, and the like, he tried to escape through the inn's back door. However, the dwarf Zoltan confronting him was no pushover either. Seeing the enemy in chaos, he seized the opportunity to chop down one bandit's knee with his axe, knocking him to the ground. Without hesitation, Zoltan raised the axe high and mercilessly chopped down on the bandit's skull. The immense force split the bandit's head in half like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, causing the dwarf to laugh triumphantly, as if relishing a sense of vengeance. However, the dwarf's legs were too short. Even with all his strength, he could only take down one bandit. The last bandit took advantage of the time, abandoned his weapon in panic, and rushed to escape through the inn's back door. Unfortunately, if it had been Geralt, he might have softened and let him go. But Grandmaster Kiliman was no kind-hearted person. Just as the bandit reached the door, a loaded crossbow suddenly appeared in Kiliman's hand. With a bang, the bolt shot out, piercing precisely through the last bandit's back of the head, ending this massacre-like battle. More than 10 minutes later, the bandits' bodies were stripped naked and discarded not far from the inn, left to nature's disposal. Kiliman, however, had no qualms. In front of the dwarf, he searched through the bodies first, taking all the valuables, then used a soul-seizing mark to capture the souls of 6 bandits. These are the spoils he deserved, and no one could take that right from him. Absorbing the 6 bandit souls would take 2 days of wear. With his current soul space capacity, he could hold at most 10 human souls simultaneously. Killing too many intelligent beings was a waste for him. Zoltan didn't say much, perhaps not fully understanding what the Witcher was doing. He scratched his head, then excitedly returned to the inn, busying himself at the stove to cook what was said to be a unique dwarf dish. As a gesture of thanks, Kiliman didn't have to worry about dinner tonight. The heavy work had been done by the dwarf, so he leaned back in a worn wooden chair, eyes half closed, just waiting. It was late now. Although the inn reeked of blood, roughing it out here for one night was still better than sleeping outdoors. After several dozen minutes, Zoltan enthusiastically brought a bottle of specially brewed dwarf-strong liquor, braised meat ribs, and wild vegetable soup to Kiliman's side. First expressing his gratitude, he then poured a cup of wine for Kiliman, curiously asking, "Hey, buddy, are you also a Witcher? Do you know Geralt? The White Wolf Geralt? He's my friend and also a Witcher." As a poison-immune Witcher, Kiliman had no worries that the dwarf might poison the food. He took a sip of the wine, then smiled and nodded. "The famous White Wolf Geralt? Of course, I know him. However, although I'm also a Witcher, I'm not from the same school as him, and we've never crossed paths. If there's a chance, you could introduce us. I'm quite interested in him, too." Chapters first released on N0V3L.fire.net. Zoltan was a warm and straightforward dwarf. Hearing this, he immediately patted his chest and promised, "You just help me out. Without you, even if I manage to kill these damn bandits, I'd definitely have been injured myself. From now on, your friend is Zoltan. Whenever you need help, just tell me." However, his expression quickly turned somewhat sad as he said, "Unfortunately, it's already too late. Geralt died last year, right after the Battle of Brenna, in a conflict between humans and non-human races. The Massacre of Livia. Have you heard of it?" Following this topic, they talked for quite some time. From the conversation, Kiliman learned that Zoltan had also participated in that brutal battle last year, suffered serious injuries, and had been recuperating in Carbon Mountain. Only 1 or 2 months ago did he recover and receive a letter from another dwarf friend, preparing to descend the mountain to earn money. But just upon arrival here, he encountered this shady inn and these human bandits. If not for Kiliman, he would probably have been injured again and needed more rest. As they chatted, the bottle of strong liquor was drained, and Zoltan, still reluctant to sleep, suddenly pulled out a stack of exquisitely made cards from his pocket and waved them at Kiliman, saying, "Hey, Kiliman, my friend, want to play Gwent? This is a really fun game I learned from the dwarves in Carbon Mountain. I heard it's very popular in many places now. I happen to bring 2 decks. I can give you one as a gift. Want to play? I can teach you." That night, the dwarf Zoltan never expected that, as an old Gwent player, he would actually lose to a newcomer who didn't even have a Gwent deck. Although the stakes were small, just a casual game for fun. In accordance with Gwent rules, the winner had the right to take 1 card from the loser's deck. As a result, Zoltan, who had lost several rare cards, was unable to sleep all night, his heart aching and tangled with regret. It wasn't until the next day, with dark circles under his eyes, that he finally stepped out of the inn. Kiliman looked at this newly acquainted dwarf with a smile, finding the dwarf race quite interesting and thinking it would be good to make a friend. Anyone who could be friends with the protagonist Geralt must have reliable character. In the original story, no matter how dangerous the situation, Zoltan always stood side by side with Geralt, fearless of life or death. Moreover, for Kiliman, who aspired to become a legendary witcher, having dwarven allies would definitely be useful in the future. Establishing such a friendship would also make it easier to interact with dwarves. "Are you really heading to the city of Vizima, Kiliman?" Zoltan asked. "I heard there's a plague outbreak there, and many have died. Entry and exit to the city are now strictly controlled. You must have a pass issued by someone you know to get through. You'd better be careful. But since we're heading in the same direction for a while, why don't we travel together? That would save a lot of trouble." Zoltan carried a huge backpack with an axe hanging from his waist that was about the size of his face. However, he was not riding a horse. Dwarves, due to their stature, were not good at riding, but the race generally possessed great strength and endurance. No matter where they went, they traveled on foot at a fairly good pace. He was curious why Kiliman didn't carry any luggage. Even the weapons he used before and some equipment and coins confiscated for bandits seemed to have disappeared. Kiliman didn't offer much explanation, only saying it was a unique magic from his school. However, he didn't refuse the proposal to travel together with the dwarf. Traveling alone was simply too boring, and having a companion to chat with was a good thing. Although Kiliman had absorbed some memories from Covert, he still needed to accumulate knowledge and experience about the Witcher world through daily life. The two traveled together for about half a day. Guided by Zoltan, they soon arrived at a small, relatively remote village at the foot of a mountain, roughly a day's journey from Vizima City. It seemed to be a village dependent on tea planting, hunting, and leatherworking. Even before entering, a faint aroma of tea filled the air. Kiliman was somewhat surprised that most of the village's residents were elves, half-elves, and dwarves, non-human races, while the number of human inhabitants was quite small. Although this was not unique, in the current northern environment where non-human races were somewhat hated, such a village was quite dangerous, easily becoming a target for those with ulterior motives. As they had just entered the village, another group of dwarves quickly approached them. Leading them was a strong middle-aged dwarf with a half-bald head, leaving only a tuft of hair that looked like an animal's tail. Behind him was a group of young dwarves wearing mismatched armor and weapons, but exuding a formidable presence. Upon meeting Zoltan, the leader warmly greeted him with a chest bump and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "We've been waiting for you a long time, Zoltan. I heard you've been worried about your wedding dowry recently. So, I specially wrote to you about a good business opportunity. If this commission is completed, we'll all get a big sum of money." Hearing this, Zoltan laughed heartily, patting the dwarf's shoulder and saying, "Alpin, my good friend, thank you for thinking of me when there's good news. I do need money lately. You know my father-in-law, Ever Breckenridge, is such a conservative guy. He thinks his daughter shouldn't marry a dwarf like me who left Mahakam, and he's made many demands. I have to prove to him that I have the ability to give Eudora a wealthy life. Zoltan Shiva is no weakling. I'm not even afraid of the Nilfgaardian Black Legion. I will prove to Mahakam that I am a dwarf worthy of trust." Alpin and the dwarves behind him all nodded in deep agreement. They were dwarves who had left the Mahaka Mountains where dwarves lived and blended into human society. They deeply understood the feeling of being rejected as outcasts by their own kind. It was precisely because of this that they were willing to do many dangerous things, hoping that one day, when they achieve enough fame and success, the Mahakam clans will be proud of them. After exchanging a few words, the topic quickly turned to Kiliman, who was standing to the side. Upon hearing this, Zoltan became angry and shouted loudly, "Damn it, Tamiria is way too unsafe now." I had just come down a mountain and was about to spend the night in an inn when I ran into a group of bandits disguised as a shady shop. There were 6 human bandits, each armed. Luckily, I was cautious enough not to eat their food, or else I would have fallen into their trap. As he spoke, Zoltan directed everyone's gaze to Kiliman and enthusiastically introduced him. Luckily, I met Kiliman. He's a powerful witcher who hates evil. In less than half a minute, he took down 5 bandits cleanly and decisively. It was satisfying to watch. I even chopped open the head of one human bastard with my axe. Zoltan was a good talker. In just a few simple sentences, he highlighted Kiliman's strength, causing the other dwarves to look at him with admiration. However, Kiliman was not a modest person. Facing the dwarves' gaze, he only nodded with a calm expression and a smile, maintaining a composed demeanor. When you're outside, your identity is what you give yourself. Being overly modest will only make others look down on you. Hearing that Kiliman was a witcher, Alpin, who had been expressionless, suddenly brightened his eyes. His gaze became much more serious. This bald dwarf was a famous dwarven mercenary in the north, a legendary hunter. He and his team had hunted various dangerous monsters, the most famous being Oakvista, the dragon of Quartz Mountain, a true giant dragon. This update is available on N0V3L.fire.net. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke to Kiliman. "Thank you for helping my friend, Witcher. I'll arrange a grand feast later as thanks. I guarantee you'll eat well. But I heard your destination is Vizima City. If you still have time, I wonder if you're interested in taking a Witcher commission with a huge reward." "Commission?" Kiliman looked at him, then at the dwarves beside him, and after a second of silence, said, "I'm not in a hurry to go to Vizima, nor would I refuse any commission with a generous reward. But before I accept, you have to tell me the details of the commission and the payment I will receive." Alpin laughed heartily and waved at Kiliman and Zoltan, saying, "Don't worry, we'll eat first. This is a dragon hunting commission, with a reward even higher than killing hundreds of water wraiths." Kiliman was not a dull person. In his previous life, he was also a regular at the drinking table. With Zoltan, the dwarf friend providing cover, he got along quite well with the other dwarves in the group. Although dwarves were mostly greedy, stubborn, and rude by nature, they were especially loyal, whether to their friends, their kin, or their families. They were all men. After a few shots of strong liquor and some bawdy jokes, they quickly became sworn brothers. Alpin shared his dragon-slaying stories from the northern countries. Although most of them were about drakes like wyverns, dragon lizards, and scorpion-tailed dragons, his proudest moment was leading a group of dwarves to defeat Oakvista, the dragon of Quartz Mountain, who had been hostile to the dwarves for many years and dwelled in the Mahaka Mountains. This was a true giant dragon, a red dragon afflicted with albinism, hundreds of years old, with intelligence comparable to an ordinary human. It was said its fiery breath could melt steel, its sharp fangs could pierce plate armor, and ordinary arrows couldn't penetrate its scales. It was an extraordinary battle. More than a dozen brave dwarves sacrificed their lives. Kiliman listened with great interest and deeply admired the courage and valor of these dwarves. He himself was someone who cheated the system, but that did not stop him from respecting those who truly had courage and responsibility. As they talked, the subject turned to this latest commission. According to Alpin, it was precisely because his dragon hunting team was well known throughout the countries that the village chief specially wrote to invite them to hunt dragons here. This time, the targets were 2 massive wyverns nesting atop Tea Mountain. Originally, this was a tea-producing village, where many villagers made a living by planting and picking tea. But ever since two wyverns of unknown origin occupied the mountain peak a year ago, several villagers were lost while gathering tea, severely impacting their livelihood. The villagers spontaneously formed hunting parties to attack the wyverns, but they failed. Their bows and arrows barely harmed these tough-skinned, thick-bodied monsters. Out of desperation, the village offered a hefty reward and posted notices to recruit witchers and dragon hunting teams. Unfortunately, no witchers arrived, but Alpin's dragon hunting team was the first to show up. At this point, Alpin finally mentioned payment. He chuckled without hesitation and said, "We got here a day earlier and have already spoken with the village chief. She offered 2,000 orens, 1,000 orens per wyvern. If you join our team, we'll split the pay based on contribution. I, Alpin Ziglin, always charge fair prices and won't cheat you on payment. If you're confident you can handle a wyvern on your own, that works too. We'll split the payment 50-50. 2 wyverns for 2,000 orens? That reward was quite extravagant. In the northern countries, it was rare for an ordinary village to pool together 100 orens to post a witcher commission. It wasn't that the common folk were stingy, it was just that under medieval economic conditions, ordinary peasants were dirt poor. Most of the food they grew went to taxes and self-sustenance. There was little currency circulation in the village, making it difficult to gather enough coins for major events. When Geralt saved Princess Yada and lifted the curse of the vampire bird, he only received a reward of 3,000 orens. Kiliman, after rummaging through the tombs of the White Orchard Lord's family, had only found burial goods worth around 1,000 orens. However, if these were 2 adult wyverns, although the price was somewhat inflated, it wasn't hard to accept. These Drake-class monsters could fly, had tough skin and thick flesh, and possessed extremely strong vitality. They were even more powerful than the more common griffins. Even fighting on the ground, ordinary villagers could not handle them. Only veteran witchers or renowned dragon hunting teams like Alpin's had the confidence to take on such creatures. Kiliman nodded, thought for a few seconds, then said, "Let's each take on one. I'm not confident facing 2 wyverns at once." This was not false modesty. Even Geralt, the protagonist in the game, never fought 2 wyverns simultaneously. Facing multiple flying monsters greatly increased the difficulty of battle. Alpin also considered this and didn't want his companions to take excessive risks, which was why he proposed this plan. Who wouldn't want to earn double money? After a brief agreement, Alpin scheduled the operation for 3 days later. Hunting drakes was a very dangerous battle and required a lot of preliminary work. Kiliman had no objections. This commission was basically a windfall for him, and he would definitely need a large sum of money when he got to Vizima. It was truly a godsend. After leaving the dining table, the dwarves hurried to prepare for the hunt. Kiliman did not idle. Hunting wyverns was not as simple as killing water wraiths or ghouls. Although not exactly boss-level monsters, they were definitely elite monsters. As a witcher, he had plenty of preparations to make before the battle. The difference between a prepared witcher and an unprepared one was as vast as heaven and earth. For this battle, he needed to prepare potions, sword oils, alchemical bombs, and other auxiliary resources in advance. The source of this content is novifire.net. It was also a perfect opportunity to see what his combat power ceiling was so that he had psychological preparation for future trouble. After leaving the table, Kiliman wandered around the village. Among the passers-by, whether dwarves or elves, all cast curious glances at him, the Witcher. Compared to other non-human races, Witchers were very rare. In the entire South and North combined, the number of Witchers was probably less than 50. Scattered across countries with millions of inhabitants, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Still, it had to be said, female elves were indeed more beautiful than humans. Their slender bodies, delicate faces, and the ethereal aura brought by their long lifespans gave them an indescribable charm. Unfortunately, this village was too small. It didn't even have a tavern, let alone a brothel. This disappointed Kiliman, a seasoned lecher. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sound of hammering. Bang, 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 bang. Following the sound, a building with a furnace and an anvil came into view. It was a blacksmith shop. In front of the furnace wielded a hammer a female elf with light, golden long hair, faint wheat-colored skin, a slender but athletic figure, wearing shorts and a cloth wrapped around her chest like a bustier, looking very heroic and spirited. Kiliman was curious. Attracted by this heroic figure, he couldn't help but walk into the blacksmith shop. What he saw inside surprised him even more. Hanging on the walls were not farming tools or knives and pots used by commoners, but exquisitely shaped, gleaming weapons that were obviously crafted with great skill. It was clear that this female elf blacksmith was not an ordinary blacksmith, but a very skilled weaponsmith. Outsider, who are you? Why have you come to this village? SS and ZeroVelfire.net. Kiliman's nearly 2-meter tall frame made him stand out even among the generally sturdy northerners, let alone among the slender elves who passed through the village. He had just approached the blacksmith shop when the female elf who was hammering metal noticed him. Also being a swordsman, Kiliman's keen witcher instincts immediately told him that this elf blacksmith was a formidable warrior. This conclusion came from a combination of her aura, physique, movements, and gaze, backed by Kiliman's decades of combat experience alongside covert. There was no way he could be wrong. Before he could answer, the elf's pupils shifted, recognizing his identity as a witcher. Her tone softened slightly as she asked, "Are you a witcher? Did you come because you saw the commission notice posted by our village?" Kiliman thought for a moment and didn't deny the claim. Instead, curious, he looked at the elf and the fine weapons displayed in her shop and said, "I have accepted the dragon hunting commission and am preparing to hunt the wyverns on the mountain peak." "Ma'am, are you the village blacksmith? I think your forging skills are quite superb. If possible, could you craft me a longsword? It would help me complete your village's commission more effectively." The elf frowned slightly, her expression serious, as she studied Kiliman carefully from head to toe, then said, "Where did you get the commission, witcher? Have you already met the village chief?" Noticing her change in attitude and apparent wariness, Kiliman answered truthfully to avoid misunderstandings. "Not yet, ma'am. I've just arrived at this village, but I have already discussed with Captain Alpin of the dragon hunting team. There are 2 wyverns. We will each take one and split the reward. I will also visit the village chief later, since the wyverns are powerful monsters. Both intelligence and pre-battle preparations might require the chief's assistance. If possible, I'd like to ask if there are any other witcher commissions." A highly skilled blacksmith held high status anywhere, especially in a small village like this. For that reason, Kiliman explained in detail. Perhaps sensing his sincerity, the elf put down her hammer and stepped out of the forge, standing less than half a meter from Kiliman. Crossing her arms, she spoke with a somewhat proud attitude. "Hello, witcher. My name is Valessa Priscilla Minaster. I am the village chief, the head warrior, and the blacksmith of Ammonite Village. A year ago, I personally led a team to hunt those 2 wyverns. If you need any information, no one in this village knows them better than me. Although we lost 2 excellent archers that time, I managed to shoot out the mother wyvern's eye. Since then, these 2 wyverns have often caused trouble near our village, stealing livestock and sometimes attacking lone travelers. At this point, whether out of goodwill or some warrior rivalry, Valessa snorted lightly and continued, I've heard witchers are highly skilled warriors who can also use some magic. However, I must warn you, these 2 wyverns are over 7 meters long, immensely strong, extremely cunning, and quite intelligent. Ordinary arrows can only pierce their hide, unable to harm their internal organs. Even among wyverns, they are in the upper echelon in terms of toughness. If you want to take them on alone, it will be very difficult. Don't recklessly risk your life if you're not confident." Her words, a mix of warning and advice, sounded somewhat awkward. Kiliman, however, paid no mind. Upon stepping closer, he realized that the elf named Valessa was incredibly beautiful. Not in a typical feminine way, but with the heroic, cool aura of a female warrior. Whether judged by human or elven standards, she was undeniably stunning. When it came to beautiful women, Kiliman was always quite tolerant. Valesa's lengthy name clearly indicated she was not a commoner, likely from a pure-blood elven family. No wonder this village was wealthy enough to offer generous rewards for dragon hunting commissions. The fact that a pure-blood elf warrior could be appointed village chief and head warrior gave Kiliman some ideas about the village's origins. Without defending his own strength, Kiliman pulled out several parchment blueprints from his pocket and handed them to the elf beauty, saying, "Ms. Valesa, these are the exclusive equipment blueprints for witchers, a set of leather armor, a witcher steel sword, and a witcher silver sword. If you could forge them for me, it would greatly aid my upcoming battles. Of course, I will pay the required fee. If any materials are lacking, I will find a way to obtain them." Seeing Kiliman produce the blueprints and call them exclusive witcher equipment, Valesa's expression brightened with interest. She took the blueprints, examining them carefully, sometimes furrowing her delicate brows, other times smiling at the exquisite designs. Kiliman's gaze openly admired the elf beauty in front of him. Her long, straight legs, slender waist, the clear muscle lines, the elegant mermaid line and eight-pack abs, and even the broad chest that could not be hidden by her layered chest wraps. All looked like a heroic elven warrior had stepped right out of a story or a screen. It was a feast for the eyes. Such a natural elven beauty made Kiliman almost drool. Yet Valesa seemed unbothered by his somewhat aggressive gaze. After a few minutes of examining the blueprints, she looked up into Kiliman's eyes and said seriously, "Witcher, I can forge both the Viper Silver Sword and the Viper Steel Sword you requested. However, since these weapons require expensive materials like meteorite iron, refined steel, and large amounts of silver, their cost will be quite high. I estimate at least 600 orens, but the exact amount will be clear only after I finish forging. If you confirm, I should complete them within 3 days. As for the lightweight leather armor in the last blueprint, I suggest you wait until you kill the wyverns and get their dragon hide before coming to me for that. Otherwise, I only have ordinary leather here, which won't meet your desired defensive standards." Valesa truly had the straightforward nature of a female warrior. No merchant's pettiness in her words. Her quoted price was even a bit cheaper than Kiliman had expected. After thinking for a few seconds, Kiliman pretended to reach behind his waist, but actually pulled 2 pouches containing 100 orens each from his storage space, handing them to the elf. "Then I'll trouble you, Ms. Valesa. This is a 200 orens deposit. We plan to set off in 3 days to hunt the wyverns. But before that, if you have any witcher commissions, I hope you will come to me. As you can see, my pouches are already almost empty because of you." Hearing Kiliman's half-joking words, Valesa actually considered it seriously for a moment before responding. "Currently, aside from the wyvern, there don't seem to be any powerful monsters near our village. However, Witcher, the village has plans for expansion recently. If you want monster hunting contracts, you could help us clear the monsters from the forest." As she said this, Valesa whistled toward a spot behind her. Soon, a male elf wearing leather armor and carrying a longbow, looking quite capable, jumped down from a tree and approached the two. "This is a warrior from our village. He will accompany you but won't provide combat assistance. He'll only guide you. You can follow him to areas where monsters are active. Payment will be calculated based on the number of monsters you hunt." This was probably a plan Valesa came up with on the spot. She thought for another moment before continuing. "The most common monsters in the forest, neckers and draga insectoids, and such, will be exchanged at 3 orens each. For water wraiths in waterways and swamps, I believe your witcher rate is 2 orens. That's settled then. For forging your weapons, you still owe me 400 orens. If you want that advanced leather armor made later, aside from the main material, wyvern hide which you'll need to provide yourself, I'll charge you another 400 orens for labor and other materials. These 800 orens will be the reward for this contract. If you can hunt that many monsters, that is, another 800 orens, even though it was just debt repayment." After hearing Valesa's words, Kiliman was still somewhat shocked and deeply felt the wealth gap between ordinary people and the wealthy. Although he hadn't been in this world for long and didn't have a concrete concept of wealth yet, Madame Judith's contract, 20 orens, and she even offered her body. Herbalist Tomira's contract, 30 orens, pooled together by the villagers. The dwarf blacksmith's contract, also 30 orens, though the rare or he collected could be considered good value. These 3 missions took him 3 full days, not counting rest time and travel time in between. Compared to these contracts, the monster hunting contract offered by this pure-blooded female elf was truly extravagant and extremely generous. Of course, Kiliman understood in his heart that what she was actually providing was just some time and a few rare materials, not as much as it seemed. Even so, such a low-level monster hunting contract mission made him feel quite excited and highly motivated. He didn't want to waste time resting. Nodding to Valessa and promising to accept the contract, he followed the male elf and left. For the next 3 days, Kiliman spent his days hunting low-level monsters throughout the forest, and his nights using the herbs and monster materials he collected to brew witcher potions and alchemical items. Unfortunately, brewing witcher potions required high-purity, strong alcohol. The higher the quality, the better the potion's effects. For brewing blade oils, high-quality fats were needed, with bear fat being particularly effective. Both were scarce items. The former was relatively easier to obtain, available in more prosperous cities or taverns known for their brewing. The latter, unless you were willing to use low-quality fats like lard or dog fat, getting bear fat depended entirely on luck. Converting at normal prices, even if you collected most herbs and monster materials yourself, the average cost per potion ranged between 5 to 20 orens. The price for a bottle of high-quality blade oil was even higher, and the production process was quite troublesome. What was more frustrating was that witcher potions typically had a shelf life of only about 1 month from the time they were brewed. Beyond this time, the potions would begin to lose potency or even turn poisonous, producing only negative effects when consumed. This was why even experienced witchers like Geralt, Vesemir, and Resso didn't prepare too many potions for ordinary battles. The swallow potion that could heal injuries was their most commonly equipped choice. Time quickly reached the evening of the 3rd day. Kiliman sat alone under a large tree outside the blacksmith shop drinking, with a small campfire burning beside him for roasting meat to pass the time. These past few days had truly exhausted him. Even with his system-created perfect witcher body, he was thoroughly tired, but the results were quite impressive. He had killed over 200 low-level monsters, mostly social creatures like neckers and Indraga insectoids. He had absorbed over 260 points of soul power, bringing his total to nearly 400 points. Not only that, he had found time to brew 5 swallow potions, 3 cat potions, 3 thunderbolt potions, and 4 tawny owl potions, 15 potions in total. Unfortunately, he didn't remember the formula for blade oil effective against wyverns, so he hadn't brewed any blade oils, meaning he would lack this advantage in tomorrow's battle. However, what pleased Kiliman most was that he had succeeded in brewing the alchemical beehive bomb after only a few failures. 10 earthen jars larger than fists. These were alchemical bombs with power comparable to small grenades. Whether for blowing up monster nests or dealing with groups of monsters, they were excellent weapons, much more effective than in the games. Preparing all these things had cost him about 200 orens, and that was only because Chief Alessa didn't raise prices and provided many materials at low cost. No wonder witchers were all poor. The reward from a low-level contract only covered the cost of 1 potion and 1 bomb. If anything unexpected happened, they might even have to cover costs themselves. If he hadn't looted the Verus family tomb, just saving up for 2 witcher swords and armor would have taken him several months or even half a year. This chapter is updated by velfire.net. Just as Kiliman was considering how to deal with the wyvern tomorrow, Valessa, the elf warrior wearing brown leather armor and revealing shorts that showed off her curvaceous figure, walked over from the blacksmith shop. She held 2 gleaming long swords in her right hand and 2 sturdy, ancient scabbards wrapped in animal hide in her left. She approached the witcher and handed him the precious swords, her expression somewhat apologetic. "Sorry, Kiliman," Village matters delayed us. We only finished forging these 2 swords today. Here, these are your swords. You'd better test them tonight to avoid affecting tomorrow's battle." Hearing this, Kiliman didn't ask unnecessary questions but took the Viper Silver Sword and Viper Steel Sword, examining them carefully while inviting the female elf to share his roasted meat. It had to be said, Valessa's forging skills were exceptional. Holding the 2 Witcher long swords, one could easily feel the sharp aura emanating from the blades. Whether in terms of material or craftsmanship, they were several levels above the standard weapons he had used before. Before he could comment on the swords, Valessa spoke again. "I've heard about the contract from our warrior. You truly are a powerful witcher. Your feat of killing over 200 monsters in 3 days is now circulating throughout the village. Although it's still a bit short of the 800 Orn reward, your perseverance and courage have earned our recognition. May your contract tomorrow proceed smoothly. I will prepare a feast in the village for you warriors, awaiting your triumphant return." On the evening before this day, Valessa seemed to have some free time. The 2 sat by the campfire, eating grilled food, drinking sweet wine, and talking for a long while. The Witcher spoke about various strange and bizarre monsters in the world, while the female elf's topics were somewhat heavier, all concerning century-old dilemmas about where non-human races would go in the future and whether humans and elves could coexist. Kiliman didn't brush her off either, nor did he care about changing the future storyline. Instead, he honestly shared his perspectives based on the history and future of this world that he knew. For example, the upcoming Third Nilfgaard War, how the northern kingdoms would most likely be defeated, and how various internal conflict caused by the war will be transferred between humans and non-human races, inevitably leading to racial conflicts. He believed that in such a state of scarce resources at the bottom level, humans were extremely xenophobic. Often, they couldn't even coexist with fellow humans from other countries, let alone non-human races, unless the elf race and dwarf race were willing to become human slaves and be eternally enslaved by them. Otherwise, competition between the 2 was inevitable. Even if humans didn't attack now, in the future when humans grew stronger, they would eventually eliminate other races. Perhaps he had spoken too profoundly, as Valessa fell into silence after listening. After the silence, perhaps feeling depressed, the female elf proposed a sparring match, calling it a weapon testing session. And Kiliman's intuition was correct. Valessa was indeed a warrior of considerable skill, wielding 2 elven, single-handed swords, one long and one short. It was unclear where this swordsmanship originated from. When Valessa dodged, her footsteps were light and elusive, carrying a certain rhythmic quality reminiscent of elven dance. When she struck, her moves combined agility with ruthlessness, often catching opponents off guard and hitting vital points. It was a truly terrifying killing sword technique. If not for Kiliman's current physical attributes being several times superior to this female elf's, he would likely have been defeated by this killing-focused sword technique within a dozen moves. However, in the face of absolute power and speed, even the strongest techniques were useless. They dueled for over 10 minutes until Valessa, exhausted and drenched in fragrant sweat, conceded due to physical fatigue. Watching the handsome and spirited elven beauty reluctantly depart as night deepened, Kiliman knew his efforts to increase favorability tonight had been very successful. She definitely held considerable goodwill toward him now. Early the next morning, the Witcher's superhuman stamina meant Kiliman needed little sleep. He set out early and arrived at the dragon hunting team's gathering spot, only to find the dwarves were also early risers. These short, stout dwarf warriors, each looking like tree stumps, carried heavy crossbows, ropes, and battle axes. They were all rubbing their hands in anticipation, clearly quite excited about the upcoming dragon hunt. When dragon hunting Captain Alpin discussed the battle plan with everyone, he brought some significant news. "Brothers, we've gotten lucky. Our scout who went to investigate the wyvern nest has returned with good news. It turns out those 2 wyverns are currently in their egg-laying period. The blind female has already laid several wyvern eggs and must constantly guard the nest. As he spoke, this rather fierce-looking dragon hunting team captain looked at Kiliman and said, "The current situation is very favorable for us. Witcher, wyverns in their egg-laying period are extremely aggressive. We'll go to a safe location and use harassment tactics to lure out the male wyvern, then work together to surround and kill it. Your task is to prevent that female wyvern from coming out to support. We cannot handle 2 wyverns simultaneously. If possible, please kill it inside the cave." Hearing this, Kiliman nodded. After a moment of silence, he said to Alpin, "We agreed to split the reward equally, but this plan seems to favor me more. Is this really okay?" Dwarf Alpin exchanged glances with the other dwarves around him. Then they all laughed heartily and said, "Google scene novel, FireNet. Witcher, you have 2 little dragon slaying experience. Don't think you're getting the better deal. Pregnant female dragons are more dangerous than males. To protect their dragon eggs, these females will truly fight to the death. Let's decide like this. Wait for our signal, then kill this female dragon. Finally, we'll split the reward equally. After fighting together this time, if there are more opportunities like this, I'll think of you." With things put this way, Kiliman naturally had no reason to refuse. They then discussed some minor details before setting out toward the distant Tea Mountain summit. The dragon-slaying battle was right before them. As Tea Mountain had been cultivated by Ammonite village for many years, the mountain path was well established and not difficult to traverse. Before long, the group reached Tea Mountain's halfway point. Alpin pointed toward a cave near the cliff at the distant mountaintop and said to Kiliman, "That's the wyvern nest over there. We'll split up now. We'll set up traps at the halfway point. After you see the male wyvern fly out of the cave, don't act immediately. You must wait until we've bound the wyvern with grappling hooks and launch the flare signal." This had already been agreed upon. After nodding his agreement, Kiliman headed alone toward the mountaintop cave location. Having been in the Witcher world for over a month now, climbing mountains was already familiar territory for him. Within half an hour, he had quietly reached the area near the mountaintop cave, waiting for the dwarf signal. With battle imminent, Kiliman didn't hold back facing his first fight against an elite monster. He decisively took out a Thunderbolt potion that increased strength and explosive power, and a Tawny Owl potion that boosted magic recovery speed from his storage space, and drank them both down. After consuming the potions, Kiliman quickly felt the power of the potent concoctions surging through his body, then rapidly transmitting through his blood vessels, mutated organs, and muscles to every part of his body. A sensation of enhanced overall strength emerged. He narrowed his eyes, entering a semi-meditative state, and looked at his attribute panel. He immediately noticed that behind his strength and agility attributes, there appeared a temporary boost notification of plus 1.5, meaning one Thunderbolt potion had roughly increased his strength and agility attributes by 1.5 times that of an ordinary person. Truly impressive results. Not only that, the Witcher King system was quite user-friendly. After drinking the 2 potions, the toxicity resistance bar changed to August 15th, 52, using data to tell him that these 2 potions' toxicity was about 8 points, and his toxicity resistance limit could still allow him to drink 1 or 2 more potions. Kiliman was quite satisfied with the potion's effects. He drew his Witcher steel sword, gripping it tightly in hand, while holding his breath and focusing his spirit, his gaze fixed intently on the wyvern nest entrance, ready to join the battle at any moment. About 20 minutes passed. Kiliman focused his hearing, catching the sound of panting and frantic footsteps emerging from the wyvern's nest, followed by an angry, piercing dragon roar. He soon saw a slender, remarkably agile dwarf running out from the nest. The dwarf nimbly grabbed a rope hanging down from the cliff and swiftly rappelled downward. Immediately after, accompanied by sharp dragon cries, a massive wyvern measuring 8 meters in length emerged from the cave entrance. Its gray-brown scaled wings spread wide as it crawled forward angrily, a crossbow bolt still embedded in its nose, apparently chasing the slender dwarf who had provoked it. Kiliman watched silently as the slender dwarf screamed to attract the wyvern's attention. and as the wyvern quickly exited the cave and took flight with powerful wing beats. He knew this was the bait Alpin's dragon hunting team used to lure out the male wyvern. Only when the enormous wyvern roared and charged toward the mountainside, its entire form disappearing from his view, did Kiliman emerge from his hiding spot. Gripping his viper steel sword tightly, he cautiously advanced into the wyvern's nest. This was a massive cave, humid and stuffy due to its sheltered mountaintop location. Even before he got close, a nauseating stench of feces mixed with rotting bones and flesh assaulted his senses, making him gag. But there was no helping it. Though called dragons, wyverns were essentially winged lizards that ate, drank, and relieved themselves in the same place. Expecting these blood-drinking beasts to maintain personal hygiene was impossible. In such a dangerous place, Kiliman didn't dare suppress his sense of smell. Instead, he activated his full Witcher senses, carefully advancing step by step through the foul atmosphere. Forcing down his disgust, he proceeded another few dozen meters into the cave. By the faint sunlight filtering through the entrance, he immediately spotted a massive female wyvern, also about 8 meters long, half spreading its wings while brooding over a pile of bones and flesh like a mother hen. Its size resembled a bus or a train carriage. Due to the commotion caused by the slender dwarf, this female wyvern had already awakened. It glared with basin-sized dark green eyes, wings shielding the eggs beneath it, neck raised high as it vigilantly surveyed its surroundings. However, having lost one eye, its surveillance range was limited with significant blind spots. Kiliman pressed his entire body against the wall, effectively avoiding the wyvern's line of sight. Time passed minute by minute, and soon another 10+ minutes elapsed. A sharp signal flare sound accompanied a red firework explosion in the sky. This meant Alpin's dragon hunting team had succeeded. The strong male wyvern had been trapped with ropes and couldn't fly back to support the female. Kiliman quietly took a breath, then followed his pre-planned strategy. He retrieved a lamb purchased earlier from the elf village from his storage space and forcefully threw it to the female wyvern's side. This was a lamb pre-cut into a bloody mess with a dagger. Since items in storage space remained in near-time stasis, the moment it was thrown out, the rich blood scent immediately caught the female wyvern's attention. For more chapters, visit novelwhiteconcave-sided-diamond-fire.net. In her egg-laying, irritable phase, the female wyvern didn't hesitate before biting down. Her sharp, massive jaws snapped the lamb in half instantly. Perhaps the taste of blood and flesh stimulated the wyvern's hungry taste buds. Discovering she had bitten into delicious lamb meat, the female dragon showed no vigilance, but quickly raised her head and swallowed half the lamb whole. Seizing the moment when the female wyvern's attention was focused on the lamb, Kiliman's body erupted into motion. He rapidly closed in along the wyvern's visual blind spot while raising his sharp viper steel sword, aiming directly for the eye already blinded by Valessa's arrow, and thrust forward with full force. This was a fatal strike. His strength, nearly 5 times that of an ordinary person, was tremendously powerful. The viper steel sword in his hand, forged with meteorite iron and refined steel, was exceptionally sharp. Kiliman felt his blade pierce through what felt like tough wood, but under his brute force, it broke through multiple layers of barriers. Only when the entire meter-long blade plunged deep into the female wyvern's eye socket did the severely wounded wyvern's frantic struggles violently throw him away. He couldn't even withdraw his steel sword, which remained embedded in the wyvern's skull. Kiliman's back slammed hard against the cave wall, but in this critical moment, he ignored the pain. He immediately drew another Temerian longsword from his storage space, ready to continue fighting. However, when he looked up and saw his viper steel sword had pierced straight through the wyvern's pupil and emerged from the top of its head, he knew this female wyvern had already suffered a fatal injury. Death was merely a minute or two away. Just as Kiliman considered whether he should quietly exit the cave and wait for the wyvern to die. Unfortunately, the female wyvern's remaining eye had already spotted him. This enemy, who had inflicted severe injuries. Madness filled that remaining eye. Before he could react, the enormous wyvern twisted its body, and its tail, more terrifying than a steel whip, swept toward him like a death scythe. Even a hard stone wall was scraped away, stone fragments flying everywhere in a display of astonishing power. Seeing such force, Kiliman knew he couldn't block this attack. He immediately used the wall as a stepping stone, leaping high to avoid the tail sweep. But the female wyvern proved clever. It seemed to have anticipated Kiliman would jump, and while he was still midair, it instantly opened its massive jaws and lunged to bite him. Facing this colossal beast charging toward him, confronting those foul-smelling jaws large enough to swallow him whole, Kiliman's heart couldn't help but feel fear. He was still midair with nowhere to leverage himself, seemingly unable to avoid this attack. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong enough. In less than a second, he devised a countermeasure. His left hand instantly produced a volleyball-sized earthen jar, while his right hand formed the gesture for alder magic sign. As he threw the beehive bomb toward the wyvern's mouth, the alder magic sign simultaneously struck the sidewall with force. The tremendous recoil shifted his body several meters sideways, barely avoiding the snapping jaws as he brushed past the wyvern's mouth. Before Kiliman even hit the ground, his right hand immediately shifted to another sign, Igni magic sign. A spark ignited at the female wyvern's mouth, and, as it swallowed, the small earthen jar went straight down its throat. A muffled boom sounded as violent flames erupted from the wyvern's mouth. The already mortally wounded female wyvern didn't even have time to utter a final cry before the alchemical bomb swallowed into its stomach extinguished its life force entirely. It stiffened and collapsed to the ground, limbs and muscles trembling uncontrollably, just as the Witcher Kiliman narrowly succeeded in killing the female wyvern. Beneath Tea Mountain, within a concealed secret chamber located under Chief Valessa's house, an extremely distinguished guest arrived. This was a female elf wearing a golden lace white pleated gown with long dark golden hair, sapphire blue eyes, a slender figure, absolutely stunning beauty, an expression that blended cold elegance with a hint of melancholy, making people unable to resist falling for her. It was difficult to accurately describe her beauty with words, but whether in noble circles or among sorcerers, this female elf was universally acknowledged as the world's most beautiful woman. Simultaneously, this elf named Francesca Findabair, bearing the beautiful title Daisy of the Valleys, and currently the queen of the elven kingdom Dolblathana, was also one of the most powerful and influential sorceresses currently existing in the Witcher world. Although the Valley of Flowers where the kingdom of Dolblathana was located had been ordered burned to ruins by King Demavend of Edern, this didn't affect Queen Francesca's status as currently the most powerful and renowned woman in the entire North, even the entire world. Seeing this stunningly beautiful female elf gracefully step through the magical portal, casually casting a spell that illuminated the entire secret chamber as bright as day, Valessa, who had been waiting there, knelt on one knee and spoke in a respectful tone. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Francesca reached out to help up her most trusted guard captain, a fleeting, beautiful smile appearing on her face, then lightly moved to sit on an elf-style wrought-tan chair, softly saying, "You've worked hard during this time, Valessa. It's been half a month since I last visited Ammonite Village. Tell me what has happened during this period." Hearing this, Valessa stood up, moved to a position slightly below the elven queen, and respectfully replied, "Reporting to Your Majesty. During this time, our village expansion plan has progressed smoothly without arousing suspicion from the local lord. Under the pretext of recruiting workers, rescue team members successfully brought back 32 of our kin, 24 of whom wish to leave Temeria and return to live in the Valley of Flowers. The other 8 hope to work in Ammonite Village. Through tea trading, we've discreetly purchased approximately 40 tons of supplies in major cities, including Vizima, using the 10,000 orens you provided. This includes 35 tons of food, 300 sets of ordinary clothing and shoes, 150 weapons, 60 sets of leather armor, and 8,000 iron arrowheads. Hearing Valessa report this series of supply numbers, a satisfied smile appeared on Francesca's face. After the Second Nilfgaard War, through political compromise, the Elven Kingdom officially gained recognition and reclaimed its rightful territory. At this time, the Valley of Flowers was in a state of scorched earth and complete reconstruction due to the fires set by Eastern Kingdom before their withdrawal. While these supplies weren't abundant, they could significantly alleviate the elves' urgent needs, bringing warmth and food to those elves still living in the Valley of Flowers who had survived the war. The current Kingdom of Temeria was one of the few countries that wasn't particularly hostile toward non-human races. Newest update provided by Novel FireNet. Only here could elves discreetly purchase large quantities of supplies, then magically transport them back to the Valley of Flowers. With a somewhat melancholic smile on her face, Francesca was about to praise her capable assistant when Valessa paused slightly, then continued. "There's one more important matter, Your Majesty. Following your instructions, the Alpen-Zegelin dragon hunting team we invited by letter arrived at Ammonite Village 3 days ago. They are currently hunting the wyverns at T Mountain's summit. Accompanying them in action is a witcher named Kiliman. Here, the female village chief provided quite detailed accounts to Francesca about what the dwarf dragon hunting team and witcher Kiliman had done these past few days. This included the preparations made by the dwarf dragon hunting team during this period, how witcher Kiliman had approached her for equipment forging, and the astonishing feat of clearing over 200 monsters from the forest in just 3 days. However, what Valessa described most detailed was that evening conversation with Kiliman, when the witcher shared his predictions and perspectives about non-human races and the future of the elf race. These were predictions based on the future and history the witcher knew, spoken from an observer's perspective, almost all of which would truly come to pass. Absolutely more far-sighted and clearer than the vast majority of scholars and politicians across the entire continent. As the elven queen who stood at the very pinnacle of the continent in both personal power and political influence. After hearing Valessa's description, the smile on Francesca's face quickly faded. Propping her chin with one hand, her beautiful face revealed thoughtful and surprised expressions, clearly not expecting to hear such things from Valessa's account. After pondering for a full 4 to 5 minutes, Francesca finally parted her red lips and spoke in an appreciative voice. "You've done very well in this matter, Valessa. From your description and the equipment he crafted, this Mr. Kiliman should be a Viper School witcher from the south. Perhaps precisely because he lived in the south, witnessed the rise of the Nilfgaard Empire, its annexation of surrounding countries and enslavement of humans, then recently came to the north and gained some understanding of the northern kingdoms. That's why he could offer such clear thinking and far-sighted predictions and perspectives. Even I gained many insights after hearing his discourse, and his abilities are quite remarkable. Able to eliminate so many monsters in a short time, single-handedly confront a wyvern, and even defeat you in close combat. Perhaps his strength already matches that of the northern legendary witcher Geralt." Here, Francesca also recalled several years earlier, during the Van Ed coup incident, that witcher Geralt who defeated many Scoia'tael and Nilfgaard sorcerers, nearly thwarting her and Vilgefort's plans, and later killed that powerful mage Vilgefort's. Although this witcher didn't wish to participate in political struggles between nations, his many actions undoubtedly influenced the entire world's landscape, even the direction of wars, including his adopted daughter, that Princess Cirilla who possessed the elder blood. Thinking of this, the Elven Queen gained some enlightenment. Perhaps it was time to recruit the Witchers, this special group possessing considerable combat strength. After all, as fellow non-human races, Witchers like dwarves and elves always suffered human contempt and insults. The weak should huddle together for warmth, helping each other. Francesca pursed her red lips, looking at the equally beautiful and heroic elven warrior Valessa, and said, "This is a witcher very worth recruiting, Valessa. Don't spare expenses or anything else. bring him to our side. Perhaps at some point in the future, many of our people will be saved because of this." Hearing this command, Valessa seemed to think of something, biting her lower lip, then half knelt and respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." Inside the Wyvern Nest. Newest update provided by NOVE1Fire.net. Looking at the completely dead female dragon, Kiliman gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. His back, which had been slammed against the wall from the recoil force earlier, was already injured, feeling somewhat numb with faint stabs of pain. However, there was no time to waste. Instead of taking time to loot the nest, he quickly formed the soul capture seal to extract the soul of the female wyvern. He had considerable experience with this matter. If a monster's soul wasn't captured within an hour, unless it turned into a spectral entity, that soul's spiritual power would rapidly dissipate, vanishing to who knows where. He was quite interested to see how much soul power his first elite monster would provide. As the soul capture seal activated, a soul-like cluster about the size of a duck egg, carrying some struggle and reluctance, was drawn into the soul space at Kiliman's forehead. Several seconds later, the wyvern's soul was crushed by the soul storm and integrated into his own soul, while the familiar voice of Deep Blue's system sounded in his ears. Absorbed 1 resilient soul. Soul power plus 125 points. It actually gave 125 points? 3 digits? Before Kiliman could feel surprised at this explosive number, a wave of despair, unwillingness, and destructive desire from the wyvern's final moments brutally rushed into his mind, making his head feel like it was splitting open. Fortunately, this intense negative emotion had already been crushed into fragments by the soul storm, losing its threatening form. Otherwise, such an impact would have caused significant damage to his willpower and spirit. However, looking at his panel showing a total soul power of 525 points, even with his headache, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. So satisfying. As expected, you need to fight elite monsters and boss monsters to get real rewards. All that exhausting work clearing trash mobs these past few days wasn't as rewarding as that single sword strike just now. After this dragon hunt concludes, it's time for a major power-up. Kiliman reached into his storage space and pulled out a torch, then snapped his fingers with Igni, igniting it stylishly. But he wasn't in a hurry to process the wyvern's corpse. Instead, he approached the center of the cave and walked into the dragon nest that the female wyvern had been desperately protecting. Within the nest constructed from piles of unknown bones and flesh, 3 dragon eggs with gray-brown scaly shells were huddled together, surrounded by heaps of bone fragments, feathers, pelts, and other unidentified garbage. Looking at these 3 massive dragon eggs, Kiliman couldn't help but entertain some cunning thoughts. Whether it was the female dragon he killed or the materials and dragon eggs in this nest, they all technically belonged to the group's shared loot until distributed with the dwarf dragon hunting team. He wasn't short-sighted. For the sake of his future reputation and maintaining friendly relations with the dwarf race, he wouldn't touch these things prematurely, planning to wait until everyone had completed the distribution. However, some things others couldn't see or take away were special resources that belonged exclusively to him, the cheat user. Even if he took these things, others wouldn't be able to detect it, completely undetected and unnoticed. Looking at the 3 dragon eggs already in the incubation process, Kiliman's mouth twitched slightly. Then, fighting back nausea, he approached the foul-smelling dragon nest while mobilizing all the chaotic magic power within his body. He formed the soul capture seal with his right hand, aimed it at the dragon eggs, and activated it at full power. Sure enough, a life force emanated from the 3 dragon eggs. 3 somewhat dim but still duck egg-sized soul-like clusters were pulled out of the dragon eggs by the soul capture seal's power, now engaged in a tug-of-war with his magical energy. His guess was correct. Dragon eggs that had been fertilized and entered the incubation state indeed had souls. Although they were pure, blank souls like infants, they made excellent nourishment that could be directly absorbed without even needing to crush them. After more than 10 seconds, With Kiliman's magical energy operating at full capacity, he finally managed to forcibly extract those 3 soul-like clusters just before his magic was exhausted. Absorbed 1 weak but powerful soul power plus 50 points. Absorbed 1 weak but powerful soul power plus 50 points. Absorbed 1 weak but powerful soul power plus 50 points. Absorbed 1 weak but powerful soul power plus 50 points. Kiliman almost cheered out loud in excitement. Moreover, the souls from the dragon eggs didn't bring him any negative mental influences whatsoever. They were practically perfect harvesting targets. This gave him an idea. In future monster hunts, he must try to find their nests regardless of age, especially targeting newly born monster offspring or unborn monster embryos, eliminating them root and stem, leaving none behind. Only this way could he maximize soul power acquisition and strengthen his own capabilities. What? Worried this might make monsters go extinct? What nonsense! How could one person's killing possibly exterminate all monsters on an entire planet? Besides, if his power ever reached levels that could affect species extinction, he could just domesticate monsters, establish a monster protection association, and kill them in an organized, planned, periodic manner. Just like harvesting leeks, wave after wave. Wouldn't that work fine? Kiliman indulged in these thoughts for a moment, but soon collected himself. He pulled out the viper steel sword embedded in the female wyvern's skull, quickly ran out of the cave, and headed toward the mountainside. Now wasn't the time for delays. The dwarf dragon hunting team was still fighting desperately with the male wyvern, and he needed to get there quickly. This wasn't really to help the dwarves hunt the dragon, mainly because he still craved the male wyvern's soul power. Judging by its size, its soul power definitely wouldn't be lower than the female's. It would be such a waste to let it go. Kiliman was clever this time. Instead of descending the same path, he found a rope that the skinny dwarf had used to slide down the cliff earlier and copied the method to slide down. Sure enough, it didn't take long to follow the traces and find where the dwarves were surrounding and killing the male wyvern. By now, the battle here had entered its final stage. Unlike his clean, instant kill of the female dragon, the dwarves were fighting a war of attrition with the male wyvern. Dozens of crossbow bolts were embedded haphazardly all over the wyvern's body. Both eyes had long been shot blind, and deep red dragon blood mixed with dust from the ground had formed dried dark stains across its body. On its wings, thighs, tail, neck, everywhere were wounds hacked open by dwarf battle axes, numbering at least several dozen, still oozing blood. Clearly, it was at its last gasp. However, the dwarf situation wasn't optimistic either. Although there hadn't been major casualties yet, they all bore bloodstains to varying degrees, and their stamina and energy were nearly exhausted. While victory would ultimately belong to the dwarves, whether there would be casualties remained unknown. When Alpin, Zoltan, and others saw Kiliman approaching their location, they all showed expressions of disbelief. They'd rather suspect he hadn't participated in the fight than believe he could reach here completely unharmed after dealing with the female dragon. Kiliman didn't care what they thought. He made a gesture to Alpin indicating he wanted to join the battle. The dwarf captain hesitated for a few seconds, looking at his exhausted team members, and finally nodded in agreement. Once permission was granted, Kiliman didn't hesitate. The strength several times greater than an ordinary human's erupted completely from within him. His muscles bulged, his physique expanded, and he leaped up like a hero from epic poetry. Raising the viper steel sword in his hand, he aimed at a wound on the blind wyvern's neck and slashed down with all his might. This was his most powerful strike after consuming potions, a full-powered, unreserved explosion of force. With a sickening squelch, the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. The viper steel sword flashed like lightning, slicing clean through the wyvern's neck. As blood sprayed everywhere, the massive dragon head flew off accordingly, crashing to the ground. The surrounding dwarves all erupted in shouts of astonishment. Today was a joyous day for the villagers of Ammonite Village. Get full chapters from novelfire.net. The two wyverns that had plagued them for over a year were finally going to be slain. The warriors going to eliminate them consisted of a renowned dwarf dragon hunting team, famous throughout the northern kingdoms, a professional squad that had slain many vicious dragons, and the other was a nearly 2-meter-tall Witcher Master who looked incredibly formidable. Since receiving this news, the villagers had been eagerly anticipating, even while working, their eyes constantly drifting toward the path leading to T-Mountain, hoping for the warriors' triumphant return. The events didn't disappoint their expectations. When they saw the dragon hunting team carrying two massive, ferocious dragon heads down from T-Mountain, the joy of victory quickly spread throughout the entire village. Young and old alike, all the villagers gathered around. Some marveled at the wyverns' might, some wept for relatives lost to them, others reached out to touch the ferocious dragon heads, while some looked at the returning heroes with deep admiration. It wasn't until Chief Valessa appeared, announcing the victory of this hunt and deciding to hold a village celebration to commemorate the success and thank the heroes who eliminated the wyverns, that everyone erupted in cheers. It was a joyous celebration with fine wine, delicious food, singing, and dancing. Everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Both Alpin's dwarf team and Kiliman the Witcher were probably experiencing such warm welcome from villagers for the first time, being treated as village saviors rather than mere mercenaries or expendable pawns. This naturally made them develop fondness for this village and remember this beautiful place. Unlike most northern villages that relied solely on farming for survival, Ammonite Village not only cultivated highly valuable tea for livelihood, but also enjoyed secret support from Elf Queen Francesca, with elite elves from the Dole Blathana Kingdom serving as backbone members, allowing villagers to live quite prosperously and peacefully. As fellow non-human races, these villagers didn't view them with prejudice either. The villagers themselves thoroughly enjoyed the celebration. What they lacked wasn't daily necessities, but rather reasons to celebrate in this precarious era where they faced exclusion from human mainstream society. The celebration continued late into the night. The naturally alcohol-loving dwarves had long since drunk themselves unconscious, sleeping soundly somewhere unknown. Kiliman, who had also consumed considerable alcohol, remained alert and showed no signs of intoxication. His perfect Witcher constitution allowed him to largely immunity alcohol's negative effects. Simply put, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. During this celebration, he had already enjoyed elf maidens singing, beautiful elves dancing, bards' poetry, along with dwarves mining songs and tap dancing, truly broadening his horizons. He was savoring this atmosphere, leaning against a large tree while sipping red wine and gazing blankly at the moonlight. At some point, Valessa approached him, carrying the fragrance of roses. Tonight the female elf seemed to have dressed up carefully. Though she wore no jewelry, she had changed into a beautiful pale white gown that revealed her slender neck and stunning collarbones. Her pale golden hair was braided into several long plaits intertwined down her back, and her handsome yet delicately featured face looked exceptionally beautiful. The wrap around her chest seemed to have been removed too, with her full breasts and straight legs accentuating her tall yet curvaceous figure, radiating feminine charm. Wealthy and generous, Kiliman felt a stirring in his heart, but didn't speak first, quietly appreciating this beautiful sight. After nearly a minute of silence between them, the female elf finally spoke first. "Thank you, Kiliman. I heard from the dwarves that you personally killed both wyverns. You've done our village a great service." Kiliman shook his head, neither modest nor exaggerating his achievements, speaking in a calm voice. "No need for thanks, Valessa. I'm just a witcher doing paid work. The female wyvern in the cave was indeed killed by me alone, but the male had already been defeated by the dwarves. I just took advantage of the situation." Valessa nodded, showing a slight smile. She knew perfectly well about the wyvern situation. Her previous words were just conversation starters. "Regardless, I still want to thank you. By the way, I've already had the village hunters dismantle the 2 wyvern materials. Dragon hide, dragon meat, and dragon bones have all been sorted by category. However, wyvern meat contains toxicity and doesn't taste good. Besides being used as fertilizer, it has no other value. The dragon bones and some organs, you can take them with you or sell them to our village herbalist for orens. As for the most valuable dragon hearts and sinews, plus those 3 dragon eggs, I prepared them for you too. You can take them or sell them to us. Valessa's arrangements were thorough, almost excessively so. During the daytime, they had been busy enjoying the celebration, with no time to handle the corpses. 2 wyverns over 8 meters long would require significant time to process. Those elf hunters must have put considerable effort into it. Not an easy task. Kiliman expressed gratitude for Valessa's arrangements, but decided to wait until the dwarves woke tomorrow before deciding how to handle the materials. For him, aside from a dragon hide that could be used for crafting leather armor, the other materials were better converted into money. Valessa nodded, then reached up to smooth her pale golden hair, speaking softly with a gentle expression. Tomorrow I'll settle your payment. However, that high-grade leather armor you want crafted, from tanning the dragon hide, sun-drying, cutting to final product, will take about 3 weeks. The village is currently expanding, with much work needing handling. If you stay in the village during this time, I can arrange some witcher contracts for you. Here, the female elf bit her lower lip, looking up to meet Kiliman's gaze with slightly hazy, captivating eyes, saying, "Your words last night gave me much inspiration. If possible, I'd like to hear more from you." Hearing these rather suggestive words, Kiliman instinctively raised an eyebrow. He was no fool, nor some clueless virgin. This beautiful female elf was tempting him with money, coaxing him with words, seducing him with beauty, and now wanting to keep him here to help. Such obvious courtship definitely wasn't, because she was struck by his handsomeness and charm, falling in love with him. Considering the village's peculiarities, the elves' situation, and those well-trained elves during the celebration who clearly didn't resemble ordinary villagers, he was almost certain this village hid elven forces behind it, wanting to recruit him, the Witcher. What surprised him was directly offering Valessa, this beautiful, excellent, management-skilled, pure-blooded female elf, as bait delivered right to his mouth. Wasn't the price too great? However, when fat meat is delivered to your mouth, why wouldn't you eat it? Especially when it looks so delicious. If things go wrong later, worst case, he just gets free benefits. Kiliman pondered for dozen seconds, then showed a somewhat unrestrained smile on his face, directly reaching out to grab the beautiful elf's wrist, pulling her fragrant body into his embrace, asking in a somewhat suggestive voice, "How about tonight, then? I'll keep talking until you're satisfied." The elf beauty's body stiffened for a few seconds. She could recognize the flirtation, brazenness, and certain innuendo in the Witcher's tone. However, Valessa seemed to have already made some decision before this conversation. She didn't refuse the Witcher's proposal. Instead, she met Kiliman's gaze with a somewhat complicated look, then propped herself up, took hold of the man's hand, and, walking toward her house, whispered, "Then, Witcher, you really must satisfy me, or else I won't let you off." What a strange night. Kiliman, who had stayed up all night, felt not the slightest fatigue. Instead, it was as if his bloated soul had run a sweat-soaked marathon and come back refreshed. Even the slight soul damage from absorbing Kurgrin's soul last time seemed to have been healed by this session of cultivation. He glanced at his status panel. His soul ascendance had reached 15 out of 100, and he couldn't help but feel moved. The elf beauty, fantastic. Absolutely incredible. Those voluptuous long legs, that pudding-like set of abs, and the mermaid line. After a whole night of sweetness, he still felt unsatisfied. Whether pure-blooded elven souls were innately different from human souls, or whether Valessa's strength was simply extraordinary, the effect she brought to Kiliman was clearly stronger than what ordinary people like Mrs. Judith provided. One session granted 5 points. Unfortunately, this special soul cultivation could only be endured once per month by the other party. Otherwise, even without the Witcher armor issue, he could have stayed in this village for months. In the following period, Kiliman stayed at Valessa's home. They slept together, shared a bed, clung to each other passionately, and had the time of their lives. As previously agreed, he went out by day to clear monsters and earn pay according to the number slain. At night, he turned into an indefatigable workhorse, cultivating the fertile ground that was the elf beauty, earning goodwill points. Although he couldn't cultivate soul and body simultaneously, that didn't stop his physical training, nor did it prevent the two of them from practicing physical techniques at night to deepen their bond. This time, perhaps because they had grown quite intimate, or because he was adept at pleasing her, or maybe witchers were simply predisposed to mooch off soft targets, Valessa stopped sending only a single elven warrior to guide him on monster hunts. Instead, she dispatched a full 7-member elven warrior squad to assist him. Although the elven warriors weren't specialists at fighting monsters, they were familiar with forest terrain, precise with their bows, and extremely agile. They excelled at reconnaissance, driving, encirclement, and pursuit in the woods. With these elven warrior support, Kiliman went daily to the densest monster zones, sparing no effort, no potions, and fighting despite injuries. His monster-slaying efficiency skyrocketed, earning him roughly 100 soul points almost every day. This near-madden slaughter made the accompanying elven warriors both admire and fear him. Their looks toward him changed. Finally, on the 11th day since arriving at Ammonite Village, and the 8th day living at Valessa's, his total soul energy had astonishingly reached 1,500 points. That morning, Kiliman didn't go out hunting, claiming he needed to rest his body at home. Of course, that was only an excuse. The real reason was that he planned to level up to spend the soul energy he had recently accumulated. He glanced over the skills on his system panel. This chapter is updated by Anne, velfire.net. Temerian military swordsmanship. Mastery level, strength plus 0.2, agility plus 0.2. To advance to Grandmaster requires 100 soul points. Viper School swordsmanship. Level, LV2, strength plus 0.4, agility plus 0.4, burst force plus 2, special skill. Adrenaline surge. Current level cap LV3, next level requires 500 soul points. Alder Magic Sign. Level, LV1, spirit plus 0.1, mana plus 0.3, special skill. None, current level cap LV3, next level requires 200 soul points. Igni Magic Sign. Level, LV1, spirit plus 0.1, mana plus 0.3, special skill. None, current level cap LV3, next level requires 200 soul points. Auxiliary skills. Witcher Alchemy LV2, Monster Harvesting LV2. 6 skills in total. 2 sword arts, 2 signs, and 2 Witcher auxiliary skills. After a brief thought, Kiliman's target quickly became the skill with the lowest level cap, Temerian military swordsmanship. Deep Blue. He spoke softly. Give me some points. As he issued the command, his total of 1,500 soul points immediately dropped by 100 to 1,400. Simultaneously, the Temerian military swordsmanship line on his skill list blurred for a moment and then changed to Temerian military swordsmanship. Grandmaster level, strength plus 0.4, agility plus 0.4, combat presence plus 1, combat intuition plus 1. Seeing the attribute change made Kiliman frown slightly. Then a mysterious, vigorous power instantly flowed into him, strengthening his body in a peculiar way, almost like a euphoric high, leaving his mind a little dazed. After several dozen seconds, his body was soaked in sweat, and his skin felt sticky and clammy, redolent with a strong sweat smell. Kiliman stripped down to just his shorts, sat cross-legged in the middle of the bedroom, and resumed a half-meditative state. He had expected the boost to strength and agility, but the Grandmaster Sword Art's extra increases, combat presence and combat intuition, were more ethereal attributes. Could this be the fabled return to basics? Still, presence and intuition were valuable attributes, those unique to masters. If he had time, he could learn other mundane sword arts too. The soul cost was small and might yield side benefits. Seeing the military swordsmanship could not be leveled further for now, Kiliman turned his attention to his only Witcher-exclusive sword art, the Viper School swordsmanship. Deep blue points. Clang, clang, clang. Soul points plummeted like flowing water. 500 soul points were spent, cutting his total nearly in half and leaving him with a hollowed-out feeling in his soul space. The Viper School swordsmanship option blurred, then presented new attributes. Viper School swordsmanship, level, LV3, strength plus 0.8, agility plus 0.8, burst force plus 5. Sword technique, tremor, tier 1. Special skill, adrenaline surge. Current level cap LV3, cannot advance for now. Next level requires 1,000 soul points. Again, that mysterious, overwhelming power burst from his soul space into his body. This time the sensation was even more intense than before. His body began trembling violently, his heart pounding so hard it felt like his blood vessels might explode. After roughly 2 minutes, the sweat covered him again. The smell of sweat grew stronger, and a black grime even formed on his skin. But Kiliman paid no mind to that. He seriously inspected his skill panel, specifically the Viper School swordsmanship entry. Setting aside the other attribute increases for the moment, what on earth was sword technique? Tremor, tier 1. What kind of attribute was that? Just as he wondered, many images automatically surfaced in his mind, abilities he had often used instinctively in combat, but never paid attention to. That was it. Sword technique, tremor. Through studying the images that appeared in his mind, Kiliman quickly gained some comprehension. The so-called sword technique, shock, level 1. Its principle wasn't actually complicated, it was the basic application of the shock technique. Simply put, it used one's own explosive power to create an instantaneous impact that could repel enemies. For example, during weapon clashes, it could vibrate away an opponent's weapon, creating an opening for a decisive strike. During hand-to-hand combat, it could use the body or limbs to disrupt an enemy's defensive posture, creating opportunities to attack vital points. This technique demanded high explosive power and control, somewhat similar to the modern martial arts concept of inch power. It emphasized concealed sharpness, seeking opportunities for single-strike kills. This actually shared some similarity with the Viper School's philosophy. No wonder it was hidden within this swordsmanship style. Unfortunately, Valessa wasn't here. Otherwise, he could have tested the sword technique's effectiveness with his highly skilled elven swordswoman. Recently, perhaps because of their intimate relationship, the beautiful elf had grown increasingly close to him, even unintentionally revealing many secrets she shouldn't have. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Valessa was deliberately leaving some clues, like slowly boiling a frog, aiming to make him gradually accept the forces behind Ammonite Village. This had a bit of that board the train first, by ticket later feeling. Kiliman sighed inwardly, but he didn't dislike this sensation. His attention quickly returned to the important matter of upgrading his skills. Viper School swordsmanship had temporarily reached its level cap at LV3. To continue upgrading, he needed to complete the first stage of Soul Ascension and enter the second phase. Not only that, although he had only learned 2 sword techniques so far, his perfect Witcher body talent was exceptional. His strength and agility attributes had nearly reached this body's current limits, reaching 3.82 and 3.54 respectively. If he continued boosting physical attributes, he didn't know whether the excess would be wasted or cause physical damage. Either way, it wouldn't be worthwhile and shouldn't be attempted. So his most important task now was to quickly complete soul advancement or learn spell-type skills to improve his spirit and magic attributes. Kiliman sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The path to godhood was indeed difficult. Most people's fates were determined from birth, with almost no chance of changing their circumstances. Only someone like him, possessing special abilities and not bound by predetermined fate, could seize opportunities amidst danger. Looking at his remaining 900 soul points, without hesitation, Kiliman directly upgraded both Alder Magic Sign and Igni Magic Sign by 1 level each. After his mental panel blurred momentarily, it displayed Alder Magic Sign, level, LV2, Spirit increased by 0.2, Magic increased by 0.6. Special technique, psychic explosion. After slight charging, direct Alder magic sign toward the ground, creating 360-degree knockback effect. Current level cap, LV3, requires 500 soul points to advance to next level. Igni magic sign level, LV2, spirit increased by 0.2, magic increased by 0.6. Special technique, flame jet, continuously consumes magic power, enabling Igni magic sign to produce flame jet effect, dealing continuous fire damage to target until spellcasting stops or magic is exhausted. Current level cap, LV3, requires 500 soul points to advance to next level. Remaining total soul points, 500. Upgrading both magic sign skills by 1 level each consumed 400 soul points. The result was a 0.2 increase in spirit attribute and 0.6 increase in magic attribute, plus 2 special usage methods for the magic signs. This will allow him to better handle various combat situations and increase his adaptability. From the results perspective, it was definitely worthwhile, truly worthy of being exclusive Witcher skills. The improvement in spirit and magic felt different from the painful yet pleasurable sensation of physical enhancement. He only felt the mysterious power overflowing from his soul space divide into 2 parts. One part drilled into his brain, strengthening his mind. The other part entered his chest, seemingly enhancing the Witcher mutation organs within his body. It appeared these 2 parts of the body respectively determined a Witcher's spirit and magic attributes, which aligned with the knowledge he had learned. Several minutes later, the enhancement of spirit and magic didn't bring painful sensations. Aside from slight dizziness and nausea, his body didn't experience any other abnormalities. If there were any changes, it would be the increased acuity of his 5 senses, and the storage capacity and circulation speed of magic within his body seemed to have become faster and stronger. Looking at the remaining 500 soul points on his panel, although he could still upgrade 1 more skill, Kiliman was a cautious man unwilling to take excessive risks. He couldn't accept not keeping enough soul points to heal even 1 fatal injury. He needed to always retain a hidden card, so he simply ended this enhancement session. He decided to wait until his total soul points exceeded 1,000 again before considering further upgrades. After completing the skill upgrade work, noticing the black grime that had emerged on his body, Kiliman went to Valessa's bathroom, filled the tub with water, then used Igni's flame jet ability aimed at the bathwater, directly heating it to a comfortable temperature for a hot bath. Surprisingly, in less than 5 minutes, the bathroom became filled with steam, almost turning into a sauna room. Although it consumed nearly 1/3 of his magic power, it proved unexpectedly very useful. It seemed that in the future, when needing to heat things and feeling too lazy to make fire, using this Igni flame jet ability would be a good alternative. Kiliman's lips twitched slightly. Then he slipped into the tub and began washing himself. About 10 minutes later, after cleaning himself thoroughly, he was just preparing to continue soaking and enjoy himself properly. Unfortunately, perhaps the goddess of fate didn't want him to relax too much, when Valessa's somewhat anxious voice suddenly came from the hall not far outside the door. "Kiliman, I have an urgent matter needing your help. Come out quickly." An urgent matter? Hearing Valessa's anxious voice, Kiliman didn't overthink it. He casually grabbed a towel from the rack, wrapped it around his waist, pushed open the bathroom door, and walked toward the hall. However, to his slight embarrassment, Valessa wasn't alone in the hall. Besides her, there was an elven woman who appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, with a voluptuous figure but average appearance, standing there with an anxious and weary expression. Seeing him come out practically naked with only a towel wrapped around him, Valessa raised her eyebrows in surprise. However, the beautiful elf clearly couldn't be bothered with such details. Before Kiliman could even approach, she directly said, "There's an emergency commission requiring your help, Kiliman. Yesterday evening, a little girl went missing. We suspect she's been kidnapped. We hope you can rescue her." Kiliman listened to this somewhat abrupt explanation with furrowed brows, not particularly concerned about his exposed masculinity. He casually sat on a chair and said in a calm voice, "For original chapters, go to novelire.net. Don't rush, Valessa. Explain the situation clearly first. No matter how urgent the commission, if the details aren't made clear, it will be difficult for me to handle." Perhaps influenced by the Witcher's calm tone, Valessa let out a soft sigh, her expression no longer so anxious. After exchanging a glance with the weary middle-aged elf woman behind her, she began to explain the commission details while introducing the woman. "This is Lady Rihanna, former court alchemist. She and her family originally lived in seclusion in Vizima City, making a living by selling various perfumes. However, since the outbreak of the Catriona plague, Vizima has become increasingly harsh toward non-human races, and that city is no longer safe. Many non-human citizens have been arrested, detained, interrogated, had their property confiscated, or even directly imprisoned in the plague-ridden Old Vizima district to await death, all on fabricated charges. Lady Rihanna feared such things might happen to her family, so she recently accepted our invitation to bring her family to live in Ammonite Village. But just last night, while they were staying at a rural inn on the outskirts of Vizima City, Lady Rihanna's daughter Miko went missing. She's just a little girl about 8 years old. No one knows how she disappeared. She vanished in the blink of an eye, or perhaps no one is willing to tell the truth." At this point, Valessa's expression turned somewhat gloomy as she looked into the Witcher's eyes and continued. "After getting nowhere with inquiries, Lady Rihanna rushed here overnight seeking our help. Her husband remains at that in continuing the search. However, the warriors under my command are all elves. They find it difficult to move freely in human-dominated towns like those in the Vizima outskirts, and they're not skilled at searching for missing persons. So, Kiliman, you are a Witcher. I've heard many stories about Witchers solving difficult commissions. I hope you can help us find that little girl and bring her back safely." Former court alchemist? Searching for a missing little girl? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems Valessa isn't even pretending anymore, directly revealing the forces behind her. Of course, Kiliman didn't mind these things. He hadn't promised to join this organization, nor sworn allegiance to anyone. Even his relationship with Valessa couldn't be considered formal lovers yet. Regardless of who the employer was or what organization they belonged to, as long as he didn't take commissions that showed too much bias or favoritism toward any particular side, then the so-called employer was just an ordinary employer. However, searching for a missing little girl? This wasn't like hunting monsters or eliminating some scumbag where you could just charge in and fight. Ammonite Village was about a day's walking distance from the Vizima outskirts, and even riding a full gallop would take half a day. By the time he arrived, it would have been nearly a day since the little girl went missing. Being unfamiliar with the place and people, how difficult would it be to find information about a missing person? Even in the technologically advanced modern society, there were sayings like the golden 48 hours for missing persons. Beyond that time frame, finding missing persons became extremely difficult. How much more so in this barbaric and backward quasi-medieval era? Kiliman felt this commission might be beyond his capabilities and couldn't help but hesitate internally. Although many experienced Witchers could handle various complex and troublesome commissions like the great detective Geralt, uncovering the truth through their keen Witcher senses, he was just a newcomer who had only been in this world for a month, never having worked as any kind of detective before. One couldn't expect too much from him. Seeing him still hesitating, Lady Rihanna behind Valessa immediately grew anxious, her body trembling slightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. Perhaps for Kiliman, this was just a commission he was hesitating whether to accept. Whether he took it or not didn't matter and wouldn't affect his life at all. But for a mother who had lost her daughter, this might be her only hope. Rihanna frantically pushed past Valessa in front of her, walking up to Kiliman flustered and at a loss, her face full of pleading and anxious expression as she said in a trembling voice, "Please, Master Witcher, save my daughter. Miko is her only child. She is the hope of my life. My husband and I cannot lose her. We're willing to offer all our family savings, more than 500 orens total, just to get our daughter back. 500 orens. Hearing this price, Kiliman inwardly gasped, somewhat shocked by this mother's offering. But he had heard from Valessa that elves naturally had difficulty reproducing. For this long-lived race, having a child was considered a gift from heaven. Due to genetic and lifespan issues, almost all pure-blooded elves had lost their desire for love. Only a very few would form families, and they lacked the joy between men and women. Calling them sexually frigid wouldn't be an exaggeration. During the racial war between humans and elves, one of the important reasons why the powerful elves were defeated by humans. Discover more novels at novelier.net. Was their inability to effectively replenish their population. And the fact that he had so quickly conquered Valessa, this obviously elite, pure-blooded elf beauty physically. The soul-tempering method of spiritual and physical dual cultivation, along with his far superior bed skills, could be said to have contributed greatly. Through his understanding during this period, Kiliman had gained some knowledge about Temeria's economic situation. At this point in time, each country's currency value differed significantly. Even different types of gold coins had vastly different purchasing power. The most valuable were the crown gold coins from Redania, the strongest northern kingdom, minted in Novigrad, the most prosperous trading city in the north. These circulated in multiple northern countries and were one of the main currencies in the north. In the kingdom of Temeria, orens were the main currency here. An ordinary adult male worker's monthly income was only about a dozen orens or so. Converting to modern currency, it would be like an era with extremely scarce supplies and transportation where ordinary workers earned about 1,000 yuan monthly. 1 oren gold coin would be roughly equivalent to 100 yuan. Perhaps players didn't notice while playing the game, but in this real Witcher world, below gold coins there were silver coins, and below silver coins there were small currencies like copper coins. How could all daily transactions possibly be conducted using only gold coins? Looking at Lady Rihanna willing to pay a large reward. Looking at this weary, tear-streaked mother begging bitterly before him. Kiliman wasn't heartless either. Perhaps this commission might not be completed successfully, but there was no harm in trying. Coincidentally, he was planning to go live in Vizima City for a while afterwards, so he could treat this commission as getting familiar with the environment in advance. He sighed inwardly, looked up at Valessa, who also showed a pleading expression, then nodded to Rihanna and said, "All right, Lady Rihanna, let's set aside the matter of reward for now. I will immediately head to that inn to meet with your husband. I cannot guarantee whether I can find your daughter, but I will do my best." After speaking, Kiliman stood up preparing to return to the bathroom and change into combat gear for immediate departure. However, Valessa immediately reached out and stopped him, saying, "Thank you for helping Rihanna, Kiliman. I thank you on behalf of my people. My horse is in the stables. I've already had someone prepare it. Ride it when you're ready to depart." Vizima, the capital city of the Temerian kingdom. This port city belonged to the Temerian royal family, ruled personally by King Foltest. It was the largest, newest, and most prosperous trading hub in the entire kingdom. Tens of thousands of residents lived within the city, and together with Vizima's suburbs, several surrounding small towns, the royal army, and various villages, factories, and production settlements established to serve these residents, it formed the most densely populated area in the entire kingdom. Of course, these statistics sounded impressive, but for Kiliman, who had once lived in a massive modern city composed of tens of millions of people, the so-called royal capital was nothing more than a slightly larger township, not particularly astonishing. When he rode the tall elf steed in frantic haste to reach the rural inn mentioned by Lady Rihanna, the sun hanging in the sky had already begun to slowly set, with dusk approaching. This was a massive inn, large enough to cover half a football field. Besides the extensive vegetable garden behind the inn for growing their own produce, it had everything one could need: stables, latrines, blacksmith shop, tavern, lodging, all sorts of buildings crammed together. They were packed closely, interconnected, with a spacious courtyard for guests to stroll, hang laundry, chat, and so on. The facilities were quite comprehensive. Not only that, But the inn's perimeter was surrounded by a wooden wall constructed from hundreds of massive logs taller than a person, completely blocking threats from various wild beasts and small monsters, giving people a strong sense of security. When Kiliman pushed open the inn's main door and entered the tavern hall, it was already filled with travelers from all over the kingdom. Various different accents, shouts, curses, boasts, and singing voices filled the air without cease. A bard wearing a wide-brimmed hat and playing a lute seemed to be singing about the legendary Witcher Geralt story. A group of tall, shirtless boxers covered in tattoos occupied one corner of the tavern hall, organizing an exciting fist-fighting gambling game with many surrounding spectators. In another corner of the inn, several garishly dressed women wearing thin clothing that revealed large areas of smooth skin and quite voluptuous figures were soliciting customers with seductive tones and glances. This lively, bustling atmosphere made Kiliman's heart itch somewhat, making him want to experience medieval tavern culture. Unfortunately, the urgent contract left him no spare time, forcing him to abandon the idea. Gathering his thoughts, feeling slightly regretful, he scanned the hall and quickly spotted his target with sharp eyes. It was a slim, disheveled-looking middle-aged half-elf man with a weary expression, covering his forehead with both hands, unsure whether he was crying or just spacing out. Kiliman didn't stand on ceremony, quickly walking over to sit opposite the man, then rapping on the table with his hand as he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Scott, I'm the Witcher hired by your wife, Lady Rihanna, to help find your daughter Miko. Can you tell me what clues you found today?" Hearing his voice, the man named Scott slowly raised his head, his eyes red and bloodshot as if he hadn't slept all night. He didn't question Kiliman's identity, but instead covered his face with both hands, nearly sobbing as he said, "Oh, my Miko, I haven't found anything. I've begged the guards, questioned the village head here, sought out the mercenary leader here, and even went to ask for help from the town's priests, merchants, and beggars. I knelt on the ground, pleading with them, but they all said they knew nothing, wouldn't tell me anything, as if my daughter had been taken away by demons." Ah, boo-hoo-hoo. Watching the half-elf man crying so helplessly before him, Kiliman felt somewhat speechless. Hey, you're the pillar of the family. It hasn't even been a full day yet. You should at least hold on a bit longer. He mentally complained, but his face remained expressionless. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked Scott for the addresses of those individuals he'd just mentioned, along with some other basic information, then turned and left. Actually, even before coming here, Kiliman had already formed some suspicions. In this era, human trafficking crimes were extremely rampant. Those who would kidnap an elven girl, aside from supernatural factors, generally fell into just a few main categories: gang members, cult organizations, local bullies, or certain perverted nobles. The most up-to-date N0 vels are published on novel FireNet. Whether for selling for profit or some special fetish, they were always the prime suspects. And with less than a year remaining until the timeline of the Witcher games beginning, the game's largest evil gang in Vizima, the Salamander Gang, should already be established and rapidly expanding under the funding of the Order of the Flaming Rose. This was a scumbag organization that would commit any evil deed to make money, selling narcotic powders, intimidation and extortion, human trafficking, murder and robbery. Absolutely nothing was beneath them. In his mind, this kidnapping case had an 80% probability of being the Salamander Gang's work. Finding them would definitely yield some clues. Anyway, they were just a bunch of evil-doing scum, even more despicable than idiot peasants. Better to mistakenly kill than let escape. Eliminating them would bring no guilt. Unfortunately, this gang was still in its hidden phase, with no clear information about their hideout location. Kiliman used his sharp Witcher hearing to secretly investigate around the tavern, but found no drug dealers selling narcotic powder, not even a single clue about the Salamander Gang. He sighed, deciding not to waste time here. Taking advantage of the fading daylight, he turned and rode away from the inn, heading toward the town where the priest was located. According to the information he'd obtained, this so-called priest was actually a clergyman of the Eternal Fire sect. He had been preaching the doctrine of the eternal fire for years in the small town on Vizima's outskirts, with numerous followers here, deeply rooted and highly respected, not someone ordinary people could afford to offend. However, the unfortunate truth was, while the Witcher world did have numerous deities, with powerful gods capable of moving mountains and filling seas, omnipotent, and even weaker gods able to perform miracles impossible in ordinary eyes. The Eternal Fire sect, with the most followers in the north, and being the most mainstream, worshipped an eternal fire that was a complete fraud, a fictional deity image with no supernatural abilities whatsoever. This sect, from the most revered archbishops down to the clergymen scattered across every human town and village, every single one of them was nothing but smooth-talking swindlers full of righteous rhetoric, but actually skilled only in deception and fraud, completely lacking any real capability. This sect, from the most revered archbishops down to the clergymen scattered across every human town and village, every single one of them was nothing but smooth-talking swindlers full of righteous rhetoric, but actually skilled only in deception and fraud, completely lacking any real capability. 80% of the Northern Witcher's bad reputation was caused by this damned religion. If not for the Eternal Fire sect having enough wealth to maintain a powerful sect armed force. These religious frauds who only knew how to extort money and deceive people throughout the North would have long been devoured alive by the nobility. However, the Eternal Fire's intimidation only existed in secular society, only affecting those ordinary people who feared their religious armed forces. For our mighty Witcher here, these scum who could only throw their weight around among commoners were nothing but lambs waiting for slaughter. Splash! The ice-cold water thrown on him made the unconscious old priest shudder involuntarily. When he opened his eyes and found himself stripped naked and hanging from an old tree in the wilderness, the biting night wind scraping against his body made the old man let out a miserable wail. S is bynovelire.net. He panicked and looked around, calling for help in the wilderness under the moonlight, when he quickly noticed. Not far from on a rock sat a nearly 2-meter-tall man, dressed entirely in black, only a pair of amber cat-like vertical pupils visible, casually playing with a snake-curved dagger while watching him with mocking eyes. Seeing this, the old priest's expression froze as his mind raced, seemingly trying to recall when during his years of scamming and deceiving he might have offended such a person. The other party's arrogant posture, burly build, and the dazzling skill with which he handled the serpentine dagger clearly marked him as someone not to be trifled with, someone who should have left a deep impression. But as he thought harder, when his attention focused on those distinctive amber cat-like vertical pupils, the old priest couldn't help but blurt out, "Witcher, you're a witcher. You evil devils, why have you kidnapped me?" Hearing the old priest's curses, Kiliman, who had been sitting there playing with his dagger, instead chuckled darkly, standing up like a true villain, speaking in a playful and mocking tone. "Old man, you guessed right. I am indeed a witcher. Since you already say we're evil devils, isn't kidnapping you perfectly normal behavior? So now, before my dagger pierces your body, before I slice off your flesh, before I drain your blood and offer you as sacrifice to evil gods, take another guess why I've come for you." Kiliman's tone was quite playful, as if witchers truly were the demonic apostles and evil god spokesmen that Eternal Fire propaganda made them out to be. But jokes aside, the killing intent in his voice was unmistakably real and should have been quite intimidating. Yet whether this old priest was genuinely tough with firm faith, or because he'd grown accustomed to throwing his weight around and believed witchers were good people who wouldn't really harm him, hearing Kiliman's threat instead seemed to bolster his courage, as he prayed while cursing loudly. "Flame protects the faithful. Those standing within the light shall not be harmed by evil. Flame cleanses impurity. Just as it burns festering wounds, souls tainted by evil must be purified through fire. You mutants born from filth and chaos, you and your masters, along with those sorcerers who wield dark powers, are all poisons upon this world. monsters that should be purified by flame. Eternal fire, please purify this evil mutant before me. Truly a veteran charlatan of decades, so immersed in his role that he might have deceived even himself into believing. Though completely naked, hanging from a tree in utter wretchedness, the old priest still recited these eternal fire prayers with perfect cadence, sounding quite rhythmic and imbued with a sense of righteousness triumphing over evil. No wonder those ignorant villagers were manipulated so easily by these eternal fire priests, not only coaxed into surrendering their meager savings, but even willing to endure hunger to offer their scarce food supplies, often used as cannon fodder against enemies they could never hope to defeat. Kiliman listened with amusement, not interrupting the old priest's prayers and curses, calmly taking it all in while even memorizing the prayers for future study. Only when the spring night's chill wind left the old man shivering uncontrollably, snot running down his face, his speech becoming broken and disjointed, no longer able to maintain his sanctimonious, devout follower facade, did Kiliman deliver a brutal kick to the old bastard's body. The old bastard's screams were sharp and filled with agony. However, Kiliman felt no sympathy in the original game. This character had committed numerous evils, assisting in human trafficking, seizing others' properties, covering up crimes, even driving his own daughter into prostitution in Vizima City through his persecution, leaving her in destitute poverty. He brutally shoved the dagger into the old bastard's mouth, the sharp tip pressing against his palate, forcing him to stop screaming and preventing any movement. Tears and terror filled his eyes as he looked at the Witcher, as if truly beholding a devil. "I'm not joking, old bastard. Now tell me, where are those kidnapped little girls, especially the elven girl taken yesterday? If you don't talk, or if you dare lie to me, I'll throw you to the monsters and let you watch as they devour your flesh and blood." This was indeed the truth. Having kidnapped the old bastard tonight, he certainly couldn't let the priest return to ruin the Witcher's reputation and cause greater troubles. Regardless of whether tonight's answers were truthful, it only determined how much more suffering the old bastard would endure. As it turned out, no matter how tough ordinary people might appear, they simply hadn't encountered truly ruthless characters. Facing Kiliman's threats and killing intent, experiencing indescribable pain and torment, the old priest finally broke down, weeping and begging. "I don't know where the kidnapped children are either. I only know they were taken by gang members called the Salamander Gang, who have people among the guards too. Those children should still be in the outskirts, not sold off yet. Spare me, Witcher. If you let me go, I'll help you find the kidnapped children. All the villagers are my informants. I can definitely help you." Hearing this, Kiliman remained expressionless, thinking to himself that his guess had been correct. "Tell me, where are the Salamander Gang's hideouts?" "Any hideout will do. Don't tell me you don't know, or you'll learn the consequences." The old priest was clearly frightened into complete compliance, not daring to resist at all as he spilled everything like pouring beans. "I know one of their hideouts at the crossroads leading to town, next to an abandoned house with a secret passage to their hideout inside. That's where we conducted our goods exchanges. Please spare me. I can definitely help you." Getting the information he wanted, Kiliman nodded, then drew his viper fong dagger and thrust it into the old priest's eye socket, instantly scrambling his brain. After killing him, he turned and shouted toward a direction in the distant forest. "Hey, whoever's hiding over there, didn't you notice? You're standing upwind. The wind's already carried your scent over here, come out. Otherwise, you'll become my enemy." As Kiliman's voice faded, the forest fell silent for over 10 seconds. Seeing that evasion seemed impossible, finally a man emerged who also wore a Witcher medallion and carried 2 swords on his back. This, unexpectedly, was also a Witcher. Geralt certainly didn't expect that the person emerging from the opposite side would be a fellow Witcher. The man appeared somewhat thin with ordinary features, brown hair, brown eyes, and wore only a worn-out gray leather armor, looking utterly destitute, compared to Geralt's own tall, muscular build that clearly screamed strength. If not for the other's witcher-like, beastly vertical pupils and numerous scars on his face and body, one might more easily believe he was some country farmer or down-on-his-luck mercenary. After being called out from his hiding spot, the other party was clearly quite wary, emerging cautiously from the woods with weapon tightly gripped, his eyes shifting between the snake school emblem on Geralt's chest and the old priest's corpse behind him. After several seconds of silence, the man spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. For original chapters, go to noelfire.net. You're from the Viper School. I heard most of your people are down south. Why have you come here? Geralt immediately noticed the metal wolf head emblem hanging from the other's chest, identical to the one in the games. It was actually a wolf school witcher. Recalling the game's storyline developments, he could roughly guess the other's identity. Berenger, a witcher who wanted to escape his identity, marry, and have children like ordinary people, unwilling to associate with other wolf school members, but who would later, threatened by the Salamander gang, betray the secret of Kaer Morhen to save his own life, ultimately dying in Vizima. Calling him a bad person wouldn't be quite accurate, but calling him a good person clearly put him far behind other wolf school witchers. When traveling abroad, you create your own identity. Being mistaken for a Viper School member, Geralt didn't bother to correct him. He chuckled lightly, maintaining a relaxed expression as he said, Hey, no need to be nervous. Brother from the wolf school, don't judge by appearances. I'm not someone who kills indiscriminately. I took a contract to find a kidnapped elven girl, that middle-aged elf weeping uncontrollably at the village inn. You've probably seen him already. This matter relates to that old charlatan behind me. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to come ask him some questions? So, brother, why did you follow me out here to the wilderness and secretly watch me work? Seeing Geralt so casual and relaxed after just killing someone, the other party clearly found it hard to accept. But ultimately, as fellow witchers, both considered freaks by others, even if from different schools, they shared some sense of camaraderie. Berenger hesitated for several seconds before slowly moving his hand away from his weapon, answering seriously. I also took a contract from a human couple in the village to find their missing son. After investigating for several days, because clues pointed to this matter being related to Eternal Fire priests, I've been watching the church, waiting for an opportunity to investigate. At this point, Berenger's expression turned serious. You shouldn't have killed this Eternal Fire priest. According to my investigation, he had considerable prestige in Vizima's outskirts. Whether city guards, merchant leaders from the suburbs, local gentry, or gang bosses, all had deep connections with this priest. That's why I suspected these kidnappings were related to him. He's been operating here for many years, with probably hundreds of loyal Eternal Fire followers under him. If his death is discovered here, there will definitely be major turmoil in Vizima's outskirts. After listening, Geralt didn't seem particularly concerned. He already knew this intelligence and had long considered what would happen next. Making a throat-slitting gesture toward Berenger, he said in a calm tone, This old bastard was no good person. The villagers he's gotten killed probably number more than just 10 or 20. Later I'll cut off his head and toss it somewhere random. Nobody will know where he died. Besides, even if they find out, we'll have long left this place by then. No trouble for us. After saying this, Geralt added, By the way, I just learned the Salamander gang's hideout location from him. Planning to check it out. Want to come along? You rescue your human boy. I rescue my elven girl. How about that? Our contracts aren't competitive. We could cooperate on this. The Wolf School Witcher fell silent for over 10 seconds, probably not trusting the Snake School Witcher, but finding it hard to refuse. But now, the old priest's lead had been completely severed, and only the other party knew the Salamander gang's hideout location. Unless he abandoned the operation and found another approach, cooperation was the only way forward. Berenger said cautiously, Better not be so reckless. According to my investigation, these outskirts villagers are too afraid of Salamander gang retaliation to leak any information about them. Apparently, several villagers had their throats slit at night for breaking this rule. This gang has many members, good equipment, and considerable strength. Acting recklessly might not only fail the contract, but put us in danger too. After listening, Geralt originally wanted to mock this a bit. What's there to fear from some ordinary gang members? But then he remembered from the games that the Salamander gang had several renegade sorcerers who could use magic, actually quite capable. So he reined in his dismissive attitude toward the Salamander gang, nodding seriously. Don't worry, I've prepared plenty of potions, even several alchemical bombs. We'll be fully prepared before taking them down. Hearing Geralt speak so seriously, even having prepared potions and alchemical bombs, Beringer instead hesitated. After 2 seconds of silence, he said somewhat awkwardly, "Need to drink potions? Sorry, I don't have a single potion on me. No alchemical bombs either. And I probably don't have enough money to make potions either." For most struggling witchers, each witcher potion costing 5 to 20 orens indeed represented a significant burden. Even if some herbs and monster materials could be obtained personally, the high-proof alcohol used for potion making wasn't cheap. Moreover, besides frequent equipment repairs, witchers had considerable daily expenses. This was an extremely dangerous profession. If nutrition was poor, combat effectiveness suffered greatly. With monsters so dangerous and psychological pressure high, finding women for relaxation was only human nature. Not everyone could be as lucky as Geralt. Finding an elven sugar mama, like Valessa, who provided both money and companionship, earning thousands of orens in just a month while gaining both wealth and relationship. Geralt wasn't particularly surprised by this. Even legendary witcher masters like Geralt often found themselves unable to pay bar tabs, without contracts, even relying on their bard friend Dandelion for support. He laughed heartily, then said to Beringer, "No problem, you can use my potions too. Everything for completing the contract. By the way, you can call me Kiliman. What's your name? I'm actually still relatively new as a witcher. Probably have much to learn from you. Perhaps in this world that values appearance, good-looking people always find it easier to gain others' favor." After some conversation, Beringer and Kiliman had basically gotten to know each other. The initial mutual wariness was gone, replaced by the most basic level of trust. However, the two didn't have time for extended chatting. After hurriedly cutting off the old priest's head and burying his body, they took advantage of the remaining darkness before dawn to head toward the Salamander gang's hideout location. This was, after all, the outskirts of the capital, still within the jurisdiction of the kingdom's laws. Many things could only be done under the cover of night. If they killed people openly during daytime, especially within towns, they might accidentally cause massive chaos or even accidentally harm bystanders, becoming wanted criminals by the kingdom, which would only bring more trouble. By the way, Beringer, what's the reward for this contract of yours? While traveling, with nothing else to do, Kiliman suddenly thought of this question. Since he never had much reference, although he knew his own fees were quite high, he didn't know exactly how much higher they were compared to others. Understanding more about his colleagues' financial situations would help him negotiate prices with employers more effectively in the future. Unexpectedly, when Beringer heard this question, he sighed as if struck in a sore spot. His weathered, peasant-like face showed a helpless expression as he said, "Only 42 orens total." That couple said this was all their wealth. "I've been investigating this matter for over 3 days, and now I still have to fight the Salamander gang members. Sigh, I wonder if this money will even be enough to repair my equipment." 42 orens, with odd change and all. After hearing Beringer's complaint, Kiliman chuckled inwardly. The fee he planned to charge would be over 10 times this amount. Although he might not actually charge that much, it definitely wouldn't be too little either. Still, this reward was actually quite decent. Converted into ordinary adult labor value, it was more than enough to cover 3 months' wages. This was especially true since they were in the kingdom's capital, where even ordinary people could relatively easily find work if they were willing to labor hard. If this were in rural countryside areas, many people wouldn't even have opportunities to earn money, let alone accumulate any savings. But there was no helping it. This was the medieval era with high prices, low rewards, and poor goods circulation. That couple had probably done their best to save their child. Traveling quickly along the way took about an hour. They finally reached the crossroads the old priest had mentioned and found the target location nearby. This was an abandoned village, perhaps due to plague, perhaps due to war, but in any case, the villagers had long since died or moved away. Only dilapidated houses, overgrown graves, ancient trees, and abandoned farmland remained, looking both eerie and terrifying. If ordinary people were in such spooky ruins, they might feel afraid. But both Kiliman and Berenger were witchers, capable of slaying even wraiths and various supernatural entities, let alone ordinary darkness. They briefly discussed combat tactics, then lightened their footsteps, holding their breath and concentrating as they began searching the area around the abandoned buildings for the Salamander Gang's hideout location. It had to be said, their luck was fairly good. After all, Salamander Gang members were just rogue thugs, ordinary people. In such darkness, they needed to light candles to move around without hindrance. Using their witcher's keen vision, the two quickly found a house with faint light among the ruins. Cautiously approaching, they indeed discovered inside a group of people covered in various tattoos, wearing leather armor, with weapons placed nearby, looking quite dangerous. They chatted quietly while making unrestrained jokes. Some were eating food, some were playing Gwent, and others were sniffing narcotic powder. However, more notably, many of them carried hand crossbows. These were extremely dangerous weapons. Even veteran witchers would find it difficult to guard against hand crossbow ambushes during combat. If hit by a crossbow bolt, one could easily die instantly. Seeing these people, Berenger's breathing noticeably became heavier. His fingers moved toward his weapon as if considering a surprise attack. But Kiliman shook his head at him, then pulled him aside. Reaching behind his back, actually accessing his storage space, he took out 4 potion bottles, giving 2 to each of them. Thunderbolt Potion and Cat Potion. This chapter is updated by nofire.net. This hideout probably has more people than just these. There are likely secret passages inside the house. Drink these potions first to avoid struggling in combat if we get surrounded later. Berenger hesitated for a few seconds, perhaps somewhat worried that these 2 potions might have been tampered with. However, when Kiliman showed a completely open expression and drank his potions in front of him, Berenger no longer hesitated and quickly consumed both elixirs. The first was Thunderbolt Potion. It could significantly increase a person's strength and agility for a short time, with enhancement effects reaching up to 1.5 times that of an ordinary person's strength and agility. The latter was Cat Potion. It allowed people to see in the dark, granting night vision. If fighting ordinary people in complete darkness, it could even produce miraculous effects, making it possible to defeat several times or even dozens of times one's number of enemies. After drinking the 2 powerful potions, Berenger's confidence noticeably increased, and he was no longer as tense as before. However, Kiliman didn't give him much opportunity to show off next, instead first demonstrating what a pay-to-win witcher's combat style looked like. He brought this poor wolf school witcher back to the window outside the Salamander Gang hideout, then directly produced a massive beehive bomb from behind his back out of thin air. Such a beehive bomb cost nearly 10 orns to make and was quite troublesome to manufacture, so few witchers used them in ordinary combat. Yet Kiliman didn't even blink. With his left hand, he made a silent snapping gesture, using Igni to ignite the beehive bomb, while his right hand threw it directly through the broken window into the house. The country bumpkin thugs of the Salamander Gang had clearly never seen bombs before. Looking at this clay pot with its burning fuse and emitting black smoke, some looked wary and wanted to run to the window to check the situation, while others looked curious and wanted to pick up the bomb to examine it. But most hadn't yet realized what was happening from their activities, just staring blankly. However, the beehive bomb wouldn't give them time to think. With a tremendous boom, the beehive bomb exploded violently. Orange flames accompanied by thick smoke blew the nearest Salamander Gang members into pieces, while thugs further away were severely burned by the flames ignited by the beehive bomb. Even the Salamander Gang members farthest away, outside the explosion range, were stunned by the tremendous blast, losing their ability to react. The two witchers waiting outside the door certainly wouldn't give the thugs time to recover. They directly kicked the door open, then drew their sharp swords and began cutting down these salamander gang scum. In the era of cold weapons, alchemical bombs were truly devastating weapons. Even some sorcerers' magic couldn't necessarily compare to bombs in certain aspects, especially when dealing with those who had never witnessed the destructive power of bombs. The lethality doubled. Just like this time, in the sealed environment of an abandoned house, because the gang members were close enough and didn't immediately flee upon seeing the bomb, they missed their best chance to escape. 2 of the 8 Salamander gang members were instantly killed by the explosion, while 2 others were burned by the flames accompanying the bomb, their bodies charred black as they lay on the ground, completely incapacitated. The remaining 4, before they could even react to the shock of the explosion, had their throats slit by the 2 witchers who charged into the room with lightning speed. The sword edges showed no mercy. Blood sprayed everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, the entire room was cleared. Kiliman expressionlessly glanced at Berenger, who had finished delivering the coup de grace and seemed somewhat dazed. He knew this was just an ordinary witcher, neither blessed by fate with innate good luck to escape danger, nor secretly receiving money from sorceresses like Yennefer. His daily life was probably quite miserable, likely never having experienced such an easy victory. Judging from Berenger's movements and combat skills, his witcher mutations were probably not very successful. This resulted in his physical attributes being quite low, not even twice that of an ordinary adult, and his equipment was a pile of scrap metal that had probably been used for many years. No wonder in the original story he couldn't withstand the Salamander gang's siege, was chased by a group of ordinary people, and ultimately died in Vizima City. No wonder in the original story he couldn't withstand the Salamander gang's siege, was chased by a group of ordinary people, and ultimately died in Vizima City. Unfortunately, today was definitely going to involve more killing, but his soul space could only store 10 souls simultaneously. Any extra souls that couldn't be absorbed would simply go to waste. Seeing this never-before-seen magic sign and its effect of capturing human souls, Berenger came back to his senses and looked at Kiliman with somewhat unusual eyes. Most magic involving souls was classified as black magic or necromancy. This was explicitly forbidden by the Northern Sorcerers Brotherhood, and violators could even face pursuit and execution by sorcerers. However, this Wolf School Witcher didn't ask any questions, simply treating this magic sign as a unique secret spell of the Viper School that outsiders shouldn't inquire about too much. Kiliman didn't care what he thought either. While squatting down and skillfully looting all valuable items from the Salamander gang members' corpses, he said calmly, "I think we should extinguish all the oil lamps first, then look for the secret passage entrance. The night vision capability from Cat Potion is our trump card. When encountering enemies, immediately extinguish their torches to create a combat environment favorable to us." Berenger was only temporarily cooperating with him, and he was merely making a suggestion. But unexpectedly, this farmer-like witcher naturally positioned himself as the one receiving commands. Following orders, he extinguished the lights in the house, and soon found the hidden secret passage door through the light seeping through the floorboards. This was a one-way trapdoor that could only go down, not up. About 2 to 3 meters below was a damp cave, pitch black except for the light from torches on the walls, unable to see very far. The Salamander gang members were truly cunning, actually placing this trapdoor beneath a large wooden chest that fit perfectly, showing no abnormalities from the outside, with many daily items placed on top of the chest. If not for the light seeping through after extinguishing the lamps, finding this trapdoor would probably have taken considerable time. Content originally comes from novifire.net. Berenger took the lead, opening the trapdoor and wanted to jump down after just a few seconds of observation, but was quickly stopped by Kiliman. Looking at this reckless fellow witcher, he sighed. He handed him a bottle of Swallow Potion, a hand crossbow found on the Salamander gang members, and a money pouch containing 20 orens and some silver coins. "Be careful. There might be an ambush down in the secret passage. These are all spoils from the recent search, including your share." Perhaps not expecting to receive a share of the loot, Beringer showed a rather simple smile on his face, accepting the swallow potion, hand crossbow, and money pouch. After carefully drinking the swallow potion, he stuffed the money pouch into another larger money pouch and tied it tightly. Then, nodding to Kiliman, he leaped down through the trapdoor with a Witcher steel sword in his right hand and a loaded hand crossbow in his left. Kiliman waited quietly for over 10 seconds. Seeing that the secret passage remained quiet, he felt relieved. Since someone was taking the lead, he didn't delay further. Just as he was about to flip down through the trapdoor, he suddenly heard a scream and some chaotic noises. It was Beringer's scream. An ambush? His heart tightened, and he immediately stopped his flipping motion, carefully peering down. He saw that this wolf school witcher had already thrown aside his steel sword and hand crossbow, sweating profusely as he lay on the ground, holding his left hand while continuously wailing in pain. On the left hand he was holding a dark, writhing energy was constantly eroding, causing the exposed muscles and skin on his arm to wither and decay at a visible rate, soon becoming like a skeletal arm. Quite horrifying. On the left hand he was holding a dark, writhing energy was constantly eroding, causing the exposed muscles and skin on his arm to wither and decay at a visible rate, soon becoming like a skeletal arm. Quite horrifying. However, as an experienced witcher, Beringer had managed to fire his hand crossbow while enduring the pain before collapsing, using his left hand to block this fatal attack. His crossbow attack was also quite effective. About 7 or 8 meters away, a man shot through the heart was lying on the ground in pain, struggling continuously. This was a sorcerer, though not very powerful, now completely incapacitated. It was unclear how he managed to ambush a witcher. Fortunately, Beringer had taken the lead, otherwise he might have been the one injured. Kiliman quickly made this assessment and was about to take action. Suddenly, he saw from the other side of the secret passage 4 fully armed salamander gang members rushing over quickly. While running, they were adjusting their hand crossbows, attempting to shoot the struggling Beringer lying on the ground. Seeing this situation, he didn't hesitate any longer. Supporting himself with one hand on the trapdoor edge, he gathered chaotic magic power with his other hand while leaping down. By the time the salamander gang's crossbow bolts were fired, he was already standing in front of Beringer. Alder magic sign. As Kiliman pushed out his palm, an extremely powerful air current swept forth from his position. With tremendous force, it directly sent the crossbow bolts mid-air, the sorcerer lying on the ground, and the torches on the walls flying several meters away, plunging the entire passage into darkness. Not only that, after striking with his palm, Kiliman didn't pause either. In just a few seconds, he quickly closed in on the salamander gang members who had fallen into panic due to the darkness. His sharp viper steel sword showed no mercy, raising and dropping the blade. He struck at their heads, sending blood spraying everywhere. Taking advantage of the chaos and darkness, he quite simply eliminated these 4 salamander gang members. When the dust settled in the entire secret passage, besides him and the injured Beringer, there is only that sorcerer who had been sent flying by the alder magic sign, now lying on the ground with barely a breath left. How are you feeling? Is your body okay? This arm, well, what do you plan to do with it? After confirming there were no other enemies in this hideout, Kiliman helped the weakened Beringer up and leaned him against a nearby wall. Though it was just an arm injury, this witcher looked as if he had endured horrific torture. Eyes bulging, face pale, gums bleeding from being clenched so tightly. Clearly, he had been in excruciating pain. Hearing his questions, Beringer showed a bitter smile and an indescribable expression that seemed almost like relief, saying, "Not bad, probably won't die." This is a first-level spell, Bone-Corroding Arrow. Follow current novels on Novel Firenet. I once saw it in K.R. Morin's library collection of Very Vicious Magic, a spell used by certain dark sorcerers for executions and torture. It uses dark attribute energy to erode the flesh, corrupt the blood and tissue, completely destroying the body's foundation. Unless a high-level healer is willing to treat me, it should be very difficult to cure. Even swallow potion won't work. At this point, Beringer gave a self-mocking laugh and continued. My Witcher career should be considered over. High-level healers are already rare, holding high positions and power. Ordinary people aren't qualified to meet them, and even if found, I probably don't have the means to get their help. And those sorcerers charge exorbitant fees. There's no way I could afford their treatment. Besides, missing an arm, I'm basically useless now. Maybe in the future, I'll have to rely on farming to support myself. Kiliman didn't pay attention to his self-deprecation, instead pondering what this so-called first-level magic meant. In his previous life, whether in games or the original works, the Witcher profession was described in the most detail, while sorcerer's power was difficult to measure with simple levels and wasn't described thoroughly enough. So he knew nothing about this magic level classification system. However, Kiliman was someone who spoke his mind and didn't like keeping questions to himself, so he directly asked, what does first-level magic mean? Does magic have many levels? Beringer looked at him with surprise, probably not expecting such a powerful snake school witcher to lack knowledge of such basic magical knowledge. But this farmer-like witcher wasn't a sarcastic person. After considering for less than a second, he honestly replied, I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either. But according to the standards set by the Sorcerer's Brotherhood, chaos magic is divided into 4 levels based on the harm it causes and the difficulty of use. First level is weakest, 4th level is strongest. Well, maybe we should also include those non-standard cantrips. Most sorcerer apprentices who've studied magic for less than 20 years can only use first-level spells. Formal sorcerers, ordinary members of the Sorcerer's Brotherhood, can mostly use 1st to 3rd level magic depending on their strength. Only the leadership of the Sorcerer's Brotherhood, those powerful sorcerers called high-level sorcerers, can use the most powerful 4th level magic. But now across the entire continent, most of those early promoted high-level sorcerers have already exhausted their lifespans and become marks in history. The truly remaining high-level sorcerers probably number less than 10 now. Plus, with the previous 2 Nilfgaard Wars and the Vanette Island coup, the Sorcerer's Brotherhood is practically nominal now. There aren't many truly powerful sorcerers left anymore. After listening to Beringer's explanation, Kiliman nodded, feeling he had learned many new things. He hadn't expected this seemingly simple and honest fellow to know quite a lot. If he just let him fade away like this, it felt somewhat wasteful of this encounter. Looking at the self-proclaimed cripple Beringer, an idea suddenly emerged in Kiliman's mind, a win-win solution. So he directly said, Beringer, I have an idea you might consider. Actually, my teacher died very early, almost right after I completed my Witcher trials. As you've probably seen, while my strength is decent, and I've had some unusual encounters. Beringer looked at him with surprise, probably not expecting such a powerful snake school witcher to lack knowledge of such basic magical knowledge. Speaking thus, he looked at the weakened witcher before him with sincere and earnest eyes. In your current condition, life will definitely be difficult going forward. How about this? I'll find your retirement place and pay you a substantial monthly fee. In return, without violating your principles, teach me all the Witcher knowledge you know. Believe me, I'm a generous person. 1st level is weakest, 4th level is strongest. Well, maybe we should also include those substandard cantrips. Think it over carefully. This path should be a good choice for you. Perhaps Kiliman's proposal was too unexpected, too abrupt. Beringer stood frozen in place, blinking, not knowing what to say. Kiliman didn't press him, instead reaching out to pat his shoulder before turning to deal with the Salamander Gang hideout. After such a long delay, the sorcerer who took a crossbow bolt to the chest had already died with wide-eyed stare. Without ceremony, he directly used the soul absorption sign to extract this sorcerer's soul. What surprised Kiliman was that the sorcerer's soul was far more powerful than ordinary people's. If an ordinary person's soul was a quail egg-sized ball of light, then this dead sorcerer's soul was like a chicken egg, not only emitting the faint glow of ordinary souls, but also surrounded by something resembling chaotic magical energy, incredibly marvelous. By visual estimation alone, The soul points contained in one sorcerer's soul were probably over 10 times that of ordinary people, likely reaching around 50 points. He felt some confusion, but didn't dwell on it. The Witcher King system contained too many secrets, and with his current power, he couldn't possibly unravel all these mysteries. He planned to find opportunities later to check books about souls or consult experts who studied soul-related matters. Thinking this, Kiliman advanced another few dozen meters into the secret chamber, soon seeing a massive, dim, damp cavern with torches mounted on walls. In this cavern, not only were daily necessities, unknown goods, and large quantities of smuggled weapons piled up, but also two massive iron cages placed in the cavern's center, near the fire pit. Inside these iron cages were over a dozen underage boys and girls of different races. They were bound hand and foot, gagged, dressed in rags, locked in the cages with dim, hopeless eyes, seemingly having fallen into despair. Seeing this, Kiliman knew his efforts hadn't been in vain. This search mission should be considered complete, and he and the Salamander gang had probably formed a serious grudge. The next morning, the rising sun cast its warm glow, shining equally upon everyone. Regarding the events of the previous night, whether in the outskirts of Vizima or the peaceful Ammonite village, everyone remained completely unaware. Except for those directly involved, no one knew that just last night, over a dozen Salamander gang thugs had lost their lives, and the respected Eternal Fire Priest had become a headless corpse. Meanwhile, the kidnapped boys and girls, guided by someone, had quietly made their way to the guard's command post and were successfully rescued. They would soon be returned to the families of the missing children, reuniting with their loved ones. However, when Kiliman appeared at the village entrance of Ammonite Village, holding the adorable elven girl Miko in his arms while riding a tall horse, it immediately caused a small commotion. Lady Rihanna, who had been waiting day and night, rushed forward immediately and embraced her missing daughter, weeping with joy. After just a few whispered words between them, they pressed their foreheads together, comforting each other. Valessa soon arrived at the village entrance as well. Seeing this touching scene, her eyes slightly reddened as if reminded of something. During the past elf wars, particularly among pure-blood elf families like hers, countless warriors had fallen and many had lost their families. Perhaps it was precisely because of these regrets that she felt particularly moved when seeing other families reunite. The female elf walked slowly to Kiliman's side. She first glanced with surprise at Berenger standing behind Kiliman, who looked weak, his left hand wrapped in bandages and a Wolf School Witcher medallion hanging on his chest, then spoke with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Kiliman." She first glanced with surprise at Berenger standing behind Kiliman, who looked weak, his left hand wrapped in bandages and a Wolf School Witcher medallion hanging on his chest, then spoke with sincere gratitude. Kiliman chuckled softly, using a tone that maintained some distance yet remained friendly. A Witcher completes a contract and receives payment. That's the ancient rule. And given our relationship, there's no need for such formality. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I'm quite willing to accept your commissions. His tone was matter of fact, not like sweet words meant to please a girl, but Valessa was genuinely moved. She rose on her toes, ignoring the curious glances from villagers around them, wrapped her arms around the Witcher's neck, and pressed her sweet-scented lips against the corner of his mouth. With the girl being so forward, Kiliman naturally felt no reservations. He wrapped his arms around her slender yet firm waist, responding to the elf beauty's passion. After more than 10 seconds, Valessa with slightly flushed cheeks released the Witcher, then asked as if changing the subject. "Who is that gentleman behind you? Oh, and what about Mr. Scott, Lady Rihanna's husband? Didn't he return with you?" Kiliman thoughtfully licked the corner of his mouth, a special rose-like fragrance putting him in quite a pleasant mood. He turned to look at Berenger, nodded to the Witcher, and introduced. Kiliman thoughtfully licked the corner of his mouth, a special rose-like fragrance putting him in quite a pleasant mood. He participated in last night's operation to rescue Miko with me, but he was rather unlucky, injured by a sorceress's vicious magic, sustaining serious physical damage. So for the coming period, I hope he can recuperate in the village. I can guarantee he's definitely not a bad person and won't do anything to harm the village." Valessa nodded upon hearing this. With Kiliman's guarantee, and since he was injured while saving someone, she naturally wouldn't object. As for Mr. Scott, he seemed to be drunk last night. The situation was urgent, and to prevent complications, I only had the innkeeper inform him about the matter. He should probably be able to return by this afternoon. After saying this, Kiliman, not wanting to endure the villagers' curious and suggestive gazes any longer, took Valessa's hand and whispered in her ear, "Many people are watching us. Let's go home first. I acquired some special things during this operation. I plan to sell them to you. I believe you need them very much." Arriving at Valessa's residence, Berenger was settled in a house not far away to rest. Follow Current S on noelfire.net. Kiliman didn't beat around the bush, nor continue hiding the secret of his storage space. He directly took out a large package weighing about 20 kilograms from it, placing it seemingly out of thin air in the main hall. "These are all anesthetic powders that I found while clearing out the enemy stronghold. Valessa, I remember you have considerable knowledge of herbalism. You should know very clearly that although anesthetic powders are now classified as prohibited drugs, banned from public sale, and considered quite dangerous substances, these are all anesthetic powders that I found while clearing out the enemy stronghold. Having fought alongside those elf warriors in the forest for so long, the secret of his storage space had actually been exposed already, though no one had ever asked him about it. You should know very clearly that although anesthetic powders are now classified as prohibited drugs, banned from public sale, and considered quite dangerous substances." While explaining the effects of the anesthetic powders, he continuously took out many other smuggled items from his storage space that he had no use for, but were very valuable to ordinary people. These were spoils he had obtained from clearing the Salamander Gang stronghold. It had to be said that the secret room guarded by a sorceress and over a dozen Salamander Gang members armed with hand crossbows must have been quite an important stronghold. While explaining the effects of the anesthetic powders, he continuously took out many other smuggled items from his storage space that he had no use for, but were very valuable to ordinary people. The most valuable among them were over 100 smuggled weapons, over 100 hand crossbows, tens of thousands of crossbow bolts, and dozens of kilograms of anesthetic powders. The weapons, hand crossbows, and bolts were too bulky, so he had stored them in a hidden spot just over 10 minutes away from the stronghold and hadn't brought them back. Not only were large numbers of kidnapped children ready for trafficking held there, but it also stored large quantities of smuggled goods. The most valuable among them were hundreds of smuggled weapons, hundreds of hand crossbows, tens of thousands of crossbow bolts, and dozens of kilograms of anesthetic powders. The weapons, hand crossbows, and bolts were too bulky, so he had stored them in a hidden spot just 10 minutes away from the stronghold and hadn't brought them back. As for smaller smuggled items like the anesthetic powders, he had packed them all into his storage space. That's why, like Geralt and the Child of Destiny Ciri, he always encountered things ordinary people would rarely experience in their lifetime. In many legends, the goddess of destiny was the most powerful deity in the Witcher's world. She was omnipresent yet formless and shadowless, without even a name, yet constantly influencing the fate of the entire world, perceiving past and future, controlling the world's direction. The famous law of surprise was a direct manifestation of the power of destiny. Many people who could influence the world's fate at critical junctures were products of the law of surprise. She was omnipresent, yet formless and shadowless, without even a name, yet constantly influencing the fate of the entire world, seeing through past and future, controlling the world's direction. But some powerful spellcasters, some people favored by gods, some self-proclaimed sages, and elves with special powers, they could all perceive traces of destiny to varying degrees and deeply revered this power. The gifts of fate always come with a hidden price tag. Kiliman couldn't remember where he'd read that phrase, but he deeply agreed with it. Whether in reality or in numerous literary works, he had witnessed many similar situations. But worrying was pointless. He needed to focus on living well in the present. While pondering these trivial thoughts, Kiliman turned his gaze to Valessa's beautiful face, which was filled with shock and excitement, feeling secretly pleased. Perhaps it was his twisted sense of humor, but whether in bed or in daily life, he always enjoyed watching refined, aloof, or haughty, beautiful women break their composure in front of him. This psychological satisfaction was one of the driving forces behind his relentless efforts. A smile playing on his lips, he soon noticed Valessa's expression shifting from shocked excitement to concern and distress, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong, Valessa? Don't you need these items? If that's the case, don't trouble yourself over it. I can sell them to others." Valessa shook her head in frustration, hesitating for a moment before replying. "No, it's not that, Kiliman. These are all highly sought-after goods. Whether as war reserves or medical supplies, we desperately need them. But their value is too high for me to decide alone. I must consult with others first." The female elf looked up, biting her lower lip, and said in a pleading tone, "Please give me some time, Kiliman. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." Kiliman wasn't surprised by this outcome. 1 ounce of anesthetic powder could fetch dozens of orens on the black market, and 20 kilograms of anesthetic powder would be worth at least 6,000 orens, even at friendship prices. 1 ounce of anesthetic powder could fetch dozens of orens on the black market, and 20 kilograms of anesthetic powder would be worth at least 6,000 orens, even at friendship prices. Thousands, or even tens of thousands of orens represented a massive expenditure anywhere. Even major nobles with extensive territories needed time to raise such funds, let alone a small village like Ammonite Village. Of course, if Valessa could purchase these contraband items, the payment would certainly come from the forces backing her, but this was definitely no small matter that should be rushed. Seeing no one around, he chuckled softly. He directly reached out and pulled Valessa into his embrace, skillfully exploring her body with practiced hands, undressing her and discarding unnecessary restraints until the female elf's face grew flushed. Caressing her smooth, jade-like, wheat-colored skin, he whispered like a big bad wolf, coaxing a little white rabbit. "Of course, no problem, Valessa. No need to be so formal between us. We help each other out. But last night, I worked all night without sleep and killed over a dozen bandits. I've built up a lot of pressure that needs release. Now it's your turn to help me. Hee. Here comes the big bad wolf." Over the next few days, Berenger quietly recuperated in Ammonite Village. Kiliman had even hired a half-elf girl specifically to care for him, attending to this nearly half-crippled witcher and looking after his daily needs. "Your witcher." Hearing Francesca's teasing words, Valessa's face unconsciously flushed with a rosy hue. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute her relationship with Kiliman, but facing the queen's meaningful expression, she somewhat guiltily turned her head away, not daring to make sound. Although this queen appeared to be only around 20 years old, Francesca was actually born hundreds of years ago, during the era when humans and elves were still engaged in brutal warfare. She was born in war, and in war witnessed the rise of humanity and the decline of the elven race. Including Valessa, many descendants of the elven race were watched growing up by this queen. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was an elder, even a grandparent or ancestor figure to many elves. Of course, this queen would definitely never admit this point. Even with a lifespan of several hundred years and having witnessed countless births and deaths, she still considered herself just a maiden, a pure elven maiden. While human sorcerers had limited lifespans, even among all currently existing sorcerers in the entire sorcerer world, this elven queen was one of the longest living sorceresses. Once, the transcendent elven sage Ida Emin said that Francesca's talent was exceptionally outstanding, far surpassing ordinary mortals, and she was the sorceress most likely to become a sage among the Ainside elves in nearly 1,000 years. This was extremely high praise. Even during the peak period when the population once exceeded hundreds of millions, the number of elven sages was less than 10. Each existing elven sage was an ancient monster who had lived over 10,000 years. The life and death of ordinary people, even the rise and fall of races, were merely normal cycles in the eyes of these elven sages. Only when facing genuine existential threats would these transcendent, super-powerful beings intervene to save their race. Watching her most trusted guard captain show such maidenly shy expression, Francesca suddenly found it quite amusing, and the depressed mood that had weighed on her heart these past days dissipated considerably. She flicked her dark golden long hair with her fingers, a relaxed and breathtakingly beautiful smile appearing on her face. After reminiscing for a few seconds, Francesca reached in her waist pouch, pulled out a crystal bottle filled with purple mist-like solution, and handed it to Valessa before her, saying with a smile, "This is the highest grade love potion, said to be brewed using succubus blood as the main ingredient. Just spray it on your body, and it can enhance a woman's charm for a certain period, making men obsessed with you, mentally excited, maintaining stamina, working through the night without rest. It can also make your skin become tender and smooth, full of vitality, maintaining a youthful state long-term. It's an excellent beauty preservation medicine. If sold to those human noble women, it could even exchange for a residence in the kingdom's capital or a large fortune. Take it, consider it your reward for this period. It should solve your current troubles." Even though Valessa said nothing, Francesca seemed to know everything. Powerful sorcerers could use mind-reading magic, observing ordinary people's thoughts through chaotic magical fluctuations. If one's mental strength wasn't powerful enough and lacked psychological defense methods, an ordinary person's mind was almost completely exposed before a powerful sorcerer. Valessa wasn't surprised that the queen saw through her thoughts. Clearly, such things had happened before. Just as she hesitated whether to accept this obviously high-end love potion while staring at the bottle. Francesca was a superior who knew how to reward and punish clearly, and how to win over subordinates. She firmly pushed the potion into Valessa's hand, not forgetting to add, "Don't forget what I tasked you with. Arrange for me to meet with that witcher before he leaves the village. You can tell him my identity, say I have some very profitable commissions I can assign to him, or complete some commissions that would be difficult for him to accomplish. He seems like a smart person, probably won't refuse." Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Kiliman had already stayed in Ammonite village for over half a month. The Viper School Witcher's advanced leather armor had been completed, forged personally by Valessa, with many excellent elven craftsmen assisting. It was truly full of sincerity. This was a set of advanced leather armor, overall dark brown in color, weighing up to 15 kilograms, with critical parts wrapped in precision steel armor plates, worthy of being called a masterwork, because its main material came from thick-skinned adult wyverns, with triple-layer armor configuration up to 2 centimeters thick. Although this armor was slightly heavier than ordinary thick leather armor, its defensive capability and flexibility far surpassed military-grade standard equipment. Even ordinary hand crossbows could only create noticeable dents on the outermost layer of this leather armor, unable to penetrate it. Even the famed witcher-killing pitchfork, if struck head-on, would find it difficult to break through this armor's defense, only causing some flesh wounds. Back then, if Geralt had worn this armor during his operations, he wouldn't have been seriously injured by a pitchfork, but could have wreaked havoc among the mob. While it couldn't defend against extremely powerful attacks like ballistae, siege engines, heavy crossbows, or attacks from giant monsters like chorts and minotaurs, but against ordinary combat, this armor held overwhelming superiority. It also made up for one of Kiliman's shortcomings, making him less fragile. However, obtaining such excellent core equipment didn't make Kiliman happy. Instead, he remained quite frustrated. This was because the romantic escapades and frequent exertions of the previous period had left both his spirit and body in a wilted state, lacking energy. Uvelfire.net. Even his favorite nighttime activities seemed to have lost their appeal. Every night, holding the perfect body of the elven beauty Valessa, he could only use his mouth to nibble, his hands to caress, give some licks, unable to engage in real combat. For Kiliman, who considered himself an ultimate stud, this was a fatal blow that nearly gave him depression. No choice. Since he couldn't do enjoyable things, he could only focus his energy on learning Witcher skills. During this period, almost from morning till night, from day to dark, whenever he had time, he practiced the Wolf School Witcher skills learned from Berenger, studied swordsmanship secrets, memorized Witcher monster knowledge, and practiced Witcher signs. Perhaps because of his special Witcher King physique, Kiliman found these skills quite easy to learn, needing almost no foundation building, quickly getting the hang of it and learning with proper form. Finally, after a week of relentless effort, his system interface finally responded, popping up a series of messages. Ding! Learned Wolf School Swordsmanship, beginner level. Ding! Learned Quinn Sign, beginner level. Ding! Learned Erden Sign, beginner level. Ding! Learned Axii Sign, beginner level. His injuries weren't just about losing his left arm and reduced combat capability. Read full story at novel.Ir.net. The bone-corroding arrow's magical energy had severely eroded his body, requiring an extended period of rest and recovery. The bone-corroding arrow's magical energy had severely eroded his body, requiring an extended period of rest and recovery. Only during leisurely evenings when chatting with Berenger would they discuss past, dangerous witchering experiences, with Kiliman learning unmastered knowledge from their conversations. Occasionally, when Valessa was busy working, Lord Kiliman would secretly borrow the beautiful elf's tall steed, dress in high-end clothing, make slight disguises to pose as nobility or wealthy merchants, and visit the prosperous towns nearby. Of course, he did this primarily to gather more information, seek out powerful elite monsters, and understand the current turbulent situation beyond that. That afternoon, Valessa and Francesca met secretly in their usual secret chamber. Valessa and Francesca met secretly in their usual secret chamber. She asked, "What's wrong, Valessa? Have you encountered some difficulty?" Valessa certainly wouldn't tell her monarch about her man's performance issues. She just smiled awkwardly and asked, "Your Majesty, about those supplies in the Witcher's possession, have you reached a decision? Should we purchase them?" Francesca sat on an exquisite wicker chair, gently stroking her stunning cheek with her fingers, pondering for a few seconds before replying. "I've considered this matter. Of course we should purchase them. Anesthetic powder is quite sought after with wide applications. Although sorcerers can concoct this medicine, its raw materials are extremely scarce, making large-scale production difficult. Anesthetic powder is quite sought after with wide applications. Although sorcerers can concoct this medicine, its raw materials are extremely scarce, making large-scale production difficult. Here's what I'll do. I have several quite practical magical items and some knowledge related to witchers. Go ask that witcher if he'd be willing to purchase these. If the timing is appropriate, arrange a meeting between us. We might have several other commissions we could entrust to your witcher. Wolf School Swordsmanship, Quinn Sign, Erden Sign, Axii Sign. After mastering these 4 skills, particularly the 3 witcher signs with their diverse uses, Kiliman had completely filled the gaps in his core professional abilities. As for other skills from schools like the Bear School, Griffin School, Wolf School, Viper School, or even the distant Manticore School in the Kingdom of Zerrikania, aside from some unique knowledge, only their respective Witcher sword techniques remain to be acquired. Regarding additional Witcher sign abilities, those would require collecting more Witcher materials, studying original documents from the founding period of the Witcher Order, or consulting the few remaining elder Witchers who had survived since the Witcher Order era. For example, Vesemir of the Wolf School, Ivar Evil Eye of the Viper School, Arnegat of the Bear School, and others. However, these matters weren't urgent. When his strength and status grew sufficiently, everything would naturally fall into place. Kiliman felt pleased, and his previously somewhat depressed mood improved slightly. But when he opened his panel to check the 4 entry-level exclusive skills he had learned, that newfound joy instantly evaporated. As expected, the dam system wasn't so generous as to give him so many things at once. No wonder these 4 skills were displayed as entry-level rather than LV1 exclusive skills. On the system panel, these 4 entry-level skills not only provided no attribute bonuses, but couldn't even be upgraded using soul power. Their progress bar displayed a special type called cultivation progress. Only when the cultivation progress reached 100% would they automatically advance to LV1 exclusive skills and gain their proper attribute bonuses. This must be the difference between self-learned skills and those acquired through soul-devouring, Kiliman mused. However, this body of the Witcher King naturally possessed extraordinary talent for learning Witcher skills. Whether it was swordsmanship, signs, alchemy, or Witcher knowledge, all came effortlessly. After just this period of study, the cultivation progress for these 4 skills had already reached about 10%. He believed it wouldn't be long before he fully mastered these skills. That evening, the day before Kiliman was scheduled to leave the village as agreed with Valessa. Originally, our esteemed Witcher had been thinking about giving his much-admired elf steed a perfect night, an unforgettable night, an utterly exhausting night. But Miss Valessa actually brought him a surprise. Somehow, this elven beauty had used some kind of enchanted item. Wearing a sheer silk transparent gown, she emitted an incredibly alluring fragrance that stirred a man's most primitive, most impulsive desires. This night made Kiliman's spirit no longer as listless as before, where he lacked interest in many things. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction, a feeling of being reborn. This made Kiliman extremely grateful to Valessa. In his dazed state, he followed the equally excited elven girl to a concealed room. This was a secret chamber located dozens of meters underground, decorated with understated luxury. Verdant green solid-wood furniture, smooth, intricate flooring, dazzlingly ornate relief carvings, and resplendent various metal lamps and decorations. Clearly not a place ordinary people could possess. Discover more novels at velfire.net. But upon entering, Kiliman's gaze was immediately captured by one thing. Not those exquisite and magnificent decorations, nor the calming, comfortable fragrance in the secret chamber, but rather an elven maiden sitting on a wrought-tan chair, with dark golden long hair, wearing a magnificent crimson gown, possessing breathtaking beauty and graceful bearing that made it impossible to look away. Even with Valessa, with whom he had slept for half a month, an established emotional connection, standing right beside him, Kiliman still couldn't control his awestruck gaze toward that peerless beauty in the room. Oomph. Mr. Kiliman German, please mind your manners. This is our elven race's queen, the ruler of the kingdom of Blathana, Her Majesty Francesca Findabair. Due to special circumstances, Her Majesty wishes to meet with you to discuss certain matters. Please do not be rude. Valessa's tone carried some anger, though not overly pronounced. Perhaps because she understood both her queen's beauty and this man's degree of lustfulness, she could tolerate it to this extent. Moreover, medieval women weren't as reserved as imagined. While they equally deeply detested affairs and infidelity, in an era where successful men had numerous lovers, prostitution was legal, slavery was legal in some countries, and even illegitimate children were legitimized. Aside from the very few women who pursued extremely pure love, most women's emotional expectations toward men weren't as strict as imagined. After hearing Valessa's introduction, Kiliman showed an expression of surprise on his face, but internally thought, just as expected. Francesca, it was indeed her. Somehow, this elven beauty had used some kind of prop item. Wearing a sheer silk transparent gown, she emitted an incredibly alluring fragrance that stirred a man's most primitive, most impulsive desires. But at that time, he had been too immersed in restoring his masculine confidence and had forgotten about it. Now facing this breathtakingly beautiful elven queen and considering the power and status she possessed, Kiliman felt not the slightest discomfort or fear, but rather a sense that this had come at just the right time. He was currently preparing to leave Ammonite Village for Vizima City, but the primary problem before him now was obtaining a travel pass for Vizima City. For someone like him, who currently had no reputation, no status, and not even acquaintances, the appearance of the Elven Queen felt like the goddess of destiny had plucked her strings once more, delivering the opportunity to safely reach Vizima right to his doorstep, filled with a sense of perfectly timed coincidence. Perhaps having already understood Kiliman's personality from Valessa, Francesca didn't waste words and didn't bother with unnecessary formalities. Maintaining the elegant and beautiful demeanor of an elf queen, she had Valessa guide the Witcher to sit not far from her before speaking. Finally, we meet Mr. Kiliman. Actually, I saw you from a distance on your very first day here. Unlike other Witchers, you possess a special quality about you that leaves a deep impression. Hearing these somewhat flattering words, Kiliman smiled, sensing the queen's goodwill. Drawing from memories of noble etiquette, he returned a gentleman's salute to the elf queen before saying, "I've heard of your renowned reputation, your majesty. Some say you are the most beautiful woman in this world. Others say you're the most powerful sorceress in this world. And there are those who say you are the only queen on this continent. However, I'm somewhat curious, your majesty. Since you've been here long before, why didn't you help your people by eliminating those 2 wyverns? I imagine for someone of your power, those 2 wyverns pose no more danger than 2 ordinary lizards." Actually, Kiliman knew the reason, but as someone meeting her for the first time, he felt he should ask to appear more natural. Upon hearing this, Francesca's beautiful face showed a melancholy expression. She parted her crimson lips, sighed softly, and then said, "The reason for this is quite simple, Mr. Kiliman. Because I am an elf, and moreover, the queen of the elf race. Precisely because I possess powerful magic, countless eyes are always watching me, filled with malice, filled with covetousness, every moment of every day. The more things you care about, the more weaknesses you have. To ensure my people don't face more malice, more harassment and danger, I must exercise restraint, making those who watch me believe I pose no threat, that everything remains within their control. Otherwise, some of my actions might even reignite war between humans and elves." At this point, Francesca showed a heartbreakingly vulnerable smile, looking at the Witcher with her sky-blue eyes clear as lake water, saying, "There are many things I wish to do, but cannot. I can only watch helplessly as many tragedies unfold, powerless to intervene. It is precisely because of this that we have today's transaction, Mr. Kiliman. Today, let us speak openly and honestly about this deal. Don't regard me as a queen. Just treat me as a sorceress in need of assistance. You can state what you want, and I will present my request. For those items you previously presented, I'm willing to purchase them for 10,000 orens. This exceeds black market prices and sufficiently demonstrates my sincerity. You can also use this as bargaining chips to exchange for what you desire. Once the transaction concludes, you'll receive the remaining payment." Francesca's attitude was genuinely sincere, without the condescending superiority of a powerful sorceress or elf queen, nor the deceptive falsehoods of nobles or merchants. Instead, she spoke with him like an equal friend. After Kiliman agreed to the transaction, she waved her hand, and 3 exquisite wooden boxes flew from a nearby cabinet, landing neatly arranged in a row on the table between them. A black mask that could only cover the lower half of the face, a gem emitting soft blue light, and a metal carved from some unknown animal's scales lay quietly in the boxes, presented before Kiliman. Francesca's voice was exceptionally pleasant, like orchids in a secluded valley, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. She softly introduced these 3 items. "These 3 magical artifacts are from my collection, relics of powerful mages from various historical periods. I believe they might be particularly useful for a witcher, hence why I've brought them out for trade. This mask is called a Nighthawk mask. Simply wearing it over your face will conceal your features, alter your voice, and form a thin black mist around your body, like night clothing, hiding your appearance during daytime and allowing you to blend into darkness at night, making you less easily detected. The blue gem is the water spirit gem. Holding it in your mouth provides approximately 30 minutes of oxygen while enhancing your swimming speed, allowing you to move through water like a fish without risk of drowning. As for the final metal, I call it the soaring metal, the most valuable of the 3 items. Simply channel magic into this metal. It will grant you about 3 minutes of flight capability. Whether crossing terrain, overcoming obstacles, or escaping pursuing enemies, it proves extremely useful. However, this metal has usage limitations, approximately 1 activation every 2 hours. Even so, flight capability remains an exceptionally rare ability, as I'm sure you recognize its value. After introducing these 3 powerful treasures, Francesca showed a faint smile and said softly, "The Nighthawk mask costs 2,000 orens, the Water Spirit gem 1,500 orens, and as for the soaring metal, 5,000 orens. Believe me, Mr. Kiliman, if I were willing to sell these to wealthy merchants or great nobles, these 3 magical items would be treated as family heirlooms, passed down through generations. Even at double the price, they would sell easily. S0v fire.net." After hearing Francesca's introduction, Kiliman also felt the prices weren't expensive. In fact, they offered exceptional value. Simultaneously, he felt somewhat astonished by this sorceress's formidable power. These 3 magical items were clearly tailor-made for him as a witcher. That she could select such perfectly suited items from her collection indicated both the astonishing quantity and quality of her treasures, far beyond what ordinary sorceresses could compare to. Truly worthy of being elf royalty who once ruled the entire continent. Truly worthy of being hailed as the most powerful sorceress. While the 3 treasures wouldn't significantly enhance his combat capabilities, they would provide powerful support across land, sea, and air, enabling him to handle many previously difficult challenges in battles. Like adding wings to a tiger, extremely rare and fortuitous finds. This made them impossible to refuse, and he could think of no reason to decline. Kiliman pondered for a few seconds, showing no emotional reaction to the high prices of these 3 items. He said calmly, "Truly remarkable treasures, Lady Francesca. 8,500 orens total. I'll take them all. Additionally, I hope you can obtain an entry permit for Vizima City for me. I'm willing to pay sufficient gold coins to purchase this permit. Please also state your commission. If it doesn't violate my principles, I won't refuse." When Kiliman said he wanted to buy all 3 treasures, even Francesca showed a slightly surprised expression. She had originally thought the man before her would only choose 1 or 2 items to purchase, not buy everything. After all, 8,500 orens was a huge sum of money. Most witchers wouldn't earn that much even if they took commissions their entire lives. This amount could even buy 1 or 2 manors in any kingdom, hire a large group of servants, and live a wealthy life forever. However, it was precisely this generous and decisive attitude that made Francesca appreciate Kiliman even more. She reached in her waist pouch and took out 2 envelopes carrying a faint scent of her perfume, then pushed them toward Kiliman, saying softly, "This first letter is my personal correspondence. I want to commission you to deliver it to Iorveth, the Scoia'tael leader hiding in the Vizima swamp area. And the other one is an entry permit for Vizima, issued by Mr. Brian, the famous brewer of Vizima City. Whether you're willing to accept my commission or not, this permit is my gift to you. However, Mr. Brian will probably leave Vizima City in about half a month, as he's your guarantor. So before that, I hope you don't cause any major trouble that might bring problems for this kind gentleman." Kiliman raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting that she had already anticipated his needs and thoughtfully prepared everything in advance. This made him feel both goodwill toward the stunning elf queen before him and a trace of wariness. After all, when a woman treats you very well, unless she's fallen in love with you, she either wants something from you or desires your body. But he didn't stand on ceremony either, reaching out to take the perfumed permit, nodding slightly to Francesca to express his thanks. Then, he looked at the letter meant for the Scoia'tael leader Iorveth and fell into thought. Truth be told, the Scoia'tael were actually a tragedy, a group of people being used. Before the Second Nilfgaard War broke out, the Nilfgaard Empire recruited the elves, promising them territory and equal status with humans, supporting their establishment of a nation in the Valley of Flowers, in exchange for their help against the northern kingdoms. However, the Nilfgaard Empire never intended to keep their word, only wanting to trick the elves into becoming cannon fodder to weaken the northern forces. When the Second Nilfgaard War failed and the elves suffered heavy losses, elf military officers were even used as scapegoats and tools for vengeance, betrayed by their own people and sent north to stand trial, ultimately being publicly executed. These treacherous individuals spread massive rumors after the war, pinning all the war's atrocities on the elves, using racial conflict to stir hatred between humans and non-human races like elves and dwarves, triggering widespread mutual slaughter among the common people. Many elves and dwarves who had originally lived in human towns were persecuted for no reason. Though they had done nothing wrong, they suffered the pain of broken families and destroyed homes. And once seeds of hatred are planted, they bear bitter fruit that spreads to more people. When those elves and dwarves who had lost everything gathered together, hiding in wild mountains and remote areas, hating humans and seeking revenge against them, they became the Scoia'tael. What's even more tragic is that, influenced by hatred, Scoia'tael members with no outlet for their frustration would inflict upon ordinary human civilians the same pain that humans had inflicted on them, attacking human civilians indiscriminately. And human civilians would then direct this hatred toward other, more easily bullied innocent non-human races, creating more Scoia'tael. This was a vicious cycle. The flames of hatred burned ever brighter. More people fell into suffering, conflict between different races intensified, the entire north fell into chaos, filled everywhere with bandits, Scoia'tael, mobs, and numerous monsters bred from bloodshed and corpses. The treacherous Nilfgaardians achieved their goal, laughing at the northerners killing each other. Thinking of this, Kiliman's gaze toward Francesca held another trace of emotion. Truth be told, the betrayal of elf officers, sending them back north as sacrifices to be publicly executed, probably also had some responsibility from this elf queen before him. Though it was said to protect more elf civilians, sacrificing heroes who fought for their race was truly helpless and deserving of criticism. So now, was this letter to the Scoia'tael leader a measure to win back those non-human races still engaged in mutual slaughter with humans? As Kiliman pondered these things, Francesca across from him stated her commission. Mr. Kiliman, my commission might be somewhat difficult, but the reward is very generous. If you could deliver this letter to Iorveth, you'll receive 300 orens as payment. If you can help the Scoia'tael solve their difficulties, help them save more non-human races, and reduce conflicts with Vizima, you can receive a bounty of 1,000 to 2,000 orens. If you can go further and help me persuade Iorveth to have him and his Scoia'tael members return to the elf race, I'll give you a reward of over 3,000 orens. At this point, a compassionate expression appeared on Francesca's beautiful face as she said softly, "Life for the Scoia'tael is extremely painful. They endure hunger and cold, face great dangers, and suffer the torment of vengeance. If possible, I hope they can return. Though the Valley of Flowers is still in ruins now, it remains home to us elves." In the afternoon, Kiliman finally set out for Vizima City, leading the tall horse that Valessa had given him as a gift. After sharing a deep farewell kiss with the beautiful elf, he left Ammonite Village. After brief consideration, Kiliman had ultimately accepted Francesca's final commission. Aside from the extremely high reward, another reason was that Francesca was the most powerful sorceress he knew. Even if just to befriend this sorceress, to potentially seek help from this powerful magic user when in trouble later, he should accept. Unlike other witchers, Kiliman didn't care about any neutrality principles, nor whether he might get involved in politics or conflicts between nations and races. As a transmigrator, if he acted timidly and hesitantly, what future would he have? Moreover, dual cultivation with powerful women was both his path to rapid strength improvement and one of his great passions in life. Someone like Francesca, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world and the most powerful sorceress. If he could win her favor, he'd be willing to accept minor losses. If possible, becoming Regent Kiliman. Wouldn't that title be quite interesting? This text is hosted at novelfor.net. After leaving Ammonite Village, Kiliman felt a sense of loss. Although country life was somewhat monotonous, having the beautiful elf Valessa for company along with fine wine and delicious food had been quite pleasant. Unfortunately, the number of monsters in any given area was always limited. After his sweeping extermination campaign, the monster population around Ammonite Village had drastically decreased, with some even fleeing to other areas. Counting the monsters hunted during this period and the 10 digested salamander gang souls, his soul power had only recovered to just over 900 points. He was still dozens of points away from reaching the 1,000-point soul power surplus line. Kiliman wasn't in a hurry to upgrade his skills anyway, since he would soon arrive at Vizima City. Once he entered this major city, several high-quality establishments and numerous attractive female technicians would be waiting for his patronage, which would definitely greatly accelerate his soul ascension progress. If soul advancement required large amounts of soul power as nourishment, it would be better to be prepared. Thinking this, Kiliman rode his tall horse, which he had named Eggplant, galloping along the road to Vizima. Soon after setting out in the afternoon, he arrived near the towns on the outskirts of Vizima under the setting sun's glow as dusk approached. This was his second time coming here. Last time he visited, he had not only secretly eliminated the old priest of the eternal fire, beheading him and dumping the body in the wilderness. He had also incidentally destroyed an important salamander gang stronghold, acquiring valuable supplies worth over 10,000 orens. There was still a batch of weapons and equipment hidden at a secret location outside the town, waiting for him to choose the next buyer. Originally, Kiliman thought this passing through would be a peaceful night, allowing him to enjoy the lively atmosphere of a country inn. However, to his surprise, just as he rode past the crossroads leading to the country inn, he noticed something was wrong. Unlike his previous visit when the outskirts village had some life, now not a single pedestrian could be seen. Most residents had their doors tightly shut, secretly observing the outside world through their windows as if hiding from some danger. Though puzzled, Kiliman didn't pay too much attention. He continued riding, planning to stay at that memorable country inn before sunset. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of noisy voices coming from ahead by the roadside. There were shouts, sounds of fighting, crying, and several particularly arrogant voices try to persuade others to surrender. Drop your weapons and hand over the child. Just give us that child and your money, and I'll let you go. Yeah. Don't even think about running. We outnumber you 2-1. And at this hour, no guards will show up here. Ha. Fatso Logan is right. Even if a few fearless guards did appear, what could they do? They're no match for us Salamander Gang anyway. Salamander Gang? They really were just a mob of incompetents. Before Kiliman even reached the scene, they'd already revealed their identity, absolutely asking for trouble. Novel Fire.net. Kiliman rode forward and soon saw from a distance 2 groups confronting each other. One group was about 15 bandits armed with weapons. The other group consisted of a merchant caravan as the core, plus several civilians. 10 people total, 9 adults, and 1 child in a civilian group. However, perhaps the Salamander Gang's reputation was too intimidating for the outskirts villagers. After hearing the bandits reveal their identity, a portly, extravagantly dressed merchant adorned with numerous jewels immediately shouted, "Please don't attack us, gentlemen of the Salamander Gang. I am Daglan Reuven, president of the Merchant Guild, under the Guild's protection. If you harm me, the army will come to eliminate you. I'm willing to pay 300 orens as passage fee, and I won't let my guards fight you. Just let us and our goods go. As for those civilians, I have no relation with them. How you deal with them is your business." Whether out of fear of the Salamander Gang or a merchant's self-preservation instinct, after the bandits revealed themselves, the captured obese merchant Reuven quickly chose to compromise without regard for the civilians' lives. As the core of the civilian side, upon hearing their employer's command, the caravan guards surrounding the goods quickly ceased fighting and returned to the fat merchant's side, apparently unwilling to get involved. Seeing this, the few childless civilians in the group lost morale. Whatever resistance they might have mustered earlier was extinguished by this harsh reality. Their gazes turned toward the only young mother with a child, Caroline, filled with both shame and a hint of persuasion. They seemed to be urging her to hand over the child to ensure everyone's safety. However, not everyone in this group was a coward. Seeing everyone's timid attitude, a medical student girl with short red hair, about 18 or 19 years old, stood protecting the only child while holding a short sword in one hand and a bottle of unknown medicine in the other. Gritting her teeth, her pretty face flushed with anger, she glared at the fat merchant and scolded, "Mr. Reuven, you're truly a coward. How can we adults hand over a child to kidnappers? Doesn't your conscience condemn you?" After saying this, the girl turned to the little boy, fighting back tears, and his foster mother putting on a brave face, saying softly, "Mrs. Caroline, Alvin, when I throw this bottle, both of you run toward the inn. There are mercenaries guarding there. If you can reach it, these bandits probably won't dare follow. Remember to run fast. If they catch you, it'll be truly dangerous." The boy named Alvin was quite brave for a child, not crying despite the situation. He nodded, looking worriedly at the medical student girl who had been protecting him, and said solemnly, "Thank you, Shunny sister. You need to be careful too." Shunny forced a somewhat strained smile, but bravely faced her fear, telling the boy, "Don't worry, Alvin. Your sister here fought in the Battle of Brenna last year. If I survived that major battle, why would I fear these bandits?" Merchant Reuven ignored Shunny's insults and continued loudly negotiating surrender terms with the Salamander Gang bandits. Just as the medical student girl and little boy Alvin finished talking and prepared for a desperate fight, a knight wearing dark brown dragon leather armor, riding a tall horse, handsome and burly but with a somewhat flippant voice, suddenly rode into the scene and said with a light laugh, Hey, Mr. Reuven over there, since you love using money to solve problems so much, how about this? You give me 600 orens and I'll help you eliminate these bandits. What do you say? Rather than trusting these bandits, trust me. I'm a witcher, guaranteed credibility." Kiliman's sudden insertion into the battlefield made the atmosphere freeze for an instant. His tall and burly physique, arrogant and confident attitude, high-quality dragon leather armor that clearly wasn't cheap, and his reputation as a witcher made everyone present regard him highly, knowing he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Perhaps in the minds of many northern peasants, witchers were dirty freaks, disgusting mutants, creatures different from humans. But anyone with normal intelligence, even a 3-year-old child, knew that witchers were sword masters capable of fighting terrifying monsters. At least in terms of combat ability, no one dared to look down on witchers. Of course, except for certain idiots with low intelligence. When they saw Witcher Kiliman make his appearance, many people's eyes lit up and hope reignited in their hearts. At least compared to those untrustworthy bandits, witchers could definitely be considered honorable men who kept their promises. The fat merchant Radovid, as the merchant guild leader whose wealth rivaled nations, actually didn't care about that small amount of money at all. And as a Nilfgaardian spy chief operating undercover in the kingdom of Temeria, he was certainly not a cowardly or weak man. However, to maintain his disguise, Radovid took out a silk handkerchief, somewhat awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tentatively called out to Kiliman, "Mr. Witcher, 600 orens is still a bit too much. How about this? I'll give you 400 orens as payment, plus a bottle of Toussaint fine wine. How does that sound? I brought many Toussaint wines with this shipment. Rich aroma and exquisite taste, absolutely worth more than the price. If you buy in bulk, there's even a 20% discount." Kiliman chuckled upon hearing this. Toussaint wine was indeed excellent. He'd heard drunkards praise it many times, though he'd never actually tasted it himself. Just as he was thinking about starting some bargaining, the Salamander Gang bandits couldn't take it anymore. A bald, bearded bandit leader cursed at Kiliman. "Goddamn Witcher, you're looking down on us too much. Thinking you could take on 15 of us alone? Do you think we're stray dogs by the roadside? Damn it. I think you're looking for death. I'll cut off your head and use it as tonight's chamber pot. After saying this, he charged forward with 3 or 4 bandits, while the others remained to guard against the civilians and merchant caravan, not moving recklessly. This division of forces suited Kiliman perfectly. He couldn't be bothered to bargain anymore either, drawing his viper steel sword with one hand. To avoid his precious mount getting accidentally injured, he leaped directly from his steed while rapidly gathering magic power in his left hand, unleashing an Igni magic sign head-on. Since few people knew about Witcher's combat methods, and many didn't even know Witchers could use magic signs, it often achieved surprising, immediately victorious results. This time was no exception. The bandit leader and his men thought their martial prowess and numerical advantage would intimidate the Witcher facing them. But when they charged forward, what greeted them was intense flames. The flames covering several meters ahead possessed extremely destructive power, instantly igniting their clothes and body hair, setting them ablaze. Although Igni's flames couldn't melt steel, the several hundred-degree high temperature caused excruciating pain to living flesh. The source of this content is N0V, Several bandits quickly lost combat capability after being set on fire, could only hug their burning bodies and roll on the ground, trying to extinguish the high temperatures. Unfortunately, this was all in vain. The Witcher moving in for the kill gave them no chance to stand again, mercilessly slitting their throats or piercing their hearts with sharp blades. In just over 10 seconds, he had eliminated the 4 enemies who tried to attack him. But what surprised Kiliman next was that after he swiftly killed 4 bandits and used his exquisite sword skills to easily cut down 2 more bandits while surrounded by 7 or 8 robbers, the Salamander Gang bandits actually fled with speed, even he found hard to react to, scattering in panic and escaping completely. Holy shit, was that necessary? Weren't you still have more than half your men left? Why run away? Keep fighting. Kiliman mentally complained, but his face maintained a calm expression as he used an enemy corpse to wipe the blood from his viper steel sword, then looked calmly at the crowd. But thinking about it, it made sense. In previous battles, he had always launched sneak attacks, eliminating all enemies before they could react, never giving them chance to escape. This wasn't a game. In reality, when casualties reach 1/3, forces typically collapse completely. They were just gang members transformed from street thugs. Expecting them to have courage to fight to the last man was asking too much of them. Kiliman mentally chuckled, then looked at fat merchant Radovid in the crowd, rubbing his fingers together in a money-demanding gesture, saying, "The commission is completed. So, Mr. Radovid, it's time to pay my reward. Let me state clearly in advance. I have several precedents of eliminating employers who tried to renege on payment. You should think carefully before making your choice." Radovid's persona wasn't that of a brave merchant, and upon hearing the Witcher's threat, his entire body of fat trembled in fear. He pretended to awkwardly glance left and right at his guards, then reluctantly took out 400 orens in gold coins and a bottle of what appeared to be quite high-end red wine, handing them to Kiliman. Before leaving, he still hypocritically introduced himself and invited Kiliman to visit his dock, saying he wanted to hire him to clear out monsters there. Vizima hadn't seen any Witchers for several years. Although protected by military forces, many monsters had bred in areas the military couldn't cover, urgently needing Witcher's help. Kiliman nodded, promising to visit soon, then watched the merchant caravan depart. As for those civilians without children, they had already slipped away during his conversation with fat merchant Radovid, not even leaving a word of thanks. They seemed terribly afraid of getting involved in any conflict between the Salamander Gang and the Witcher. Now only the young boy Alvin, his adoptive mother Caroline, and the young medical student girl Shunny remained waiting. They had stayed solely to express gratitude to the Witcher. If Kiliman hadn't appeared, Shunny, Alvin, and Caroline would most likely have fought desperately. After all, whether it was the beautiful young girl, the young married woman, or the child Alvin, if they fell into the Salamander Gang's hands, some tragic fate likely awaited them. Perhaps in their hearts, They were also marveling at their good fortune and the goddess of destiny's favor. Yet similar to their feelings, when Kiliman introduced himself and got to know the three before him, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. The gears of fate might truly have started turning, becoming unpredictable. Whether it was the red-haired girl Shani before him or the young boy Alvin born with the blood of ancient power. Clearly, according to the game's storyline, these important characters shouldn't appear until a year later. How had they encountered him? This Witcher outside fate's design, so soon. After a few simple pleasantries and thanks, Kiliman, of course, didn't let the two special people in front of him slip away. He directly invited them to join him, and the three of them went to a country inn to share a meal together. Shani, why did you come to Vizima? Lately this place hasn't been very safe. As a semi-female lead in the Witcher game and the female lead in the Hearts of Stone story, this medical student girl was very popular. Players like her a lot. When the Witcher asked, Shani didn't hide anything. She wore a determined expression and said, "It's because of the Catriona plague. My former mentor and several good friends all perished in that plague. The school is on break right now, and I accepted a commission from my new mentor to come investigate the plague situation in Vizima. The plague is currently rampant, and because no cure has been found yet, just within Vizima City, there are already hundreds of infected. These are very valuable data. In order to one day develop a remedy, I accepted an invitation from the nuns of the Temple of Marital and will stay here for a while to record the conditions of the patients. So it really was because of that. Although the Catriona plague wasn't shown very prominently in the game, in the Witcher world, it caused casualties comparable to the Nilfgaardian War. At minimum thousands, possibly tens of thousands, died in that epidemic. Later the outbreak didn't remain confined to Vizima. Novigrad, Weisum, Oxenfurt, and other places all reported plague patients. Among them, the Weisum Rat Tower incident that gave many players nightmares was actually an extension of this plague. Even the sorceress Kira paid close attention to finding a cure and nearly died in the Rat Tower due to her own greed, and players had to intervene. In The Witcher, Geralt meets Shani in Vizima because this red-haired girl accepted a commission from the nuns to help treat plague patients and search for a cure. Right now, the timeline is a year earlier. Shani hasn't graduated from school yet. So this trip is just her using the break to observe plague patients and record relevant data. Kiliman pondered inwardly and found the explanation reasonable. Maybe this event did happen in the original timeline. Only his butterfly effect interference caused the girl to meet Alvin early, get robbed by the Salamander gang, and encounter danger. In the original story, before Shani fell in love with Geralt, she had an ex-boyfriend, a spy chief of the Temeria kingdom named Charles. That probably happened around this time as well. The spy chief helped the newcomer Shani a lot and won her favor. However, since Shani had already met him, no other man would be allowed to steal her heart, not even Geralt. After thinking a moment, Kiliman suggested to Shani in a helpful tone, "The Catriona plague is indeed very dangerous. This plague not only wiped out entire villages, but also bred a large number of monsters and wraiths, causing tragedies across the north. Listen, Shani, I want to help with this matter. You might not know, Witchers are immune to many plagues and diseases, including the Catriona plague. If you plan to go somewhere dangerous later, or need any help, you can come to me. I'll only charge you the lowest fee, like buy me a meal, or a kiss from a beautiful girl, whatever. You'll find my price very reasonable." Hearing the half-serious, half-joking remark, the red-haired Shani giggled, but quickly adopted a serious expression and looked at the Witcher, saying, "Is that true, Mr. Kiliman? If you're willing to lend a hand with this plague, I won't be polite with you. I'll come to you often for help. My mentor found an herb that seems to have special efficacy against the plague. It grows in the deepest parts of the marsh, the white marshmallow flower. One of my reasons for coming to Vizima now is to obtain specimens for study. I've been worrying over this matter. If such a powerful Witcher could help, I'd be truly delighted." Kiliman raised his cup at her words, clinked it with the red-haired girl, and gave a smile that said, "Leave it to me. This is a small matter for me. When you're ready, let me know. I'll protect you when you go to the marsh. I won't let you face any danger." After saying that, Kiliman casually produced a small coin purse from his palm and pushed it toward Shunny. There are 100 orens inside as a token of my goodwill. I hope it helps with the research into the plague remedy. If later you're short on funds, I can provide more support. I only hope you can soon develop an antidote and save those suffering from this plague. Offering both money and manpower, handsome and powerful, a hero who rescues the beauty. In a short time, Kiliman had already earned a great deal of goodwill from the red-haired Shunny. Even Caroline and the little boy Alvin, who sat nearby, looked at the Witcher with faces full of admiration. Staring at the bulging coin purse on the table, Shunny hesitated for a few seconds, then bit her lip and accepted the money. She was only a medical student and hadn't even graduated yet. Her income was scarce. Researching a plague remedy was not simple. It would consume huge amounts of time and money. Only Shunny knew how arduous the process would be. If her respected mentor and good friends hadn't died in this plague, perhaps she wouldn't have had such determination to risk danger and hardship, travel such a long distance from Oxenford to Vizima to accomplish this. Not long ago, she had been terrified, thinking she would risk her life to protect young Alvin and escape the Salamander gang's threat. Unexpectedly, after such a short time, someone would support her so generously, willing to both fund and assist her research. Shunny's gratitude overflowed. Follow current novels on Novel FireNet. Thank you, Mr. Kiliman. Thank you for supporting me. You truly are a good man, a Witcher worthy of respect. She thanked Kiliman sincerely, then, cheeks flushing slightly, leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Unsure how else to express her gratitude after his earlier hint, she offered the innocent kiss of a young woman. Feeling the warm touch on his cheek and seeing the grateful look in the red-haired girl's eyes, Kiliman awkwardly rubbed his face. Although he genuinely wanted to do something good this time, his motives weren't entirely selfless. In this world where gods truly exist, doing good deeds does bring rewards. Just look at Shunny in the original timeline. She was a morally upright, compassionate medical genius, later becoming the head of a medical university, respected and beloved, living in her 90s. For a medieval mortal who endured wars and disasters, to die peacefully in old age is certainly a blessing, perhaps even a favor of the gods. If he could contribute to fighting this world, spanning plague, even if he didn't receive a god's blessing, at least he hoped to avoid earning a god's curse or inviting misfortune. For him, that was enough. And doing good and being thanked by others was, in itself, a pleasant feeling for both body and spirit. The conversation with Shunny came to a temporary end. Kiliman turned his gaze to the little boy Alvin, feeling rather complicated inside. This was truly an extraordinary individual. Despite appearing only 5 or 6 years old now, he was the only descendant who could rival the child of Destiny Ciri in terms of concentration of the elder blood. A genius capable of physically traversing time and space to return to the past, but due to memory loss and lack of guidance, ultimately walked down a misguided path. The little boy Alvin most likely shared the same ancestors as Ciri. Though it remained unclear how their bloodline had been passed down, in his generation, the elder blood had awakened. In the original story, this little boy was the final boss and ultimate antagonist of the first game. Through patience and conspiracy, he became the leader of the Order of the Flaming Rose, then supported the Salamander gang in seizing the Witcher mutation formula, transforming all his subordinates into Witchers. He ultimately launched a coup, attempting to seize control of the Temerian kingdom and eliminate all non-human races within the country. Alvin's goal was to ensure human survival in the coming apocalypse by any means necessary. Even through evil, cruel, and immoral actions he wouldn't hesitate to take. Yet Alvin didn't know that the only one in the world capable of ending the White Frost apocalypse was Ciri, the child of destiny and true possessor of the Elder Blood's power. Regarding this special little boy with unique powers, Kiliman hadn't yet decided how to handle him. Of course, if possible, he also hoped to obtain this Elder Blood for himself, gaining the ability to traverse time and space and travel between different worlds like Ciri. This would significantly elevate his power ceiling, no longer confining him to a single world. However, with this world's magic and methods, no way had been discovered to seize another's bloodline. If such methods existed, many would have likely already attempted to use them on Ciri or other geniuses. After all, ambitious people existed in countless numbers across any world. After conversing with the mother and son, Kiliman finally reached a decision. Though he couldn't obtain the Elder Blood's power for now, he couldn't allow it to fall into others' hands either. It needed proper protection. Great power wasn't entirely a good thing. In the hands of those with weak spirits, it became a tragedy that would cause more evil consequences. Thus, he said to Caroline and Shunny, since Lady Caroline's hometown was struck by plague and she seeks work in Vizima, here's my suggestion. Miss Shunny has demanding work while researching plague antidotes, so she needs care. And you're raising little Alvin, making suitable work hard to find. Why don't I hire you as a caretaker to look after Miss Shunny's daily needs? This way, all three of you can live together. Moreover, you've probably noticed how ruthless the Salamander gang members are. I've killed so many of them this time. They'll certainly seek revenge afterwards. While they pose no threat to me, they could endanger your safety. If all three of you live together, I can assist you more promptly. Perhaps Kiliman was being too kind to them, so kind of felt somewhat abnormal. Both Shunny and Caroline looked somewhat uncomfortable, clearly puzzled. As a woman in her 30s, Caroline would have suspected he was interested in her body and wanted to keep her, if not for his obvious greater interest in the young girl Shunny nearby. The Witcher, being extremely perceptive, quickly noticed this and smiled faintly, offering a remedy as he spoke. Of course, Lady Caroline, the caretaker compensation won't be substantial, and it's only temporary, just to help you settle comfortably in the city. Once I resolve the Salamander gang issue, you'll need to find work yourselves. Hearing this, Caroline and her son actually felt relieved. Though she didn't mind repaying the handsome man's kindness with her body, Caroline cared more about her foster son Alvin's situation and didn't want the child to feel embarrassed. The red-haired girl Shunny proved more understanding, immediately guessing Kiliman had said this intentionally. She playfully winked at him with an utterly adorable smile, saying thoughtfully, "This works well, Lady Caroline. It's too difficult for you to care for Alvin alone in the city. Living with me means I can help look after him too." Touched by their kindness, Caroline didn't refuse. Holding Alvin's hand, she bowed deeply to Kiliman, expressing her gratitude once more. The little boy Alvin also thanked the Witcher sensibly, showing no signs of becoming the radical racist and mastermind villain he would be in the future. After all, he was just a 5 or 6-year-old child now. With proper guidance and education, he wouldn't necessarily become a villain or criminal. A child's future was always shaped by adults and environment. New chapters are published on novair.net. After enjoying a reasonably good dinner, the group stayed overnight at the village inn before setting out for Vizima City. Though the entire city was under martial law, Kiliman, Shunny, and Lady Caroline all possessed passes for guarantee, making the entry process quite smooth without any incidents. After entering the city, the group temporarily separated. Shunny gave Kiliman their address and invited him to join them for meals when he had time. However, the medical student needed to report to the Temerian Temple nuns promptly. Without excessive formalities, she soon hurried away. Caroline and Alvin also bid farewell to the Witcher, preparing to go to Shunny's home to clean the rooms and fulfill her caretaker responsibilities. Alone again, Kiliman didn't feel lonely. He chose not to stay in the crowded slums. That was a choice only a poor guy like Geralt would make. Though purchasing 3 expensive magical artifacts from Francesca had cost him a fortune of 8,500 orens. But calculating the rewards from hunting wyverns, eliminating monsters around Ammonite Village, plundering the Salamander gang hideout, and the 400 oren bounty just obtained from the fat merchant Radovid, his storage space still contained a substantial wealth of over 3,500 orens. However he splurged, this fortune was enough for him to live as a wealthy man in Vizima for quite some time, becoming the envy of many as a great rich man. As planned, Kiliman didn't linger. After asking directions, he rode directly to Vizima's most luxurious and upscale establishment, the Night House, operated by the Night Queen, that legendary hire vampire, staffed entirely by female vampire courtesans. This was the place he had long yearned for, the holy land he believed could rapidly accelerate his soul ascension progress. Not staying for a week or two would truly be a waste. The first thing after entering the city was naturally finding a high-end establishment. This was truly a man's choice. With directions from several passers-by, Kiliman quickly found the high-end brothel called Night House. It was a 3-story building with extensive grounds that appeared quite understated and luxurious from a distance, yet felt warm and comfortable upon closer inspection. If he hadn't known it was a brothel in advance, one might mistake it for a cozy high-end residence where a group of beautiful young women waited for their master to return home. However, the only thing that somewhat ruined the atmosphere was the tall, muscular bald bodyguard standing at the main entrance of this residence. Dressed in short-sleeved leather armor that revealed his heavily muscled arms, with scars covering his face and body, he looked quite formidable and clearly not someone to be trifled with. When the bald, muscular bodyguard noticed Kiliman approaching, he first crossed his arms, blocking the Witcher's path, then frowned and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Apologies, sir." However, the only thing that somewhat ruined the atmosphere was the tall, muscular bald bodyguard standing at the main entrance of this residence. Dressed in short-sleeved leather armor that revealed his heavily muscled arms, with scars covering his face and body, he looked quite formidable and clearly not someone to be trifled with. "You appear to be a new face. Please present your membership card. Otherwise, I must beg your pardon, but I cannot let you enter." When the bald, muscular bodyguard noticed Kiliman approaching, he first crossed his arms, blocking the Witcher's path, then frowned and said in a deep, resonant voice. Though he lacked a membership card, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he asked with keen interest, "Might I ask how one becomes a member here?" Although the bald, muscular bodyguard looked fierce, he spoke quite methodically. Studying Kiliman's impressive physique, appearance, and extraordinary bearing, he seemed to recognize his Witcher identity and adopted a more cautious attitude. "To become our member, aside from paying an annual basic fee of 300 orens, you must also have recommendations from other members, at least 2. Kiliman was momentarily taken aback, genuinely surprised that Night House operated at such a high level with a membership system. As expected of a place run by higher vampires, truly extraordinary. The specific prices need to be negotiated with the girls themselves. Our Night House provides complimentary high-end wines and delicacies, operating only in the afternoon and evening. However, most girls choose to rest during holidays. Whether they wish to work is entirely their own decision. If you cannot accept these conditions, please don't trouble us. Don't invite embarrassment upon yourself." Hearing these stringent requirements, Kiliman mentally clicked his tongue in amazement. These weren't prostitutes. They were practically like noble young ladies. Was a higher vampire, Queen of the Night, also an expert in hunger marketing strategies? Although the bald, muscular bodyguard looked fierce, he spoke quite methodically. Studying Kiliman's impressive physique, appearance, and extraordinary bearing, he seemed to recognize his Witcher identity and adopted a more cautious attitude. "Hey, look here." After all, he was just an ordinary person. Though the bald bodyguard appeared quite intimidating, his mental strength wasn't much greater than average. Kiliman's Axii sign level wasn't high, but his magical power had reached that of a seasoned Witcher. In an instant, he hypnotized the bald bodyguard before him, making his expression turn dull. He grinned slightly, then said softly, "Don't be nervous. I'm a regular here, a member of Night House. Now, let me enter, then return to your post as if nothing happened." The Axii sign indeed proved effective. After Kiliman used vocal hypnosis, the bald bodyguard indeed stopped blocking him, obediently returning to his post to continue his bodyguard duties. Ignoring the bodyguard, Kiliman walked to the main door with a faint smile, pushed it open, and entered with complete composure. Maintaining a friendly smile on his face, He distracted the bald bodyguard while making the hand gesture for Axii sign with his fingers, saying, when Kiliman pushed open the door and entered the hall, what caught his eye besides the various exquisite red-dominated decorations and furniture were three girls sitting in the hall in different poses, each catching his attention in their own way. Closest to him was a petite girl with golden long hair, sky-blue eyes, and features as delicate as a doll's. She sat on a high stool with her hands crossed over her abdomen in a ladle-like posture. Yet contrary to her pure, delicate appearance, her figure was curvaceous and well-proportioned. Dressed in an elaborate blue-red gown that revealed her long, pink-white thighs, she evoked an impulse to hold her in one's arms. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Though the bald bodyguard appeared quite intimidating, his mental strength wasn't much greater than average. Kiliman's Axii sign level wasn't high, but his magical power had reached that of a seasoned witcher. In an instant, he hypnotized the bald bodyguard before him, making his expression turn dull. One was a typically voluptuous beauty. Her dark brown hair was permed into curls, with slightly seductive makeup, wearing a rather revealing backless evening gown. She lounged lazily on a leather sofa, completely unconcerned about her exposed fair skin, radiating intense feminine charm. The final beauty appeared to be the restrained type, slender figure, heroic features between her eyebrows, and an alluring aura. Holding an ornate silver smoking pipe, she leaned against the sofa, taking small puffs of smoke. She was the first to notice Kiliman's entrance, her gaze quite sharp. When the Witcher fully entered Night House's main hall, all three vampire beauties fixed their eyes on him, motionless, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. Vampire vision far surpassed ordinary humans, with built-in dark vision. They all immediately detected the anomaly in this strong, handsome man. Those amber beast-like vertical pupils were far too conspicuous, especially for vampire beauties. How could they not have heard of the Witcher's reputation? However, at this moment, Kiliman carried no weapons and wore a calm smile, showing no hostile intent. Even so, the three vampire beauties didn't dare let their guard down. Though their facial expressions remained unchanged, their bodies seemed somewhat tense, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually grew tense. The Axii sign indeed proved effective. After Kiliman used vocal hypnosis, the bald bodyguard indeed stopped blocking him, obediently returning to his post to continue his bodyguard duties. "Sir, why have you come so early?" Ignoring the bodyguard, Kiliman walked to the main door with a faint smile, pushed it open, and entered with complete composure. Hearing this, Kiliman shifted his gaze to her fair chest and enchanting face, chuckling softly as he said, "Beautiful lady, I am a special guest requesting special treatment. That shouldn't be unreasonable. But don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble and won't harm any of you beauties. Before we truly engage, I'd like to offer a gift, hoping you'll appreciate it." After speaking, his eyes swept across the faces of the three vampire beauties once more. Then he turned to take an ornate gilded tray from a nearby table, drew a small knife from his waist, and under the watchful eyes of the vampire beauties, made a cut on his own wrist. Fresh blood immediately poured out, accumulating steadily in the gilded tray as a strong bloody scent rapidly spread through the hall. Only when the gilded tray was filled with blood did the wound on Kiliman's hand automatically heal, showing no trace of any cut. He picked up the blood-filled gilded tray, neither flushed nor breathless, still wearing that calm smile. Watching the three vampire beauties opposite him with their throats slightly moving, bodies trembling, eyes revealing thirst, he said with a smile, "Please accept my gift. I hope to spend some harmonious and enjoyable time with you all." The source of this content is novifire.net. Although Kiliman appeared quite amiable, showing no trace of hostility, the perfect Witcher's blood in his gilded plate emitted an exceptionally rich aroma, far superior to ordinary human blood, making the vampire girls drool with desire. Yet even so, the three beautiful vampires still didn't dare act recklessly, merely watching the Witcher and the blood in his hands with uncertain, suspicious eyes filled with longing. Just then, a languid female voice suddenly came from not far away. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. What an enticing fragrance. Even I can't resist wanting to taste its flavor. It seems this Witcher gentleman knows quite a few secrets. But don't you know? Even for a Witcher, you shouldn't casually enter a monster's lair. This is extremely dangerous. The slightest misstep could get you devoured until not even bones remain. Hearing these words that carried a subtle threat, yet were filled with lazy, teasing undertones, Kiliman turned to look. He saw an exceptionally enchanting and beautiful woman with a voluptuous, tall figure but remarkably languid demeanor, who had somehow appeared on the staircase not far from him. She leaned against the railing with an amused smile, watching him while provocatively licking the corner of her mouth. Even his sharp Witcher senses hadn't detected when this beauty had approached. Without doubt, this must be the legendary high-ranking female vampire hidden in Vizima, the Queen of the Night. A powerful advanced monster girl far beyond ordinary humans. At minimum, a supernatural being level, someone even a fully powered Geralt would prefer to avoid. However, Kiliman wasn't afraid. After meeting the Queen of the Night's gaze, he nodded quite amiably and said, "Monster's lair. Ah, beautiful lady, you shouldn't say that. I'm different from those ordinary witchers. I don't consider all magical creatures to be monsters. Only those with innocent blood on their hands are monsters in my eyes. Creatures who can communicate normally with me, possess normal emotions and intelligence aren't really different from ordinary humans. In fact, many humans commit acts far more evil than those monsters." Kiliman expressed his genuine perspective without mentioning his strict requirements regarding monsters' appearances. He wasn't afraid of the vampires turning hostile. The night house was located in the busiest area of Vizima's downtown, and it was still daytime with bustling crowds filling the streets. If they truly fought, it wouldn't take long for the military or even royal sorcerers to surround the place. By then, even if the Queen of the Night could escape, her beautiful vampire subordinates wouldn't be able to flee, resulting in devastating losses that simply wouldn't be worth it. After making eye contact with the several beautiful vampires in the hall, he revealed his handsome smile and continued, "I come today with good intentions, hoping to become friends with the ladies, and wishing everyone could spend some intense and romantic time together. I'm willing to pay with blood, or with gold coins if that works. Might any beautiful lady be willing to give me a try?" Hearing this, the three girls in the hall exchanged glances, their expressions hesitant. Instead, the Queen of the Night, leaning on the staircase, showed an amused smile, staring intently at Kiliman for over 10 seconds before turning to her beautiful subordinates and saying, "Girls, this Witcher gentleman doesn't seem to be lying. I see intense desire in his eyes, very intense desire. It appears he's a gentleman loyal to his own desires. Perhaps we really could become friends, who knows? Haven't you been curious before about how a Witcher's body tastes? Of course I won't force you, but I still hope you'll be enthusiastic and give our special guest some special treatment. I'm also curious about how Witcher's blood tastes." After saying this, the mysterious Queen of the Night didn't conceal her power, vanishing before Kiliman's eyes in the blink of an eye. Her speed was so incredible that even this powerful Witcher only caught a faint glimpse of her movement. After the high-ranking vampire left, the three girls in the hall exchanged glances. The bold, abstinent-style beauty and the voluptuous bombshell didn't move, still somewhat hesitant. Instead, the girl who looked exquisite like a doll, with a petite figure, long golden hair, and clear sky-blue eyes, stepped down from her bar stool and slowly walked over to Kiliman. She first bent down and sucked several mouthfuls from the gilded plate filled with blood using her pink tongue. Then she lifted her head, wiped the blood from her mouth with her pale hand, licked her pink lips, met Kiliman's gaze, and said in a somewhat ethereal voice, "My sisters call me Blue Eyes. I prefer rougher men. Come to my room. Don't pity me, Witcher gentlemen. Give me an unforgettable experience." The following days became another profoundly memorable period. During this time, he fulfilled the first requirement for his rank advancement. At this point, the cunning Deep Blue system, just as he had anticipated, presented the second requirement for advancement. A full 1,000 soul points would be consumed as fuel during the soul rank advancement process. The prepared Witcher looked at his already accumulated 955 total soul points and revealed an excited smile. Next, whether going outside the city to eliminate several monsters and harvest their souls, or dealing with some scum within the city walls, neither would take too much time. As long as he made proper preparations, his first soul rank advancement could begin. Kiliman stayed at the Night House for 3 days, and the Night House remained closed for business during those 3 days. The 3 vampire beauties who had benefited from his presence grew quite fond of him. His soul advancement was imminent. Though staying at the Night House was enjoyable, with various premium wines and gourmet food provided free of charge, and the 3 vampire beauties never let him spend any money, essentially giving him free enjoyment. The consumption of soul energy was inevitable. To protect his fundamental source of strength, Kiliman resisted the temptation of beautiful women and resolutely chose to leave. Before his departure, the Queen of the Night appeared once more. This enchanting and dignified higher vampire beauty told the Witcher in a meaningful yet seductive tone that the Night House would temporarily cease operations, and the 3 vampire beauties would enter dormancy for a while, but they would always welcome his return. The source of this content is novelfire.net. When the time came, she, this higher vampire, would also like to taste what the Witcher had to offer. Kiliman understood the implications and recognized the temptation clearly. But he believed that with his current first-tier soul level, there was likely still a significant gap between him and a higher vampire. If they were to cultivate together now, while he might gain tremendous benefits, there was also the risk of suffering damage due to the vast difference in soul levels. He planned to wait for a month, until after completing his soul advancement, before testing the Queen of the Night. Moreover, if possible, he hoped to establish a connection with this Queen of the Night through this relationship and form some kind of cooperative partnership. Higher vampires ranked among the top-tier combat forces in the Witcher's world. Though they weren't as versatile and adaptable as sorceresses, nor as mysteriously elusive as certain magical creatures, their physical strength and recovery speed were astonishingly formidable. Even when facing an entire army's encirclement, a higher vampire could slaughter hundreds of soldiers and depart unscathed. After leaving the Night House, Kiliman's first visit was to the medical student Shani. The red-haired girl was currently working at the Temple of Meritau, assisting the nuns there in treating plague patients and documenting various changes during the epidemic. She had adapted quite well, though her current work kept her quite busy, leaving her no time to venture into the swamp depths to search for the special Greater Celandine flowers there. This mission would have to be postponed for now. Caroline and Alvin were getting along well with her too. According to Shani, Caroline's cooking skills were excellent, even comparable to chefs at some inns and hotels, particularly skilled at making stews and jam pancakes. Alvin was currently learning to read. The young boy was very clever and diligent, and Shani believed it wouldn't be long before they could adapt to life in Vizima City. Kiliman was quite satisfied with this situation. He hoped the 3 could continue living such low-profile and stable lives without getting dragged into dangerous troubles. After leaving the Temple of Meritau, he chose to go to the square where the city hall was located. Truthfully, as a Witcher, this should have been his first destination upon arrival. Most contracts requiring Witchers, emergency notices, and special intelligence exchanges were posted on the bulletin board at the city hall. This was a place that mercenaries, Witchers, and merchants living in the city had to pay attention to. Of course, a Witcher like Kiliman, who didn't lack money, wasn't particularly concerned about those cheap contracts. The meager earnings from most contracts couldn't even cover the cost of 1 bottle of premium red wine he enjoyed for free at the Night House. However, currently lacking the soul energy needed for his advancement, he decided not to take a boat to the dirty, muddy Vizima swamp. Instead, he planned to look around the city for any hidden monsters he could harvest. But what he discovered shocked him. Perhaps because no Witcher had visited Vizima City for several years. The Square's bulletin board had accumulated over a dozen monster hunting contracts specifically for witchers. Several of them had been posted so long ago that the employers might have already been killed by monsters, making them invalid and dilapidated. The others included long-term monster hunting contracts posted by the city guard and various private employment requests, all in significant numbers. Kiliman immediately spotted several familiar names among them: Royal Advisor Triss, Royal Advisor Kira, Wealthy Port Merchant Radovid, and Alchemist Cockstein. There was even one posted by Mayor Velerad on behalf of the Temerian royal family, a request seeking extraordinary individuals to completely eradicate the Striga curse from Princess Ada. Seeing these familiar names, Kiliman immediately became interested and began carefully reading the notices on the bulletin board. Coming to the Witcher's world, besides killing and intimate encounters while striving to become stronger, interacting with those familiar characters from the original game was one of his greatest pleasures. Completing their contracts provided the best opportunity for friendly contact between the Witcher and these figures. After careful reading, Kiliman discovered the contracts posted by Triss and Kira both related to the Catriona Plague, which was likely the most pressing issue currently facing the Temerian royal advisors, concerning the lives of numerous commoners. The former, Triss, believed the outbreak of Catriona Plague was related to magical fluctuations and local climate conditions. She planned to hire a team of mercenaries to protect her while she conducted field investigations in villages where the plague first emerged. The latter, Kira, believed the plague's rampant spread in the north was likely connected to legendary plague maidens. It was precisely because of these powerful spectral monsters that the Catriona Plague could break through the sorcerer's multiple barriers and continuously spread across major cities. Thus, Kira intended to hire several experts to help her capture a plague maiden alive for research purposes. As for Alchemist Cockstein, the former vice president of Ban Art Academy of Magic, the greatest alchemist, diviner, chemist, and scientist of this century, he seemed to have already begun researching exorcism talismans to repel monsters and protect commoners from harm. His current research subjects were the most common water wraiths found in the wild. Therefore, Cockstein's contract requested a long-term supply of freshwater wraith brains, more than 10 per week, continuing for 3 months or longer, possibly half a year or even a full year. This task would be both dangerous and troublesome for ordinary people with relatively low compensation. But for Kiliman, who possessed storage space that could freeze items in time, it was practically a tailor-made contract. As long as he hunted enough water wraiths in one go and met with the alchemist once a week, he could continuously receive sufficient compensation from this master alchemist while building a good relationship with this master-level figure. Future improvements to Witcher potions and Witcher mutation formulas might very well require the expertise of this master alchemist. After reading the notices on the bulletin board, Geralt naturally decided not to let any of them slip away. Aside from the low-paying monster hunting commissions posted by the city guard that even dogs would turn their noses up at, all the other commissions were opportunities for him to build connections while making some money. After all, whether he took commissions or not, he still needed to hunt monsters and absorb soul energy. Thinking about it this way, the rewards from employers felt like free bonuses, which made him quite happy just considering it. Holding this amusing thought, Geralt went to meet city guard Captain Vincent Mice, the wealthy merchant Radovid at the port, and Cockstein, who had been anxiously waiting for this commission. Thanks to his identity as a witcher, his impressively powerful and tall physique, and his strikingly handsome appearance, he easily established cooperative relationships with all three and received their commissions. Unfortunately, the negotiations about commission rewards didn't go very smoothly. These three were all stingy misers who wouldn't part with a single hair, including the wealthy merchant Radovid, who appeared generous but was actually quite tight-fisted and cunning. Even with Geralt's excellent eloquence and prolonged bargaining, he only managed to get about a 10% increase from the prices listed on the notices. Better than nothing, but barely noticeable. After dealing with the morning's frustrations, he quickly composed himself, changed into what he considered his most dashing witcher gear, brought a small gift, and headed to Vizima's wealthy district. This was where the two royal sorceresses resided. Compared to the less familiar Kira, the first person Geralt wanted to visit was naturally our lovely, lively, and understanding red-haired sorceress Triss. As a player who had experienced the games, how could Geralt not like this sorceress who performed exceptionally well and was quite endearing in the games? Soon, after asking a few passers-by for directions, Geralt arrived at a 3-story residence with a garden and courtyard and knocked on the door. A maid who looked about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a white apron, opened the door and looked at him with cautious and questioning eyes, asking, "May I ask who you are? Is there something you need from the owner of this house?" Seeing the young maid, Geralt showed a friendly smile while lowering his head slightly so she could see his distinctive beast-like eyes, then spoke. "Please inform Lady Triss, the royal advisor. Witcher Geralt requests an audience. I saw the commission notice in the square and came to discuss related matters with Lady Triss." Geralt behaved very politely, and his tall, handsome appearance helped the young maid relax her guard. She stared at the Witcher's face for a few seconds, then nodded as if confirming something, saying, "Very well, Mr. Geralt. I will go inquire with Lady Triss now. However, Lady Triss has several guests today and may not be available to receive visitors. Whether she's willing to see you or not, I cannot say." Geralt nodded, thanked her again, while feeling curious about who Triss's guests might be. Other sorceresses, perhaps. He waited for about 4 or 5 minutes, just as he began to feel that he probably wouldn't get to see Triss today, and was starting to feel regretful. The young maid quickly pushed open the door again, came up to him, and said quietly, "Apologies, Mr. Geralt, for making you wait so long. Originally, Lady Triss hoped to schedule another time to meet with you, but her guests also expressed interest in meeting you, so they discussed it for a while. Please follow me. Lady Triss and her guests are currently in the drawing room where you can meet them." Following behind the young maid, Geralt entered Triss's residence and began carefully observing his surroundings. As someone born into a famous wealthy merchant family from Maribor and an established sorceress in her own right, Triss was quite well off financially. Her residence, while not extremely spacious, could still be considered a mansion within this wealthy district. Both the garden and courtyard were filled with various precious flowers and plants, decorated exquisitely and beautifully, creating a refreshing and pleasant sight. After entering the main residence, various gold-gilded, elegantly styled decorations, furniture, and tableware came into view, showcasing the sorceress's substantial wealth. Clearly, she was a wealthy young woman living comfortably, her riches not inferior to those of ordinary nobility. Geralt followed the maid through the door, walked down the corridor, and soon arrived at a spacious drawing room. The moment he entered, he immediately felt several pairs of beautiful eyes falling upon him, creating not insignificant pressure. Clearly, these were no ordinary people. Following these gazes, Geralt raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. For women of different appearances, but all exceptionally beautiful, sat on 2 sofas in various poses, all looking at him with keen interest. These were clearly Triss and her guests, all sorceresses. No one spoke from either side, only communicating something through their eyes, smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. Sensing the somewhat unusual atmosphere, Geralt's thoughts raced. While his expression remained unchanged, inwardly he felt somewhat astonished. He never expected that a routine visit would lead to encountering so many sorceresses. Had this place been taken over by a sorceresses gathering? Chapters first released on novel-white-concave-sided-diamond-fire.net. But soon, based on game knowledge and character models, Geralt quickly identified several of them by their distinctive features. The woman with long red hair, looking to be in her 20s, appearing both cute and possessing a lover's sensuality. This should be Triss Merigold, the beloved Mary. On another sofa sat a woman wearing a dress with a plunging neckline, adorned with a large multicolored gemstone necklace, revealing generous amounts of pale skin and 2 rounded hemispheres. With her short pale gold hair, petite figure, and somewhat haughty expression, this should be Temeria's other royal advisor, Kira Metz. As for another woman sitting with Triss, stunningly beautiful with pale skin, purple eyes, black curly hair, wearing black form-fitting clothes that revealed her voluptuous and graceful figure. Geralt speculated this must be Yennefer, who had recently been rescued by Geralt from the Wild Hunt and was currently suffering from amnesia. He doesn't know why this sorceress with the scent of lilac and gooseberries was here at this time. As for the final one, sitting with Kira, blonde with blue eyes, wearing a sweet smile on her face, with exquisitely sensual features, dressed quite revealingly, almost showing entire rounded, perky spheres and long, pale legs, possessing the most impressive figure among the sorceresses. He wondered who might she be, for sorceresses with distinct characteristics sat before him. Kiliman felt an itch in his heart, but still performed a gentleman's bow quite politely, revealing a kind and handsome smile to the red-haired beauty Triss as he said, "Miss Triss, my name is Kiliman German, a witcher. I've come to discuss the commission posted in the square." Triss stood up, equally polite in her self-introduction, also introducing the three sorceresses beside her. Indeed, the petite short-haired beauty was Kira, the black-haired, purple-eyed mature beauty was Yennefer, and the last one, the sexy beauty in revealing clothing whom Kiliman hadn't recognized, was the current headmistress of Aretuza Academy, Margarita. After brief introductions, Triss warmly invited him to sit on another separate sofa in the living room and had a young maid serve pastries and tea. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Kiliman. I'm surprised a witcher would accept my commission. Truly astonishing. You might not know, but no witchers have appeared in Vizima City for several years now. Even throughout Temeria, there's been little news of your kind." Their courteous conversation made the other three sorceresses present show slightly astonished expressions. In their impression, witchers were a bunch of rude, ill-mannered, strange-looking fellows. Though quite capable, they were generally difficult to communicate with. Due to witcher mutations, few could maintain normal human appearance and personality, which was one reason many common folk regarded witchers as freaks. After all, the witcher population was extremely scarce throughout the northern kingdoms, even rarer than sorcerers and mages. Though all four sorceresses here were quite experienced, the number of witchers they'd encountered could be counted on one hand. Their impressions of this profession mostly came from specialized texts. Yennefer, who knew witchers best, had lost her memory. Her current memories were from before meeting Geralt, back when she had just graduated from the Sorceress Academy as a somewhat naive and romantic apprentice. The other most familiar with witchers was the smiling Triss. It had only been over half a year since the famous Rivia massacre. Besides Ciri, who was escaping the Wild Hunt's pursuit, and the amnesiac Yennefer, no one knew whether Geralt had truly died. The red-haired sorceress was still immersed in grief over her friend Geralt's death, feeling somewhat novel about meeting another witcher. However, since this was their first meeting, everyone remained relatively reserved. Though curious about each other, they avoided presumptuously asking sensitive questions. After briefly explaining her commission requirements, Triss looked at Kiliman with her bright cornflower blue eyes and said, "I originally planned to recruit a 5-person mercenary team for protection. But judging by Mr. Kiliman's dragonhide armor and meteorite iron sword, you must be an exceptionally skilled witcher. Very well. Could you tell me your current address? I plan to depart in 3 days, targeting a small village near Flotsam, the first place where the plague broke out, now reduced to ruins. The operation should take about a day and night. After completing the investigation, we'll likely visit other villages or towns. So the reward is tentatively set at 100 orens. Additional payment will be provided for dangerous combat encounters. Please wait for now, Mr. Kiliman. I'll send word before we depart. 100 orens for a day and night's work. This was quite generous compensation. Even the most popular women in brothels rarely commanded such prices. Kiliman's gaze swept over the 4 sorceresses before finally resting on Triss's beautiful face. His handsome features broke into a magnanimous smile as he nodded. That arrangement works, Lady Triss. I'll be staying at the Hairy Bear Inn in the Temple Quarter these next few days. Please notify me before departure. I'll be fully prepared for combat. He avoided mentioning the night house, partly to avoid making a bad impression on the sorceresses, but also because he didn't plan to stay there these coming days. Though the vampire beauty was tantalizing, she was also overly clingy. Continuing to stay there would leave him without energy to battle monsters and improve his skills. With the commission discussion concluded, Kiliman politely took his leave. This meeting was just the beginning of future friendly relations. Being too abrupt would only create poor impressions. However, just before departing, Kiliman suddenly remembered Berenger, still recuperating in Ammonite village, and his friend's crippled arm. He turned back, smiling at the sensually dressed Margarita, who radiated mature womanly charm like a Greek goddess, and said, "Lady Margarita, I've heard you're an exceptionally outstanding high-level healer. I have a friend who suffered arm injuries from a bone-corrode arrow spell during bandit combat. If time permits, I hope you can treat him. We'll pay whatever reward satisfies you." Margarita, who had been leaning against the sofa in a rather unrestrained posture, met Kiliman's gaze with slightly dazed yet meaningful eyes before chuckling delightedly. "This matter can be discussed after you complete Triss's commission. I'll be staying in Vizima for some time. By the way, remember to collect multiple plague samples during your investigation. If time allows, I'll conduct research on them too. Though I lack specific ideas, any unexpected discoveries might help with this plague situation." Just after Margarita finished speaking, the always proud-looking Kira, who rather valued her status, also spoke up. "Triss, Mr. Kiliman, if you happen to discover plague maidens, please halt operations and notify me. I wish to capture a plague maiden alive for research purposes. Of course, I'll provide compensation according to the commission rates." Neither Triss nor Kiliman refused this request. Plague maidens were extremely powerful, quite bizarre spectral monsters capable of causing large-scale plague damage across regions, even causing hundreds or thousands of deaths within short periods. Even a powerful sorceress and witcher combination couldn't take them lightly. Having additional sorceress assistance would naturally be the best option. "Triss, perhaps I should join you too. Maybe there's something I can help with." Hearing Kira's suggestion, even the amnesiac Yennefer offered to help. Though she'd lost her memories, her relationship with Triss remained strongest, almost best friends and closest companions, which explained why she'd been staying at Triss's residence lately. Margarita, however, shook her head. "No, Yen. I came specifically to Vizima to help with your memory recovery treatment. You should accompany me to places you still have impressions of, revisiting old haunts. Your memories haven't returned, and your magic usage isn't as proficient as before. Joining Triss might actually create more trouble than help." Read complete version only at novelfire.net. After leaving Triss's residence, Kiliman didn't linger in the town for long. After buying some food and drinks at the tavern, he headed directly to his monster hunting location, the Vizima sewers. Since there were still about 3 days until his appointment with Triss, he planned to complete his first-stage soul ascension ceremony during this time. After all, he only needed a bit more soul power anyway. This would be a closed-door cultivation session, time to grind properly. New Vizima City, like many Northern Kingdom's capitals, was a city built upon elven ruins. 1,000 years ago, humans drove out the elves, destroyed their cities, leaving behind only massive ruins, underground palaces, and relics scattered throughout the continent. But soon, humans discovered that even the ruins left after the destruction of elven cities still possessed complete water treatment systems, vast and complex sewer networks, highly level ground, broad sight lines, advantageous terrain, and strategic transportation locations. Utilizing these remnants of elven civilization was infinitely better than the backward, filthy towns humans built themselves. This was also why in the Witcher's world, many human towns could support large populations and possess extensive sewer systems. Of course, everything has advantages and disadvantages. Because the sewer systems were too vast and complex, interconnected with external water sources, human capabilities couldn't thoroughly clean them. Unknowingly, these sewers became nests for monsters. Various types of monsters, particularly water wraiths that could live in polluted water, gradually became major problems in the sewers. Not only would they sometimes emerge from these hidden corners to attack city residents, but their unpleasant screams easily caused various disturbances throughout the town. Thus, cleaning city sewers became a standard assignment for witchers visiting cities over the past century, requiring regular cleanings almost every few months. Of course, the reward for this task was quite meager, averaging only 2 or 3 orens per water wraith, plus getting covered in filth in the sewers. It was the kind of assignment everyone despised, but there was no helping it. If not for the abundance of monsters in the sewers, the concealed location, and the minimal interference during soul ascension, he wouldn't have chosen this place for his advancement. However, the Vizima sewer conditions were better than he expected. Perhaps because they hadn't been cleaned for several years, water wraiths covered in filth kept crawling out from the central water channel of the 2-meter-wide sewer, lunging toward him as a living creature. Due to the terrain, the water wraiths couldn't form a siege formation against Kiliman. Instead, they came one after another like lining up for execution, rushing forward without any resistance to be slaughtered. As long as he didn't pass through sewer junctions, the entire sewer had only one straight path forward and backward, with no need to worry about ambushes. It was practically tailor-made combat terrain for a witcher. Kiliman killed with great satisfaction, almost without stopping, slaughtering from the temple quarter all the way to the trade quarter, then back to Vizima's residential areas. For 2 full days, he rested when tired and continued killing after resting. Even his Viper Steel Sword had several chips and damages after killing a full 200 water wraiths, along with various other miscellaneous monsters, finally clearing most of them. The soul power finally obtained was approximately 300 points, bringing his total soul power to 1,200 points, enough to complete the soul advancement ceremony with sufficient surplus for emergency healing. However, following the principle of not wasting resources, after each batch of water wraiths and monsters, Kiliman would dig out the water wraith brains, cut off their ears, and collect other valuable materials from the monsters. Over 200 water wraith brains were enough to complete Alchemist Cockstein's tasks for several years, with likely many leftovers. The water wraith ears could be exchanged for rewards at the city guard station, probably worth around 500 orens. Though Kiliman was somewhat concerned, would those seemingly poor and quite brutish city guards actually have enough money to pay his reward? After all, they were soldiers enforcing city laws. If they refused to pay, would he have to go on a killing spree? Sigh. Troublesome. But these were worries for later consideration. Due to the terrain, the water wraiths couldn't form a siege formation against Kiliman. Instead, they came one after another like lining up for execution, rushing forward without any resistance to be slaughtered. He then sealed the chamber entrance with large stone slabs, placed a earthen sign as magical protection, lit a small campfire, sat cross-legged, and entered meditation. Without delay, not wanting to wait any longer, he directly began the soul ascension process. Ding! Initiate soul ascension. Advancing to next stage, awakening, requires consuming 1,000 soul power. Awakening? For 2 full days, he rested when tired and continued killing after resting. Even his Viper Steel Sword had several chips and damages after killing a full 200 water wraiths, along with various other miscellaneous monsters, finally clearing most of them. This thought flashed through Kiliman's mind, but he didn't hesitate further. Taking a light breath, he shouted in his mind, "Deep Blue, begin advancement." In an instant, Kiliman felt tremendous turbulence in his soul space. The 1,000 points of soul power he had absorbed all manifested in his soul space, forming a soul tide more massive and grander than any before. The soul tide rolled and surged continuously, causing repeated disturbances in the soul space while making Kiliman's soul rise and fall constantly. Then, this enormous soul energy split into 2 parts. One part rushed out of the soul space, penetrating his body and dispersing to every corner, nourishing every cell, every bone, every muscle and nerve. The other part of energy directly entered the massive soul light sphere within his soul space, forming mysterious runes in an incredibly profound way he couldn't comprehend at all. This was where his soul resided, the soul named Kiliman German. The source of this content is novelfire.net. For a moment, Kiliman felt both his body and soul beginning to burn. His consciousness could hardly remain clear, unable to continue observing the changes happening within. After an unknown period, Kiliman opened his eyes and discovered he had shed skin. A layer of dry, wrinkled skin had separated from his body surface, much like a python shedding its skin, rather disgusting to look at. When he focused his mind and looked into his soul space, he found that his soul light sphere's surface had formed a semi-transparent shell resembling an eggshell, composed of countless mysterious runes. This shell tightly wrapped his soul light sphere, both protecting it and seemingly constantly compressing and tempering it. Before he could continue observing, Deep Blue's mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Soul advancement completed. Current stage, awakening. Acquired new soul skill, soul projection. Exclusive skills and physical attribute limits upgraded. Awakening, soul projection. After hearing Deep Blue's prompts, Kiliman clearly sensed that these two newly added features were the key points of this soul advancement. He then looked at his status panel. Kiliman German. Race, Perfect Witcher. Strength, 3.82, max 10. Agility, 3.54, max 10. Spirit, 2.25, max 10. Magic Power, 3.65, max 10. Poison Resistance, 20.52. Battlefield Intuition, 1. Battlefield Presence, 1. Swordsmanship. Temerian Military Swordsmanship, Master Level. Viper School Swordsmanship, Level. LV3, Strength plus 0.8, Agility plus 0.8, Explosive Power plus 5, Special Skill. Adrenaline Burst, Sword Technique. Shock, Level 1. Current level cap, LV6, advancing to next level requires 1,000 soul points. Wolf School Swordsmanship, beginner level, upgradable, requires 100 soul points. Magic Signs, Alder Magic Sign, level, LV2, Spirit plus 0.2, Magic Power plus 0.6. Special Skill, Psychic Explosion. Current level cap, LV6, advancing to next level requires 500 soul points. Igni Magic Sign, level, LV2, Spirit plus 0.2, Magic Power plus 0.6. Special Skill, Flame Jet. Current level cap, LV6, advancing to next level requires 500 soul points. Quinn's Sign, beginner level, upgradable, requires 100 soul points. Axii Sign, beginner level, upgradable, requires 100 soul points. Erden's Sign, beginner level, upgradable, requires 100 soul points. Subsidiary Skills, Witcher Alchemy LV2, Monster Gathering Technique LV2, Soul Sequence LV2, Awakening. Those of this sequence are already elites among mortals, often hailed as warriors or geniuses, just one step away from true superhumans. Advancing to next sequence Superhuman requires consuming 3,000 soul points, performing a bloodline advancement ritual, integrating one superhuman bloodline, and obtaining superhuman power. Currently contacted superhuman bloodlines include Higher Vampire Bloodline, Elder Blood Bloodline. Soul Advancement Progress, 0 out of 500. Soul Skills, Spatial Storage LV1, upgradable, requires 300 soul points. Soul Projection LV1, upgradable, possesses soul vision, can move within 10 meters around the body. Soul Points, 225 points. After the soul advancement, the Deep Blue panel had undergone significant changes. Kiliman discovered that not only had his physical attribute caps all increased to 10 times that of ordinary people, but the level caps for his exclusive skills had also been raised to level 6. Even his originally barely 2-meter-tall physique seemed to have undergone secondary growth after the molting process. Not only had his muscles expanded another notch, but his height had also increased by about 5 centimeters, and a certain critical part seemed to have grown as well. If every soul advancement brought such rapid growth, he could even imagine the scene of petite girls being held in his arms, reaching straight to their stomachs in one step. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kiliman felt happy about this in his heart. Becoming a muscular hunk was every man's dream. Even with such explosive physical growth, his muscles still maintained a perfect physique, clearly defined like a leopard's, full of explosive power. Not only that, but the various exclusive skills he originally learned from Berenger from the Wolf School, which are just one step away from perfection, had now reached completion. This time, probably because his soul sequence had been sublimated, he experienced a kind of enlightening epiphany. Now including Wolf School swordsmanship, all 4 skills could be upgraded, counting the upgradable soul skill, spatial storage, and the newly added soul projection. These 2 exclusive soul skills, Kiliman felt an extreme shortage of soul points. Even with 10,000 soul points, it seemed impossible to max out all these skills, creating a terrifying deficit. And this was only the second soul sequence. Thinking about the soul point deficits he might face in the future, he felt like he would transform into a soul-devouring beast, swallowing the entire world. However, Kiliman quickly dismissed this thought and focused on another important piece of information. The next sequence in soul advancement was called superhuman, meaning becoming a superhuman being. He could actually perform a bloodline advancement ritual, integrate a superhuman bloodline, and use this superhuman power. This was something he hadn't anticipated before, but desperately desired. It could truly be called a pleasant surprise. As for the 2 superhuman bloodlines he had currently encountered, the Queen of the Night's higher vampire bloodline and Alvin's elder blood bloodline, the choice was obvious. The elder blood bloodline could be said to be the one and only strongest bloodline in the Witcher world, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the key to opening the multiverse. Follow current novels on novifire.net. With this bloodline, he could travel between different worlds and even potentially possess the ability to traverse time. If he could travel to worlds full of monsters, similar to Diablo, Elden Ring, or Warhammer worlds, realms filled with slaughter and war, then his soul point deficit wouldn't be a problem, with endless monsters to kill throughout these worlds. If he could travel to worlds like Middle-earth or the Elder Scrolls, where wealth and opportunities abound in warm, pleasant environments, then he wouldn't need to worry about financial resources or divine equipment, living a relaxed and enjoyable adventurous life. Of course, danger and opportunity coexisted. In his current condition, he would probably be noticed by the 4 Chaos Gods immediately upon entering the Warhammer world, and that would truly be the end. But for now, everything was just speculation. Looking at his soul advancement progress bar, which had changed to 0/500, Kiliman only felt his kidneys tingling and his testicles protesting, demanding that he exercise some restraint. Cultivating both spirit and soul wasn't supposed to be like this. Even donkeys and production teams need regular rest. Wasn't this forcing him to become a scumbag? Coupled with the enormous soul point deficit, he felt it would probably take him 6 months to a year to complete the task of advancing to superhuman. Fortunately, Witchers had long lifespans, and as a perfect Witcher, his lifespan would be measured in millennia at minimum. This amount of time meant nothing to him. Kiliman collected his thoughts, and, while he still had time, tried out his newly acquired soul skill, soul projection. This was a skill that could only be used while in a meditative state. Simply put, it involved separating a strand of soul doppelganger from his soul light cluster, transforming it into a semi-solid state that could move freely within 10 meters of his body. It could also observe the world from a soul perspective through soul vision, much like a malevolent spirit or ghost. Unless he willingly revealed himself, ordinary people couldn't see his soul. Yet he could use this soul state to observe abnormalities in other souls, even peep, steal, or invade other souls. However, since the skill level was still low, this strand of soul doppelganger wasn't very powerful and could probably only serve auxiliary functions. Even so, being able to observe the world from a soul perspective was nearly miraculous for ordinary people. Only certain spellcasters like witch doctors, wizards, and shamans had similar methods, and probably most sorcerers couldn't achieve this either. Before leaving the sewers, Kiliman made another round of killings along the main thoroughfares, even clearing out an ancient elven tomb and eliminating over a dozen ghouls nesting inside. Finally accumulating 300 soul points, he didn't hesitate and directly upgraded his spatial storage skill to level 2. He could tolerate holding off on other combat skills, but this exclusive skill that determined how much loot he could carry was something he absolutely couldn't wait on. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. When you have too much loot but can't carry it all, that feeling of frustration is something ordinary people can hardly understand. Fortunately, this spatial storage LV2 skill proved remarkably effective, expanding from the original 1 cubic meter storage space directly to 8 cubic meters, an 8-fold increase. Moreover, his storage space was completely different from the physical space concepts of real-world boxes, rooms, or warehouses. It had no fixed shape and imposed no weight restrictions on objects. Even if you try to store a metal rod tens of thousands of meters long weighing thousands of tons, as long as its total volume didn't exceed 8 cubic meters, it could be stored. This way, the 8 cubic meters of space could effectively hold an enormous amount of items without any waste. By now, he had completely cleared all main passages of the entire sewer system, leaving only the branch tunnels, along with secret chambers and hidden camps whose locations remained unknown. However, the Vizima's sewers ran deep. They not only concealed monsters like certain evil cultists and low-level vampires, but even hid a salamander gang drug manufacturing base. Without proper preparation, he had no intention of clearing those overly dangerous and concealed areas to avoid unnecessary trouble. After leaving the sewers, Kiliman didn't immediately attend to his business, but first found an upscale bathhouse for a hot bath. After washing up, he changed into proper attire and carried a large bag dripping with bloody drowners' ears to the training grounds where the city guard was stationed. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, as gold leaf makes the Buddha. In medieval times like these, a person's status was largely judged by their clothing and equipment. Just as ordinary poor people could never afford silk or fur garments in their lifetime, if you wore high-quality clothes, people would regard you highly no matter where you went. Kiliman carried the cloth bag, its strong, bloody smell and blood-drenched appearance attracting many stares along the way. Several knights from the Order of the Flaming Rose even stopped him to inquire about the details. They served directly under Princess Ada of Temeria, assisting the city guard in urban management. Thanks to substantial financial support, this order gave the impression of being well-equipped, physically robust, and numerically strong. Of course, having been established relatively recently, this order hadn't yet achieved any remarkable military feats, but as a knight order dedicated to guarding the princess, they remained quite conspicuous in Vizima City. Perhaps noticing Kiliman's equally expensive high-quality attire, the knights didn't give him too much trouble, nor did they provoke him because of his witcher identity, instead letting him pass quite readily. This reaction, so different from what he expected, made Kiliman somewhat curious. It seemed this knight order had some differences from a game version. However, he didn't dwell on it too much and soon reached the city guard station, where he met Captain Vincent Mice. This was a veteran soldier with quite ordinary looks and a stout, pudgy build, yet he appeared rather righteous. Kiliman had originally received the sewer clearance commission from him. When this city guard captain saw the witcher carrying a large bag full of drowners' ears, his otherwise plain face unconsciously revealed a thoroughly astonished expression. Perhaps people of this era simply couldn't believe that a single witcher could eliminate hundreds of monsters within 2 days. After all, in many ordinary people's views, monsters' combat capabilities didn't differ much from regular soldiers. In one-on-one situations, some poorly trained, inadequately equipped soldiers might even lose to a single drowner. And if someone could eliminate hundreds of monsters in 2 days, then they might be equally capable of killing that many soldiers or civilians in the same time frame. They would be virtually a war machine. What's wrong, Captain Vincent? We had an agreement, 2 orens per drowner. There are over 250 drowners here, so you owe me 500 orens in bounty. Not a single coin less. As for other monsters like ghouls and rot fiends, I'll consider those free gifts. Kiliman knew that many so-called city guards were actually veteran soldiers who had retired from battlefields, people who spoke human language to humans and ghost language to ghosts. If you showed weakness, they would bully you without mercy. So he kept one hand on the long sword at his waist, wearing an impatient and angry expression to show he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Perhaps his battlefield intimidation attribute came into effect. His over 2-meter-tall muscular build proved extremely intimidating. Just standing there made several soldiers behind Vincent tremble with fear. Captain Vincent also seemed somewhat wary of his imposing presence, frowning as he took half a step back. After considering for several dozen seconds, he finally said, "Mr. Kiliman, our city guard station truly hasn't prepared that much bounty money to pay you. The city government only allocated 200 orens for this commission, and I certainly can't cover the difference out of pocket. However, I have a proposal. Today, our Vizima mayor, Mr. Velerad, is having an audience with His Majesty King Foltest. As a powerful witcher, you must have seen the notice on the town square bulletin board. His Majesty is offering a reward for anyone who can completely lift Princess Ada's strike curse. I can recommend you for this commission, and you can accompany me to see His Majesty. And even if you cannot complete the commission to lift Princess Ada's curse, you won't face punishment from His Majesty. What do you think of this suggestion? If you don't agree, you can either take the 200 orens bounty and leave, or I can take you to see Mayor Velerad. Whatever outcome you negotiate with him afterwards would be none of my concern." Kiliman had anticipated the possibility of the city guard station reneging on payment, but he hadn't expected Captain Vincent to be so honest, directly explaining that the shortfall came from insufficient municipal funding rather than his own actions. This city guard captain was actually quite a remarkable character in the game. He was a rational werewolf, serving as city guard captain protecting citizens by day, while transforming into a werewolf vigilante by night to punish gangs and evil elements in Vizima City, essentially a low-budget version of Batman. This man's character was somewhat reliable, and his humanity wasn't bad. After considering for over 10 seconds, Kiliman nodded and said, "Very well, Captain Vincent. I'll accompany you to see the king. I happen to want to try whether I can resolve this Striga curse situation." Newest update provided by novelfire.net. Vizima's royal palace was exceptionally luxurious, serving as Foltest's most important residence. As a king who had ruled this nation for over 30 years, Foltest lacked neither wealth nor willingness to spend extravagantly on the palace where he and his daughter resided. Consequently, the entire palace complex was constructed with extraordinary magnificence, modeled after ancient elven architectural styles. Elegant and captivating marble statues, spacious and noble stone halls, brilliantly colored stained glass windows, and vaulted ceilings. The overall appearance was both exquisite and grandly imposing, carrying the distinguished bearing worthy of royalty. Under Captain Vincent's guidance, Kiliman passed through multiple layers of guarded checkpoints, finally entering the resplendent audience hall where he encountered the man seated upon the throne. Foltest's face appeared somewhat gaunt, his stature not particularly tall. Years of war against the Nilfgaard Empire had left him looking somewhat weary. However, compared to those nobles who indulged in wine and women, living decadent and dissipated lives, this king appeared quite capable, his eyes alert and gaze sharp, giving more the impression of a general or elite warrior than a monarch. When he noticed Vincent and Kiliman entering, his attention immediately focused on the Witcher's tall, powerful physique. Even throughout the entire northern kingdoms, few possessed such impressive muscular build, making him quite striking to behold. For this battle-honoring king who enjoyed leading soldiers on the front lines, he naturally felt considerable goodwill toward warriors like Kiliman. Within the audience hall, besides King Foltest and some servants, court officials, and guards, there was also a short, stout middle-aged man who appeared rather slick, his eyes carrying a shrewd intelligence. He stood respectfully below the king, holding a scroll of parchment and apparently reporting something. Judging by his attire and appearance, this was likely the current mayor of Vizima City, the seasoned minister assisting Foltest in governing the city, Lord Velerad. Reportedly, over a decade ago, when New Vizima City hadn't yet been established and citizens still lived in Old Vizima, this portly official had already served as mayor here. He was also the one who initially recruited the White Wolf Geralt to handle the Strigakurs commission. What surprised Kiliman even more was that the red-haired sorceress Triss was also present in the audience hall, wearing an elegant, dignified gown as she stood at the king's right hand, apparently assisting with governmental affairs. When she noticed the Witcher entering the audience hall, her beautiful face also showed surprise. Captain Vincent paid no mind to these reactions. He strode directly before the king, knelt on one knee, and announced loudly, "Your esteemed Majesty, this gentleman is the Witcher master I recommended, Mr. Kiliman German. His capabilities far exceed ordinary men's. In just 2 days, he eliminated 250 drowners from the waterways, along with numerous other monsters, and brought back their trophies as proof. This represents a remarkable feat. Currently, his commission payment remains unsettled and requires Lord Velerad's attention. However, Master Kiliman expressed interest in attempting to find a method to remove the residual curse affecting Her Highness the Princess. I specifically came to seek your Majesty's opinion on this matter." Though Captain Vincent's appearance was ordinary, his report to the king in the Great Hall was delivered with clear articulation and concise efficiency. Hearing this report, Foltest's expression showed clear emotion. Unlike those nobles who had never seen battle, those worthless gluttons, he understood perfectly what it meant to eliminate over 200 monsters in just 2 days. This surpassed ordinary human capabilities, making him recall that Witcher who died in the Livia massacre, the Witcher he greatly admired, the White Wolf Geralt. He looked at the calmly composed Kiliman, then at Triss and Velerad, who were equally astonished by this news. After pondering for several seconds, he spoke in a somewhat low voice with clean efficiency. "Velerad, settle payment with this Witcher promptly. Additionally, allocate 100 orens from my treasury as reward for his contributions to Vizima." Having said this, without waiting for the portly mayor's response, the gaunt-faced king turned to Kiliman and asked with a tone carrying both anticipation and doubt, "Witcher, answer me. Are you confident you can remove the residual curse affecting my daughter? I've consulted many world-renowned masters, none of whom found a solution. Can you succeed?" Hearing this father's query filled with both hope and skepticism, Kiliman met Foltest's gaze fearlessly. After considering for 2 seconds, he responded, "I've studied Her Highness's condition, Your Majesty. The Striga curse is rooted in the soul. It has grown alongside Her Highness for over a decade, already merging completely with her soul. Soul-related issues are particularly tricky. The slightest misstep could harm the patient. But the Striga curse must be completely eradicated to prevent recurrence. Otherwise, it remains like a seed easily exploited by those with ill intentions. I have approximately 50% confidence in removing this curse." He wasn't lying. He had studied knowledge of the Striga curse through both Berenger's teachings and Kogrim's memories, understanding its severity. Originally, he had no solution either. For more chapters, visit novelcirclebulletfire.net. However, after acquiring this soul projection skill, he genuinely had some confidence, hence his statement. 50% confidence. Hearing Kiliman speak so knowledgeably and professionally, Foltest lowered his eyelids, half closing his eyes as he considered the credibility of these words. After several seconds, he turned to seek Triss's opinion. Upon learning that the sorceress would soon investigate the plague incident alongside the Witcher, and receiving her recommendation to attempt the treatment, Foltest fixed his sharp gaze on Kiliman's eyes. After maintaining eye contact for over 10 seconds, he finally stated, "I will permit you to attempt removing my daughter's curse, Witcher, but you must guarantee Princess Ada's safety. She is my only legitimate heir, the Princess of Temeria, you should understand the significance of this. If you can completely cure the princess, you will receive substantial rewards. Wealth, fame, and status, whatever you desire, I can provide it. But if the princess comes to harm, as her father, I will have your head severed without mercy. Temeria was a powerful northern kingdom, making the king's threat carry considerable weight. Yet Kiliman showed no change in expression upon hearing this. Appearing quite confident, he nodded calmly and said. He looked at the calmly composed Kiliman, then at Triss and Velarad, who were equally astonished by this news. After pondering for several seconds, he spoke in a somewhat low voice with clean efficiency. My treatment method is extremely safe. Even if it doesn't remove the curse, it won't cause harm to the princess. This much I can guarantee with certainty. His soul projection skill remained at too low a level. Even attempting to harm someone would prove difficult. Foltest gave a non-committal nod, then turned to Triss and declared, So it's decided. Triss Marigold, you must accompany the entire treatment process to ensure the princess's safety. If this Witcher attempts any improper actions, I authorize you to eliminate him. Foltest still had considerable government affairs to handle. Halfway through the audience, he had Triss take Kiliman to the rear palace, to the courtyard where Princess Ada resided. Although the Nilfgaard Empire was currently in a recuperation phase, they had deployed numerous underhanded tricks, with countless Nilfgaard spies secretly infiltrating northern kingdoms. When they were alone along the way, the red-haired sorceress patted her full, pale chest, then revealed a sweet smile, asking Kiliman in a tone mixing surprise and curiosity. Never expected it to be you, Mr. Kiliman. I was planning to find you tomorrow to set out for Flotsam Town together. Didn't imagine you haven't been idle these past 2 days either, actually accomplishing such astonishing feats by eliminating so many drowners. By the way, are you truly confident about removing the remaining curse on Princess Ada? This update is available on N0V3L.fire.net. That curse is rooted in the soul, quite troublesome. Even Headmistress Margarita couldn't remove it without harming the princess. The king even invited the High Priestess of Melitel, a grand druid skilled in nature magic, and even many famous local witch doctors and scholars. None could solve it. When the White Wolf Geralt rescued the princess initially, he couldn't completely eradicate this curse either. Does her Viper School have some special method? Different from the initial impression of a dignified lady. Away from the crowd, when the two were alone, Triss chattered away incessantly. She recounted the entire incident of Princess Ada's Striga curse from beginning to end, revealing many details not present in the games or original works. As a sorceress who had experienced these events throughout, Triss actually cared deeply about the curse on Princess Ada, which was why Foltest felt so assured in trusting this matter to her assistance. Kiliman listened patiently while watching the chattering, lively Triss, who acted like a young girl, inwardly sighing with emotion. Truly worthy of being Mary. Though nearly a 50-year-old sorceress, she could still maintain such an adorable personality while having such a sexy body. Well, considering sorceresses typically graduate from magic academies in their 30s or 40s, Triss, who had been famous for decades, could absolutely be called a genius sorceress. Seeing that she mistakenly believed him to be a witcher from the Viper School, he didn't bother explaining much, only vaguely stating it was his special ability, maintaining ample mystery. The two conversed quietly until they soon arrived at the courtyard where Princess Ada resided. This was an extremely luxurious and spacious palace with its own brilliantly colorful independent garden. As King Foltest's most beloved and only publicly acknowledged heir, Princess Ada enjoyed extremely high authority and status within the Temerian kingdom, being someone countless nobles and wealthy merchants curried favor with. Because she had been turned into a Striga since childhood, this princess inherited her mother's captivating beauty while also possessing the Striga's wild and bloodthirsty nature, suspected of having masochistic tendencies, quite famous throughout noble circles. Are you the Witcher father invited? Having been notified in advance, Kiliman and Triss easily met Princess Ada. This was a young woman about 1.8 meters tall, with 2 long pale legs, blood-red long hair, slightly pale skin, but exquisitely beautiful features, and an extremely hot figure. Perhaps because she was a spoiled princess accustomed to freedom and casualness. This princess cared nothing for propriety, wearing only a very thin white gauze gown with nothing underneath, almost completely exposing her enchanting body to everyone's view. Though Kiliman was the only male present, Princess Ada didn't mind at all. First examining the Witcher's strong body up and down with surprised and provocative eyes, then licking the corner of her mouth, she casually lay on the leather sofa beside the garden, picking up a glass of red wine with one hand while crooking a finger at the Witcher with the other, saying, "You may begin, Witcher. Start your treatment." Kiliman felt itchy inside under Princess Ada's provocative gaze, but fortunately being battle-hardened, he showed no unusual reaction. He glanced back at Triss, who also wore an expectant expression, seemingly curious about how he would proceed, then nodded at the nearly naked Princess Ada, saying, "Your Highness, please maintain a sleeping posture, and later, even if you notice physical abnormalities, please don't resist." After speaking, he sat cross-legged on a nearby sofa, discreetly adjusted his trajectory, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. A dozen seconds later, under Kiliman's control, a wisp of his split soul emerged from his soul space, exited his body, and appeared in the garden, somewhat clumsily moving its limbs. Beside him, both Triss and Princess Ada looked puzzled at his meditating form, seemingly curious about how he could remove the curse without even moving his body. When Kiliman's soul avatar emerged from his body, Triss seemed to vaguely sense something, but without special tools, she couldn't see the soul in its invisible state. She just somewhat confusedly widened her eyes, looked around for a moment, and when she found nothing, returned her attention to the Witcher's body. Kiliman relaxed inwardly, controlling his soul avatar to look at Princess Ada, immediately feeling more confident. In his soul vision, Princess Ada's internal soul resembled a patient covered entirely with quail egg-sized parasites. Those cursed parasites formed from necrotic energy, negative emotions, and malicious curses of unknown origin. All clung tightly to the princess's soul, some merely wriggling on the surface, some already deep within the soul's interior. No wonder so many experts have been uncertain about removing this curse. Kiliman considered for a few seconds, then according to his preconceived plan, controlled his soul avatar to approach Princess Ada, then extended a hand to touch the princess's soul. The moment the two souls touched, the experienced Witcher didn't feel much sensation. But Princess Ada, lying on the sofa, trembled all over, her face slightly reddening, emitting a soft moan. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Ada looked around in shocked panic. Then upon hearing Triss's inquiry and remembering Kiliman's earlier instruction, she gently bit her lip and said, "Nothing. Probably the Witcher was treating me just now. I'm inexperienced with this." Seeing both women in the garden calm down, Kiliman's soul avatar quickly acted again, extending a hand to directly cover one quail egg-sized curse parasite. Simultaneously, just like during divine soul dual cultivation, he closely connected his soul avatar with Princess Ada's soul, then directly enveloped that cursed parasite within his own soul avatar, using an extremely gentle method to completely separate it from Princess Ada's soul. However, operations at the soul level manifested in the real world as Princess Ada, trembling lightly from the moment their souls connected, her long legs twisting together, muscles tensing, blush appearing on her face. The instant the cursed parasite was extracted, Princess Ada could no longer endure, screamed, completely relaxed her body, then fainted away.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.